My people, today we honor the pillars of our homes, our fathers. To every good father watching me, happy Father's Day in advance. And to every man carrying the burden of fatherhood, may your strength never fail. In Africa we say, a child may outgrow a father's lap, but never his heart. A father is not just the man who gave life. A father is the man who gives direction. He is the roof when storms come. He is the wall when danger approaches. Another African proverb says, a father's wealth is not in his pocket, but in the character of his children. Today, let us understand the true meaning of father, letter by letter. Letter F stands for foundation. A father is the foundation of a home. If the foundation shakes, the house trembles. The tree stands tall because its roots are deep. A father is the root of the family tree. His values become the roots of his children. Without a strong foundation, a home cannot stand. Letter A stands for authority with love. A true father leads with authority but not with fear. The shepherd does not beat the sheep to lead them. He guides them. A father must lead with discipline, yes, but also with compassion. Children should respect their father, not fear him. Letter T stands for teacher. A father is the first teacher of life. He teaches by words, but more importantly, by example. What the child sees at home, he repeats in the marketplace. If a father lies, his children learn lies. If he shows integrity, his children learn honor. Letter H stands for hard work. A father must model hard work. No man eats roasted yam without first touching fire. Provision is part of fatherhood. A father teaches his children that nothing good comes without labor. Letter E stands for encourager. A father must be an encourager. Many grown adults are still waiting to hear, I am proud of you. Rain helps the seed grow, but words help the child grow. Your children need your words. Tell them they can do it. Speak life into them. Letter R stands for responsibility. The final letter is responsibility. A father takes responsibility, not only for bills, but for peace, for protection, and for presence. The man who carries the roof must not sleep while it leaks. A father cannot abandon his home and still expect honor. Responsibility is the crown of fatherhood. My people, being a father is not biology. It is responsibility. It is sacrifice. It is legacy. Any man can produce a child, but not every man becomes a father. A true father leaves footprints his children are proud to follow. When an old man dies, a library burns. That is why fathers must pass down wisdom, not just property. To every father, your family needs your love, your leadership, your presence. Be the father your children will remember with pride. And to every child watching, honor your father while he is still alive. Because one day, you may miss the voice you once ignored.
Chukwolisa gozere munam, chukabara munam, eremi ogologondo na risike na namubide.
Bless my sweet In 2005, New York Times columnist Maureen Dowd sparked debate with her best-selling book, Are Men Necessary? When Sexes Collide. 2 decades later, what was once a provocative question has, in some circles, become an article of faith. Men are no longer necessary. But is that really true? Is it? As societies change at breakneck speed, the role of men, and especially fathers, is being questioned, redefined, and in some cases, diminished. Are men becoming obsolete in the modern world, or are they simply evolving into something different? In the crisis of masculinity, is it real, or is it a reaction to the collapse of an old order where men held unquestionable authority and women were expected to know their place? On this special Father's Day edition of 90 Minutes Africa, we take a hard look at men, fatherhood, masculinity, and the future of gender relations in a rapidly changing world. Join us as we celebrate fathers, examine the challenges facing men today, and explore the vulnerability, anxieties, and possibilities that lie beneath the fire of today's cultural wars. Are men endangered, misunderstood, evolving, or simply being asked to become better versions of themselves? Who defines what a better version of men should be? My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you for joining us wherever in the world you are joining us from, and let's begin. I appreciate you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. Today is June 21st, 2026. 17 years ago today, my father passed away. He joined the ancestors. It was a Father's Day. I still remember I was in Virginia when it happened. So today is a special day for me. I'm remembering my father, who was a teacher and later on in life became a politician. He was a ward representative of my ward at Idemili South local government area, councillor. So he made me to reflect. As I was preparing for this show, I reflected on his life, what I learned from him, and how I'm playing my role as a father. So today we are going to touch on that and discuss how the world has changed. I want to hear from you. I want to hear who your father was or is, how he contributed to your life, what you are doing as a father, if you're a father, and how you are doing things differently. It will be a very open, honest conversation, and I invite every one of you who is watching, who is interested in being part of that conversation, to join us. Again, thank you so much for being here. Always, I know people are busy, people are going out today, and of course, the news did not stop. The World Cup is still going on. There are games that are being played as we speak. US Open Golf is going on around the corner here, and every other thing else. So if you want to be part of this conversation, you can join us through the link below. I'm expecting KJ, who actually suggested this topic, to join us and be part of that conversation. But in the meantime, let me invite Mr. James, who is already in the studio, to join me as we explore this topic. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Father's Day. Is in the Gambia, are they celebrating?
Well,
Is
among
it a thing in the Gambia?
it's not a national holiday.
Oh no, it's not a holiday here. It's not a holiday here.
Among the educated Gambians, they might be talking about it, but it's not widely celebrated. You know, this is a predominantly Muslim society, predominantly. The Christian population here is very little. So most of their practices, they are more interested in Islamic customs and traditions than even African customs and traditions.
So when you meet people today, outside or wherever you go, do they say Happy Father's Day?
No, it's only one girl from South Africa who sent me a WhatsApp message wishing me a Happy Father's Day.
So the people around you there in the Gambia, they didn't say nothing like that.
maybe it's because of the circle, the company I'm keeping.
Yeah.
Okay, my friend has just whispered to me that they don't even know that Father's Day exists. So he's a pure Muslim.
Yeah. So in the news, it's not mentioned, because if you watch any TV station here in America, the first thing they will say today is Happy Father's Day.
No, it's not mentioned at all.
Wow.
At all. Well, among the educated, you know, most of the educated people who school in America and Europe, they come with, should I call it, fragments of European customs and traditions. But as they reintegrate themselves into the society, they forget all about those things and continue with their Islamic ways of doing things.
Quite interesting. Okay, so can you help us? I see you. I will come back to you. Can you help us, Mr. James? Give us your understanding of the origin of Father's Day. I was preparing for this show. I was thinking, how is it that the world agreed, whenever they did, that one day should be Father's Day, and everybody accepted it? How did that happen? And Mother's Day is different in different places.
Yeah, actually, from what on my own, I just checked the internet and I discovered that Father's Day, in fact, originated in the United States in the early 20th century. It was largely, it was created to celebrate fatherhood, honor the sacrifices of male parents, and commemorate men who lost their lives in tragic community events. So its origin is the United States.
Interesting. Okay, let's I'll come back to you. Let's go to Via. Welcome to the show and Happy Father's Day.
Kilo Jembe. Kilo Jembe, what's that? What's that? What does that mean?
Ovie, you have, okay. You're a father. You told me you have a child.
I don't know. Why do we have that conversation? Why do we have that agreement? What's your evidence?
But, okay, but you're a child of somebody.
The calamity.
You're a child of somebody. Ovie,
yes.
Is your father still alive?
Nah, man. I wish.
Okay. So what do you remember? What do you remember about your father?
Holy shit. What do I remember? I can barely remember. Yeah. I can barely remember anything.
How old were you when he passed?
I remember him taking me to a few places, you know, that I don't know, it doesn't, I mean, as a toddler, maybe I was, as a kid, I know his Baba, who is pretty much as old as he was there, and I want to guess maybe age mates, I don't know, but an older man, and one of his older, you know, Kingsman friend. Then I remember being to a place where you remember, I don't know how to, I don't know the words to call it. You know, when you go to where they are that soothsayer or chief priest, I would say chief priest. If you ever been to a village chief priest or something of that nature, whereby they use this
Cowries.
cowries. In fact, yeah, any tradition of your grandfather, where they will just put it on ground and you tell them what this. I remember,
Divination.
yeah. So I know. I think that's stuck. Other than that, I remember his passing. That's because it's pretty much like a festival thing because of his title and all that. I remember I only cry with my mom when I see my mom crying. And my mom only cry when somebody important show her that one of the sons, the stepson, somebody just pull out everybody and she erupt the cry. So those are the things that I remember. So I don't know.
What was his title?
But
you said he had titles. What was the title?
That's why I thanked I salute my governor, in a way, because he has able to bring a lot of things to light in terms of that kingship, how it used to be. Also is one village, speak one language, they share that with anybody. We just one small, not even big. But interestingly, there are 4 quarters. So they share the kingship within them. So each quarter have their the headers of those quarters come together, do their whatever, then the headers or whatever becomes the king. Then after he passed, he moved to the next one. But each quarter have it's not just for everybody. There are king's families that are entitled to that. The Rivers families, the River family, the Okedu, and just the rest of them. So I think now, again, some of my funny memory of then is that I remember community people bringing their issue to be settled in my father palace then, as it was. So then I don't know what I have no clue, but I just know that when that people comes like that, everywhere becomes quiet, and I just know, okay, something is going on. This is some family issue, whatever issue coming into this. So things like that. Now, why do I bring my governors in? So that was the rotation. That was how the presidency works until the invasion of the Benin Kingdom in 1898. That the British decided to take over the empire, and because of tax, situation, there's a need for them to unify the Ososo and just put one person in charge, so that everything just go through rather than this complicated way of doing it. They don't want all that. So they empower the man who is important at that time. And after the man died, the son said no, it's going to continue. So they want to make it an hereditary thing. So that becomes a problem for the past 50 years. I didn't grow up to meet a unified king in Ososo. So even after the mass, a couple of years ago, the son came from America, decided to want to, take over the position. The family that he came from disagree with him. The quarter he came from, the Irish, not to talk of the whole community now. But he played smartly. He joined, he supported the government, coming into the country after they won. They gave him a position. He was a commissioner. From during that process, so they crowned him as a king, in a political way. So when Opawolo came in, good at the discretion, they thrown him and said they have to revert to how it was before. So, but the case is still in court, so that's why I bring him. Only that, exercise of his own executive authority bring a lot. So this story I'm telling, if you ask me, before he's coming to power, I won't be able to tell you this is how it was. So just because of that, a lot of things begin to come to light. New people begin to, grant interview to newspapers. I mean, other people from the community now go to TV interviews. So a lot of it brought a lot of things to bear. So I always use Nigeria also as a small. We can't get our leadership right. We are just one. We don't share nothing with anybody. Like literally, we don't have rival, right? Not up to now that the Fulani people. The only way the Fulani people are able to erode that area is because at the boundary where we settle on top of a hill, because due to the migration, everybody running for fear and all that, so they decided we go under rocks. So our village now like city of rock. There are more rocks than houses. So then the other flat land that we have is where the boundary between the Edo State and Kogi State. So we found together with the Igbira people, we speak their language, they understand us. So because it's a very plain land, the Fulani is always going to graze their lands and all that. So that's just their rule coming to Ososo. That's why what is happening in Ososo today were able to happen. So assuming they did not close down the school and they come, nobody could protect them, because are pretty much the last building before farms, forex. So after you pass our school, that's it. Now the rest, now once they come pick you for there, you are gone. So him taking that proactive, that's what I can support. So that's how my own small story, you know.
Okay.
So I really have most of the things I come to know about him from brothers, relatives, and all that. And
so I'm taking it that you were very young when he passed.
Yeah, I was a baby.
Okay. Well, you don't even know the title. You don't even know the title he had.
It's Orifa, with the family title is Orifa.
Okay. All right. Let me go back to Mr. James.
It is during his coronation. It was his coronation era that I was giving birth to.
Oh,
that's why they named me Ovie. That's why they named me Ovie. Means the king.
Okay.
That's what it is. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Mr. James, what do you remember about your father?
Well, I still remember, just like Ovie was saying, he believes in Babalawo business so much. All these problems, whatever it is, being physical, spiritual, imaginary problems, the solution house is the Babalawo's. He goes to Babalawo virtually every week. That's one of his habits, to provide solutions to his problems and challenges. That's one thing I remember about him.
Was there that period where many people Christians during that era?
Yes. No. We had professed Christians. At his place of work, they all prefer to be Christians. But in the evenings, they know where they meet each other. And when they meet each other, out of, should I call it mild guilt or I don't know, or shame, I don't know the right English word to use, they start giving excuses. My nephew in the United States sent me to find out certain things, those kind of, petty explanations. Let me put it that way, because big men don't lie. Petty explanations, whereas what they actually go there for is different from what they are making people to believe. So officially, at their place of work or places of work, they are Christians. But after work, they know what they do to solve their petty traditional problems.
Okay. Thank you so much. Sully, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Yeah, so is today's show just for Father's Day?
No, we go from there and go back to, of course. You see how we try to smuggle in these politics into Father's Day conversation.
Okay. Because I know Obi is not a father.
Obi, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to reveal it to people, but Obi can.
So something I left for during campaign when I declare my electoral ambition. I want that to be the distracting factor. Let people dwell on that. Why I carry out my so.
All right. Okay, hold on. Don't derail us. We get to politics soon. Okay, Sully, I'm not expecting that you're a father. Are you a father? I'm sure you're not. Okay, so what do you remember about, first of all, what is going on where you are? Are people celebrating Father's Day?
As usual, no, nobody cares about me. So it's just a
That's
an angle to the conversation I want to have, but no, don't say that. Are you saying that?
Bameji, the first country to legalize weed, what do you think that was?
No, sorry. Are you saying that in the news they're not talking about Father's Day? When you meet people outside, nobody will say happy, or you didn't say Happy Father's Day to anybody today?
this is the first post I've seen about Father's Day today, and I've been using internet since morning.
What? So is it an American thing or Nigerian thing? But they do that in Nigeria. Are they not? For those of you who left Nigeria recently.
I've scrolled on different platforms, you know, even Nigeria, even platforms where I've seen Nigeria, nobody's talking about Father's Day. I even knew it was Father's Day today because I saw your post.
Seriously, because even when you announce it, my mind didn't go there until somebody saw it on TikTok this morning and decided to say Happy Father's Day. I was like, what are you talking about? Then I said, oh, is that what Dr. Damish want to talk about?
I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. So let's see, where are the English people? Where are they? Oh, okay, we found one of them. All right. but Sully, what do you your father? Let me okay, let's calm down. We will talk about fathers and everything, despite the fact that some of you are living in a place where they don't celebrate. But I want to, you know, because people are watching, I want people to learn something. Maybe there's something that you learned from your father that you are carrying on, or you are passing on to your children, or something that you are not doing, that you've evolved. You know, the fathers of the past, and you know, we have to spend an hour at least and talk about this. And I think we can benefit from that. Men don't tend to do this. But I'm surprised about what you are saying. Sully, I'll come back to you. Sure. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Happy Father's Day to you and to everyone else who's a father and those who are intending to be.
Yeah, happy Father's Day to you too. Thank you so much for joining us from England. I know your country is in trouble.
What about the irresponsible one like us?
The country is in trouble again, but we'll get to that. But so Father's Day, what does that? How is it played? How is it celebrated in England?
It's a big deal in England. You know, the English are quite traditional about this thing, so it's a big deal. It's never going to be as big as Mother's Day, but it's still big. Celebrated. If you go to the stores, you can tell straight away, like your grocery stores, you can tell from like a week before. So I don't know, it might be different in other parts of the world, but in England, it's quite big. There's cartons and crates of beer everywhere for you to buy for your dad. You know, you'd get the usual barbecue sets of the tongs and the, you know, all these things. So it's celebrated and it's in the news. They talk about it in England, and especially, you know, we have a king right now. So it's, you know, it's bigger than probably when we had a queen. So, you know, it's more pronounced. So yeah, it's celebrated in England. And I think for someone like Sully, I think he said, well, you assumed he doesn't have a child. So that might play a key role in him not being aware of it as much. Because I woke up to messages from my friends who are fathers, you know, been fathers for 20 years. Woke up to messages from them, Happy Father's Day. So things like that will make you know. All of my friends have kids. Some are in uni. Mine is 18, going to uni in September. So there's no way you won't get messages from your friends to say Happy Father's Day. I mean, few group chats where people just start pasting all this copy and paste forwarded Happy Father's Day. So you're inundated with it. But it's something that makes you happy, you know, as a father. If things go well, you're quite happy to have children. And if it goes horribly wrong, you might regret having them. So it's possible that you regret having children. I know a few people who wish they didn't. So
thank you, Sho. Is there anything you can share about your father, what you remembered about
Oh God.
And you know, what you learned from him?
How long have you got?
We have all day. They want to go to politics, but we are not going there until 1 hour at least.
Someone is there a noise coming from here? My neighbor's.
I think it's coming from over here.
My neighbor is doing his garden. It just started. Is it?
No,
can you hear like a lawnmower?
No.
Okay,
it's good.
That's cool. Yeah. So, well, my dad, God rest his soul, he will have been 98 a few days ago. He was born 16th of June. So Father's Day is always around his birthday because Father's Day is second or third Sunday in June. So it's always around that time. I remember quite a few things, but the most important things I remember about him is that he was a very principled man. Despite the fact that, you know, he was born 1928, and people from those days, you would tend to think most of them, you know, were responsible and disciplined. But when they talked about some of the people, you know, he associated with when he was younger, there was always been bad and corrupt people. He would talk about politics back then, and he would talk about the corrupt practices that went on, you know, even when he was a young man. But he was a man that was opportuned. He lived on the corridors of power throughout his life. He had access, let's put it that way. But it was a man who was content with whatever he earned legitimately. A lot of his friends and some of his family members thought he was quite slow, in the Nigerian way. They felt this guy could have been a billionaire. Legit, not legit, but he could have been a billionaire. He wouldn't be legit. But a lot of people thought, with the access you have, government houses, Aso Rock, why are you doing this? But the man will come home and say, be content with what you earn legitimately. Don't earn anything that you cannot defend. In fact, I remember my dad telling my mom that if anybody comes to this house with any gift, if I'm not here, do not accept it, because it'll be hard to return it. He was that kind of man. Now, I'm not saying, he was a saint. I wasn't there all of his life, but the impression his children have of him, and when I speak to my, half siblings, my older siblings, some of them, one was 70 last year. When I speak to them, they say the same thing. That's the impression they all have of the man. It was tough love from him. It was a disciplinarian, despite the fact that we had help, what you call house help. He still made me and my brother the last to wash the car on a Saturday. We'll wash cars, and we'll think, so you have a house help, 2 of them. Why am I washing a car? What's the point? And he will tell us the same way your mother gave birth to you and went through pain is the same way their mother went through pain. When you can afford one, hire one. These ones are not meant to work for you. They are for me. I send them on errands, maybe certain things you're too young to do. So it was a man that was very principled, a disciplinarian. The only thing he left for us that I can, say tangible was education. He made sure all his children were educated. 10 of us. 10, I'm number 10. So he made sure everybody got education. He said, once I give you that, the rest you can sort out. If you cannot sort out, shame on you. I remember wanting to fill JAM forms, and I went to him to say, can you help me? He said, if you can't fill your JAM form, you're going to fail. He said, if you can't fill it properly without help, you're going to fail. Maybe you shouldn't write this exam. So it was that kind of, disciplinarian. It was a man that loved the English people, strangely. He just loved England. He felt like America was said Americans are loud, brash, sometimes maybe.
Don't say that. Your visa
I'm saying it. I can tell you where it's buried. You can go.
Your visa is on the line.
Yeah, but it was a man, he would say, speak English to a gentleman, speak French to a lady, speak Dutch to a...
He must be a player, He must...
Yeah, the man had four women had children for him. What are you talking about?
Wow.
So it was a proper playboy, but you couldn't tell. It's like my older brother, the one I'm after. They don't talk much. But he didn't talk much. My brother doesn't talk much. Very subtle. They go in, almost incognito. You don't notice them in a room. But when they get back from that room, they will tell you everything that happened, line for line. So they are quite attentive. Opposite to myself, my attention span is very little.
Are you sure your father is not my father's younger brother?
It's possible.
And how dare you share number 10 with me? How dare you?
It's possible. So, so I remember him for things like that. And it was I remember there was a particular governor who called. This was in the 1999 set of governors, just before I left to Nigeria. So the governor called the house and he said, can I speak to Chief? And I said, who's speaking? And he told me his name. And okay, he was the landline. So I said, okay. So I called my dad and I said, XYZ person wants to speak to you. And my dad got off the phone and I was excited. I was like, what did he say? He said, he was inviting me to the Christmas party on the 26th or 27th of December. I said, so you're traveling to whatever state it was. And he said, no, I'm not. I turned it down. I said, why? He said, because they've invited me 3 days to the event. He said they didn't plan it 3 days ago. He said, so if I counted in their plan, when they started, they would have told me a long time ago. He said, so this is something for you to know. The fact that it's a state house and there's jamboree and there's a lot of people and opportunity, he said, don't make yourself available if they consider you last minute. He said, there's a reason why I wasn't factored in when they were playing. So, you get the idea of the sort of man he was. He had his flaws. I think it was too tough. I think it was too tough on us. But yeah, those are the memories I have of him. He was a lovely man. God rest his soul.
What did you learn?
And he hated Nigerian politicians who were corrupt. He hated corruption. He really detested corruption.
Sorry, sure. Those 4 women, were they at any point legally married to him individually, or
he was married to the first one, like legally, all these normal whatever. The other three, including my mom, it was more go to their parents' house and all this traditional, just pay the dowry or something like that and just bounce, just to make it legit. But in terms of proper marriage, the first wife, yes, it was legally married to, and I don't think he never lived with two women at once. That drama of people. All his children lived with him. The 8 of them grew up together. The youngest of the 8 they're twins. So the number 7 and number 8 are 66 years old or 65 this year. So all of them, very few age gap. I think from
mine had 5. Once married to each one of them, but one thing is that each woman had 2 boys. No one had 3, no one had 1. So we had 10.
I've never thought about it that way, but I know that
each one has.
My dad, he didn't live with 2 women at once. He said, the drama is not needed for the class of person he was and all of that. Because he started his career with BBWA, British Bank of West Africa, now First Bank. Then he went on to work with indigenous contractors in Nigeria, Oni and Sons. For those who are familiar with Oyo State, Oni and Sons, massive, I think one of the first indigenous, contractors, all this Kanji Dam project and things like that. So he worked with Oni and Sons, worked with other indigenous contractors. Then he started his own firm. So he was a contractor in that sense. So he was a man who loved women, fine women.
So, what did you learn from him apart from what you just shared with us, that you are not passing across to your kids? Any lessons? Any?
So the things that I'm not passing across from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or the ones you are making sure that your kids were.
So some of the things that I'm passing down, which he told us, there's a particular name every male child in my house bears. That name, it can be your standalone name, and it could it can be a standalone name, but it's like a prefix in most cases. So it's Akin. Akin means like a brave one, or like some people will say warrior, but not quite. It's like someone who's brave. So it could be Akin something. Every male child in my family has that name. My sons have theirs, and that's what I call them by. Their mother has found some Jewish, whatever name in the Bible that she calls them, and everybody else. But I call them by their Akin. Akin Tunde, Akin Tomiwa. So that he told us, and that's the way, I've carried on with it. And I think all my siblings have done that. Another thing that he wasn't a fan of is funerals, burials. He would attend, but he didn't understand the fanfare that followed it. So he would say, you see people crying at the graveside, want to go in the pit with the person, and 10 minutes later they're dancing and throwing a party and eating food. And he said, I don't condemn those who do it, but I'm not a fan of it. So he never loved that. And I'm not a big fan as well. I've been to Nigeria many times since he died. I've not been to his graveside because he didn't believe in that. And somehow that stuck with me. I don't believe in visiting anybody's graveside. There's nobody there. I don't buy flowers. I don't go and talk to imaginary person. So that I've adopted, and I would share with my sons when they're a bit older. It's not down to them to adopt. I can't force it on them. But some of the things that I probably wouldn't pass down is he was, it's of that generation that I felt like boys shouldn't be in the kitchen. I didn't see my dad boil water.
What about you? Did you boil water?
Me?
Not
Brother,
now.
there's nothing I can cook. In the Yoruba cuisine, there's nothing. I pounded yam.
How did that happen?
My mom is from Ekiti. My mom insisted that we cook. My mom is from Ekiti. I pound yam. Like, I will pound yam. You will eat it. You'll be biting your fingers. No lumps. I will make amala. Standard. I will cook ewedu. I will cook okra. I will cook soup. I will cook egusi. There's nothing I can cook. I'm grilling. It's why that's the shit. They're supposed to grill for me.
This is the kind of thing you will say now. You will start getting more women proposing, sending.
Yeah, they should propose now. My father was a polygamist. Is my wife listening? Our garage is not big, and there's no bed there.
Why? You are not the two son of your father. Why are you peeping? But to see your wife is watching.
My father lived in Nigeria, you see.
No, your father lived in a different world,
He lived in Nigeria. So, so some of that's one of the things. My dad just felt like, the kitchen, girls should cook and boys should wash the car and tend the garden. I would cut we had flowers. We still do around the house. There was a lot of greenery, and I would cut the flowers. When I was younger, my teenage years, I'll cut flowers. You think they've hired a professional, and I'm not even. I'll send you pictures, Rudolph. After the show, I'll send you pictures of what it looks like today, and that's the way I used to cut it every Saturday. But one thing he also did that maybe unconsciously, every first child of his wife, every first child from all the women are his favorite children, and all of us knew that. He didn't have. We just know that, oh, I know that he likes this person. I know that
your gender important here, or it doesn't matter?
No, it wasn't. No gender. It's mixed, male and female. But I was talking to one of my siblings recently, and I was saying, Dad preferred this person, and he said, yeah. He said, I grew up with the other 7. You grew up with your brother. I said, he prefers that guy, the one that you call my brother. He preferred him to me, and he said, that's true. So we listed the people that he liked, and I said, hang on. Those are the first child, of each woman. I said, so maybe it's a thing about the first child that they have for him or something. But that I know of him, which I think he made it obvious. He made it clear. In fact, he told me once, which I confronted him. He told me I was about 15 at the time. He said to me, oh, unprovoked, unsolicited. This guy was a gangster. He was saying to me, he said, 1, 2, 3. He mentioned their name. He said, there's nothing they can do to offend me, and I won't forgive them. I'm thinking, why is that relevant to me? I was like 15 at the time. I was like, why is this relevant? Why are you even telling me? And, they will say, oh, parents, you don't have favorite. My dad had favorite, and he made it clear. Now, he now visited UK in 20... He came to the UK in 2006. He came to the UK in 2006. And I was renting a house at the time. My brother, whom I'm after, he just moved to the UK just before then. So my dad visited. My dad was now staying with one of the older ones, who is one of the favorites. He now called after like a week, and he said, oh, I'm thinking of coming to see the two of you and your brother. I said, where? I remember I was in a park. I was just chilling on somebody. I said, where? He said, oh, where you live? I said, I'm afraid you're not welcome. And we had no issues before then. I think that thing just came back to me. I said, I'm afraid you're not welcome. He said, how do you mean? I said, I remember something you told me. He said, what? I said, years ago, you might have forgotten, but I remember. I said, you said you have favorites. He said, I will never say that. And I told him the exact way he said it. I said, well, you didn't say you had favorite, but you said there's nothing they would do that you won't forgive them. I said, that is telling me you have favorite. And I said, for that reason, I actually don't want to see you.
Plus, he never had you in his plan in the first place. So it was that advice he gave you initially that
probably
you
might not be far from the truth. Last child in most cases, it's like, okay, whatever. So I told him, I said, you're not welcome in my house. And he said, I said that. I said, yes, you did. You told me that your favorite. I said, so unfortunately for you, your favorite that you want to come and see is currently out of work. I pay his rent. I own the keys to that house. So for that reason, I'm afraid I don't want to see you. 2006. And he apologized. That was the first time my dad ever apologized to anybody, at least that I know of. And he said, oh, I'm really sorry. He was older at that time. He said, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh, that's not how could I have said that? He apologized. And I said, okay, whatever. Now that you've apologized, you can actually come. So his other favorite son brought him to see the other favorite one. And of course, I'll go to work very early those days. Also, 7 o'clock, I was gone. And I won't come back intentionally until I'll finish at 5. And I won't come back until like 8 o'clock. They will have cooked. Just come and say hello. Just go upstairs, But that was the last time I saw him.
What kind of Yoruba man are you? I mean, like letting your father to beg. That's not a moral arbitrary.
I didn't tell him to beg. I just told him how I felt about him. I didn't tell him to beg. So he apologized. And so that was the last time I saw him, 2006, actually. Yeah.
Wow.
So
thank you so much for sharing, Let's go to, I want to hear, Sully, what can you tell us about your dad? If you want to share, you don't have to, but what can you share? What can you share about your dad and what Father's Day means to you? If you're not okay with that, we can move on.
You're muted.
You're muted, Sully.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, your father, what can you share with us about him and what did you learn from him?
No,
it can't just be hitting on a very dark man and all that. We want to just hear stories about you. We want to learn a little bit about you.
My own father's life is not It's not the regular kind of life. My own father has been in, kind of corridors of power, from the time he was very small. Even he went to the same school with Fayemi, So majority of the people he grew up with, they are in one corridor of power or the other. But I didn't see the significance of it, till I grew older and I realized I could actually know this person. Actually, I went to this person's birthday. I went to, but back then there was no internet, so people were making decisions based on how they feel, and a lot of times it had to do with what's this thing that people in Lagos think that they are doing, socializing to gain connection. I don't know the name of it, but they try to socialize, they enter all these clubs and everything, but it doesn't work that way. You have to actually grow up with these people. You are not going to go to a club and then connect. What do they want to gain from you? They can't even trust you, right? So when you are looking at all these people, I keep telling them, if you like, make 100 million naira, make $1 million, right? You will never be in their class because they don't know you. They can't trust you. Just because you have money doesn't mean they would rather trust a gate man that they went to school with. So I learned that one very quickly. Then when it comes to, like, a lot of my father's investments were not intentional. They just appreciated. So I knew what appreciates and what does not appreciate. Specifically car. Car does not appreciate at all, but it's the only thing that can help you, at least in Nigeria, in a capitalist country, gain the connections that you want. It's not by joining country club or whatever. And then he allowed me to understand that you should not just be going to places, you should understand what is going on in that place. Who are your local government chairman? How does the politics work? You should not just be ignorant, so that you are aware. That's why I keep on telling Nigerians that better be preparing to go back to your country, because soon these white people, they will make the country so uninhabitable. They will make it so hard for you to live a good life in their country, and that's how they pursue you out. But Nigerians do not believe me. I told them that in UK, these people, they will get to a point where they will start beating you on the road in 2026 and 2025. It's not already happening. So that's just how it is. There are some things I just don't want to say here, because I'll be revealing a lot of people, but for no reason.
Yeah, thank you for what you shared. Let me, when we were talking, I was thinking about David Hundeyin, and I knew a little bit about him based on what he talked about during several interviews. I'm thinking whether you have the same feeling. So according to him, he grew up, his father was influential in Lagos circles, and he grew up knowing these people who run the country or the people in Lagos. And then it made him to have this total disdain for them when they do things and how they live their life.
Yeah.
So do you share the same thing, the same kind of feeling?
Yeah, because I realized that Nigerians behave differently when they are not in front of a big person than when they are in front of a big person. For example, my uncle owns one of the biggest churches in Lagos, right? I'm not going to mention the church, but it's one of the biggest churches, billions of naira, right? How these people behaved in front of my uncle was very different from how they behaved when my uncle was not there. When my uncle was there, they pretended to be very, very good people, moral people, because it's a pastor, they want to. But when they are not there, they are totally different. They are very bad, terrible people. Very, very bunch of liars, bunch of, they just do everything bad. That's when I realized that Nigerians are not really good people. They are not bad people, And then when it comes to politics, they start pretending like they want the betterment for the country, but they really don't. So I saw a lot of people be very two-faced, especially when they're in front of a governor or a local government chairman. They don't behave how they usually are. They pretend a lot, and they are not most of them are cowards. They rather side with a big man that gives them promises than somebody that they can get guaranteed help from just because that person is a small person.
All right.
I like a lot.
All right. Thank you, Sully. Let's welcome KJ. KJ is the co-host of this show. He just came in now. I know he must have gone to church. He was the one that suggested this show yesterday and left it to me to figure out how to start. KJ, welcome to the show. Happy Friday.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for hosting the show. When I read your outline, I mean, I knew that I had nothing to add because you already covered all the angles. I said, wow, this guy is very good, you know. So I went to church very happy that you had done, you know, what Napoleon could not do, you know. And, you know, contrary to other people, you know, who in where they are, they don't celebrate Father's Day. In my church, I'm just coming back from eating edikaikon and bakery and all the stuff, you know. The church had a feast for all the fathers, and we had to do justice to it before leaving that place. So I thank AFAM 2474 for trying to give me power to down whatever is going on. I really appreciate your offer. Unfortunately, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I've never smoked, I've never drank in my life. Okay, I used to drink.
I'll be against your church next Father's Day.
Oh yes, please, by all means. So yeah, Rudolph, you've done really a good job, and I like all the stories people have shared. Some of these stories are things we will never get to have heard if not for this program that you are holding today. Before now, I was looking for the picture of my father and my mother too, but you know, maybe as the time goes on, I'll let you know, you have them. My story is not too different from Show's story. My father was just like his father, but on a more cooler side, you know, on a more gentle side. My father didn't display who is favorite or who is not. The only thing he left for us, like I've always told people, when I went to marry, I was asked, you know, who is your father? And I said, if you are trying to know if my father was anything, I can only tell you one thing. My father left me with a good name, and that's all I have. I have no property anywhere. Even though my father, in part of my own part of the East, his great-grandfather was, you know, owner of half of the community, but he left all that. He decided to not to be a chief or called by any title. He was just a gentleman to the core who didn't want trouble at all, and that is what he handed down to all of us, to live and obey the simple instruction given anywhere. It doesn't matter who is your leader, whether it's a small boy or a big boy or a man or a woman. So that's a lesson that we were taught, or I was taught. And apart from all my siblings, myself and my younger sister, immediate younger sister, were the ones that spent the most time with him. It was my father that told me that once you cross the age of 18 as an Igbo man, you no longer force your children to do anything. You advise them. You call them and say, oh boy, this is where you're taking. This is where they lead, though. It doesn't lead to anywhere. So based on that, you now begin to regard them as your equal and treat them with utmost respect, and you get the best of the result from the children, especially if they are male children. My father told me that you don't use I have 10 girlfriends to collect title. So you can have all the girlfriends you have like in this world. You can't go to the village square and say, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have 10 girlfriends, therefore I'm going to be given the other title. See, it doesn't happen. So it's just a question of waste of time. So majority of what guides me in life, even though my father was not as a Christian as I was, majority of what he told me is what has kept me in the straight and narrow path, even to this moment. He is one who first taught me that it's not always necessary to fight. Sometimes you win by not even fighting at all. So most times when people, you know, I once in my secondary school, I fought a guy and I beat the guy, and you know, there was a lot of problem. And when the case came to him, and he asked me, why did you fight this guy? Because I have not fought before. And I said, well, he called me a bastard. Then my father looked at me very strangely. I said, he called me a bastard. I said, yes, sir. And you fought him because of that? I said, yes, sir. Don't you know your father? I said, I know my father. Who am I? I said, you're my father. So why did you have to fight the guy? All you need to do, say to the guy is, I'm not a bastard, I walk away. I was shocked that he didn't shake me to say, hey, nah, you have done well. He said, next time, anybody who calls you a bastard, tell the person you're not a bastard because you know who your father is. And that's all. So he has a way of what's the right word now? Trying to de-escalate stuff, even amongst his children. He will make you see reason through what you are saying to get the answer. He may not necessarily give you the answer. Most of the time, he wants you to reason through what you are saying and be able to extricate the answer from what you are saying. And so wisdom was more like what I got from that. You now own the wisdom for which you are displaying or which you have been able to arrive at based on what he has told you. He was a very hardworking man, very straight and honest guy. He didn't believe in cutting corners. The only thing if you say any damn part of my father is that once he told me that he would have been in England to be, trained a medical doctor. But because his grandfather, my great grandfather, was a chief, and when he's coming back to the community, he comes back, he has 3 rally bicycles. You know how rally bicycles were very expensive those days? The one they call the White Horse. So he has 3 of them. So when he's coming to the village, the people line up and be receiving the son of the chief who is coming back with 3 rally bicycles, and his younger brother will pushing one while he's riding one, another one will pushing one, So he told me that, he felt that if he had gone to England, at the time they were trying to send him to England, he probably would have been lost. And by the way, who would have known, how these people who are praising him will not even be there, so he may not even come back to his community. So I said, look at this guy. I mean, actually, maybe by now would have been speaking like show. Who knows? But to say, cut a long story short, he was a very nice guy. And we also attest to that in his burial. In his burial, everybody that came from the community, nearby community and all that, everybody had one statement to make. He said, honest and straight man. If you wanted the truth, you come to him. They once called him for a dispute in the village. And he went to the court to go and give testimony. As soon as he finished giving his testimony, the judge closed the case and then told the people who brought it. So you have such a man and you brought a case to me. People must be very stupid, So that's how it is. It explains everything, make it clear for everybody to see. And at the end, unless you're just a troublemaker, you have nothing to say. That's the story of my father.
All right. Thank you, KJ. I'll come back to you and find out what you learned and what you are passing down to your children and we'll get to that. But let me welcome to the show. Pansat, welcome to the show. Happy Father's Day.
Same to you, Rudolph. Happy Father's Day to everybody who's on the show and those who are on that comment section there. And I hope if you got any gifts, it's exactly what you wanted, right? Everybody got what they want. And maybe by next year, when we celebrate Father's Day, I pray that we'll be proud fathers, proud Nigerians, and that we'll begin the journey to make ourselves upstanding citizens of Africa and Nigeria and everywhere, to make ourselves begin the journey. So that's my prayer, and I hope it comes to reality very soon. I was listening to the executive producer, in detail, talk about father. I'm sure a lot of us relate because our fathers are pretty much the same thing now. Mine goes way back. I could actually be fathers to some of you here, like Ovie over there. Rudolph, you know who redeemed Solly? Because I know you're fond of Solly. It's me. I went to the swamp and I pulled him from there and brought him over here. So to be in the ocean and swim, and you see, it's one of I'm very proud of him. His politics still evolving, but at least he's in the ocean instead of being in the swamp over there. They call one man into motion. So now I know that you're over here gathering a lot of anecdotes our fathers, and I have to tell you, it's pretty much going to be the same thing. Most African men, they're macho, they're disciplinarians, and they want to do the right thing. They are poor corruption. I don't know how when people quote Nigerians, they say, oh, 99% of Nigerians are corrupt. That's not true. You do have the core minority, a few people who are corrupt in Nigeria and corrupt the system.
Yeah, Pansa, we can't hear you anymore. Your connection is not good.
Oh, really? You can't hear me?
Okay, now. Okay, you're back.
Yeah, because I this time I have a gigabyte in my system, so I'll be surprised if you don't hear me. It has to be from your side. So, like I'm saying, Rudolph, everybody doesn't do it. I was looking at a study here where a few people commit all the crimes in the United States. In essence, there's a few killers. If you go to a city or go to a town, there's a few people that commit all those violent crimes. It's the same thing in Nigeria, right? You have a lot of people who now. Corruption is not, I think Jonathan got in trouble when he was trying to define corruption. Corruption is not if you don't provide electricity, somebody goes out there and draw that wire down into his unit and get electricity, right? That's not corruption. You're supposed to provide stuff for Nigerians, else they're going to be innovative. They have to survive. We're smart people. So corruption is totally different from whatever Jonathan was trying to explain. He was right, all right? Jonathan was a good president, but a terrible ex-president. That's his own story right there. So anyway, so I know you want to get all these anecdotes and get on with the show. I've come here to deal with certain issues like I normally do, but I never get to what I come here for. Never.
All right. If you can only share with us, your memory of your father, did you learn anything from him? Did you pass it down to your children? How are you playing the role of a father? That's what we want for this first hour, and then we can go into politics. I know you can't wait.
All right. Now, because I'm in a battle mode, I don't try to reveal a lot about my family because I don't want these Nigerians who are home to trace me. But so if I'm going to tell you anything, it's what I said already. I'm saying that our fathers were conservative. My father was a conservative, was a disciplinarian, just like executive producer, right?
Are you like your father? Let's go that way.
No, I'm not like my father in where it's tangible, but I do have traits. Things that are genetic, yes. Things that I learned.
Like what? What did you change when you were raising your kids?
Okay, first of all, I don't believe in polygamy. I'm a Christian, right? And I don't know if you know what a Christian is, Rudolph. When I say I'm a Christian, do you know what I mean by that? No, I'm not trying to knock you. I'm just saying, as Christians, we don't believe in marrying more than one wife, for example, right? The virtue, I love my neighbor like I love myself, right? Unlike Muslims who believe in an eye for an eye, right? So there's a difference between Christians and Muslims. So you have to be able to discern that. You just don't go by.
You see, well, hold on, Pastor. You see how you went on tangent now. The question was, what do you share with your father? What is the difference? You went, and you're not talking about Christianity. And can we get back to?
Yeah, we'll go back to that. By the way, I appreciate that because I watched the last segment that we had where I was addressing forefathers and I was talking about the courts. So at some point you stopped me, you say, look, Pensat, you're going off tangent. I wanted you to go back and talk about that, what you were saying. Now, and that was remarkable. It shows that you do know what you're doing because I was talking about something and I want to finish what I was talking about. Do you mind if I talk about that? Just 1 minute.
All right.
Okay. I'll take 2 minutes to finish that. Our forefathers are as fond of saying that the United States is like Nigeria when it comes to jurisprudence. And I was trying to make a very key point. At that point, when you made that point, that's what I was going to say. And this is it. Here in the United States, a defendant, the accused, is entitled to what they call a jury. First of all, a jury is citizens. It may vary in some states, but here in California, for example, you're entitled to over 11 jurors. But more than that, you're entitled to a jury of your peers. Okay? Now, what's a peer? A peer is somebody who have similar background as you. So not only are you entitled to a jury, you don't have to have a court trial. You don't have to have a judge decide your case. You have to be stupid to even opt to have a judge decide your case. So that's a big difference between the United States and Nigeria, for example, where you have no jury. So here in the United States, for example, it's a trial within a trial to select that jury. You, the defendant, with your counsel, would have a jury pool brought in, and you start questioning them. What is your background? What do you do for a living? And stuff like that. So you could pick somebody who's going to be fair to you, right? That process is called the voir dire process. It could take days. It could take weeks. And a lot of these people you could remove just for cause. You remove somebody for cause. I take a look at you, and I say, okay, I don't want, for example, Sully, I don't want him in my jury, right? And I have him kicked out. And until you pick out, say, 12 people who are going to be fair to you, or 11 people, or whatever the case may be, maybe 7 in Florida. So that is totally different now. It will be absurd for a defendant who's a Christian, for example, like me, for me to have to question the jury and somebody says a Muslim and I live in my jury. I will not do that. Nobody will do that. And I would suspect it's probably the same way, the other way around, but that's just being nice. I don't think if I'm a Muslim and I want a Christian to judge me, because it's going to be fair. So in Nigeria, to have Nnamdi Kanu go through a court trial where he has to have a judge. Not only that, he has to have a Muslim judge. Now in Nigeria, most Muslims in Nigeria who are judges never saw the 4 walls of a law school. The Sharia, they memorize their Quran, and that's how they become judges. So you cannot say Nnamdi Kanu had a fair trial or to equate it with what we have here. It's totally disgusting for somebody to suggest that. Right, Rudolph, now you play that role of where you don't make a call. What I just told you right now, you're in New York.
What you just said, hold on, Pansa, what you just said now is totally wrong. It's not, you can't become a judge in Nigeria without going to law school, but I don't have to.
That's not what I said. Hold on.
You said that Sharia judges.
No, but wait a minute. What the call I want you to make, what I said about the United States and its jurisprudence and the jury system, the voir dire process.
No, you're right about US.
Hold on, because what you did was to pick out something out of what I said, but you didn't want to acknowledge that for education purposes. It's important for Nigerians to know that you cannot have justice, you cannot have the defendant have due process if you don't have, for example, a fair trial, a judge.
So Pansat, hold on. Yeah. There's several things you said that are totally.
Well, let's go at it.
So one of them is.
I also want to go at it also, please.
Yeah. But let me just, because we don't want to derail, and that's why I wanted you to stick to the conversation.
No, I understand. Let's take a moment.
Okay, but let me just say this.
Okay.
I don't even know where to begin. First of all, the process of being a judge in Nigeria. You cannot be a judge in Nigeria without having gone through the law school. That's one. You're talking about jury trial, okay? And in America. What was crossing my mind as we were speaking was that Desiani Madeke got a jury trial in the UK. The question for us to ask is, why is it that the UK, where we copied our system, They have provisions for that, but we don't have provisions for that in Nigeria. It's not the fault of, it's the way it is in Nigeria. You're not going to say that because Nigeria, they don't have jury system, then you shouldn't be tried there. And again, the other thing you're talking about is you said Muslims. In America here, okay, in the system we have in America here, you can be on trial, you, Pansat. They are not going to ask the jurors and say, are you a Muslim or a Christian? They don't ask that question. From all I know, from all the people I know that went there, they are not going to say you're a Baptist. Because you're a Baptist, we're not going to have you as a member of part of the jury that will decide this case. It's not that way.
Let me correct you. Okay. There's several things. Virtually everything you say is wrong. Okay. Let me tell you now, Rudolph, nobody want to be nicer than me.
Yeah.
You are fair. We cherish people like you. Don't get me wrong. I'm tough on you sometimes here. We're tough on you. You need to be doing what you're doing here, which is you moderate all Nigerians and you're fair to all. But you do have one fault. You go overboard to compensate, right? If after everything I said, I try to bring the segment together by saying that your shows anecdote we have in common. Right, so that should be over now. We're now back to serious business.
No, we're not. Okay, you know what, Pansa, this is what we're going to do. Okay, I want to hear from everybody here on the Father's Day topic. When we are done, we get into any conversation you want to have.
Okay, fair. But can I respond to what you just said though before I pass it back to you? Right, you made some remarks that you said that some things I said are not true. So I'm saying to you that here in the United States, when you try to do the voir dire process, you can remove somebody for cause, right?
Yeah, but not because they are. You don't say because they are Christian or because they are Muslim.
Yes. Yeah, hold on. You said you don't know, right? Did you just say you don't know? You're guessing. But I'm telling you because I know. I'm in public, so anybody could call in, anybody could come in and challenge you. But I'm trying to tell you, if I'm a defendant, like you said, and somebody's name is Mohammed, right? Well, I may not say, are you a Muslim?
That's the point. That's the point I'm making. You can use that based on the name, or maybe the hair. It tied something on the hair. You can say,
let's just bring it down. Do you think it's justified
that what
that a Christian can remove some Muslim for cause? Is it just could I assume that a Muslim is not going to be fair to me? Remember the main point. Why I'm making this point is Nnamdi Kanu's fate in Nigeria. If Nnamdi Kanu went through a process, there's a noise here.
I think it's from Ovia. Ovia, your line is not good.
Yeah. So now I want you to be fair. You don't. If what I'm talking about is not true, then of course I told you the last time when it's true or false, you have to make the call, like you just tried to do now. If it's good or bad, that you have to leave that to everybody. If it's right or wrong, but true or false, make the call. I'm saying that if Nnamdi Kanu went through that process in that system where he did not have due process, it was a court trial. Now, what do they mean by court trial? It's when a judge is sitting there. It wasn't a jury trial. Even if it was a jury trial, it has to be a jury of his peers. These concepts, these doctrines mean something, right? It means something. You can't be here, Rudolph, in New York, and when you're addressing Nigerians who don't know, a lot of Nigerians don't know their ass from their mouth when it comes to their rights and democracy, jurisprudence, right? So what you do, which I had it out with Madam Precious the other day, because you cannot go and say, which is what you do, and I'm gonna end with this. You bring guests from Nigeria or just Nigerians who are in Nigeria who don't know half of what I know, and you say to them, hey, you're a guest, you're higher than me in the hierarchy. You know more than I do. I'm gonna respect you. But then when Pansa comes, because you've already said that guy is higher than you, knows more than you do, then I have to knock that guy down, because if I assume it mathematically, if he's higher than you, and then you try to be higher than me, then he's higher than me when it comes to true or false. So I cannot accept that. You're gonna have to educate via this medium. When you have somebody like, look, when I left Nigeria, I was the sharpest guy that could come out from anywhere. I came down here, I didn't know anything. A bomb will be smarter than you. But why? Because of the environment. It's not genetic, right? If you're sitting in Nigeria where you have jurors, I mean, you don't have a jury trial. You don't. Who's going to raise that issue? who's going to tell people to be, let's say he wins. We have to reform the judiciary. We have to have jurors because Nigeria is a multifaceted country. You can't have a Yoruba sitting trying a Nigerian, an Igbo man. He's not going to be fair. 99%, maybe 100% of the times.
Pansat, so, thank you.
That's the issue.
No, don't let Pansat go. I still have to challenge him, please. Thank you.
Let him give me.
All right. Let's go with your Christianity. First of all, you said it's not about polygamy. Please, can you show me where in the Bible? Because me, I've read the Bible more than 3 times. I was forced to. So you can't lie to me. Where in the Bible did they say that you should not practice polygamy in your Bible? All
right. The way the Bible, when you look at the Bible, okay, you have what called the Old Testament.
Where exactly?
No, hold on. Mute him while I'm answering his question. In the Bible, you have the Old Testament when God was dealing directly with human beings. God will appear, he will give commandments. He has the 10 commandments, and he will deal with you, and you have your culture and all that stuff. God was dealing with human beings. Then in the New Testament, the Lord Jesus Christ came here, and that's God in human form. When he came down here, died for our sins, he narrowed those 10 commandments to 2, right? You have to love thyself like thy neighbor, right? You understand? You have to love God, your Savior, confess your sins, believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, so you'll be saved. That's it. So it changed. It's no longer. It's now a thing of love. It's no longer a thing of you trying to merit your salvation. You can't. So you have to go through the Lord Jesus Christ. So now, when it comes to the New Testament, now you don't read the Bible the way you're reading it. It's not a textbook. It's not a literature. Right? You have to have the component that the Holy Spirit has to guide you through it. Right? The Lord is going to talk to you.
Hold on. Pansat, just 1 minute. The question is, where is polygamy in the Bible? Where did they say that polygamy is illegal in the Bible? That's what he asked you. You went on another tangent. Please, we have to move back to the conversation we're having, and you can come back. Please.
Let me just put. So when you say you love your neighbor as yourself, when you are going on this tirade, when you insult Fulani people or you insult Yoruba people, are they not your neighbors also? Or in the Bible, there's an exception that you can insult the Yoruba and the Fulani, and the rest, is love your neighbor as yourself.
Okay. Neighborhood in the Bible is not done by proximity, who's next to you, right? The Fulani, they're not my neighbor. They're not my neighbor. Okay? They are absolutely not my neighbor. South Africans are my neighbor. Right? Even though they commit all kinds of aggression towards our people, you have to understand something. Your neighbor doesn't mean somebody who lives next to you. You're my neighbor. Everyone on this platform, they're my neighbor. Now, if you don't love the Lord and you're evil, you go into a village, defenseless villages. See, hold on. Rodolphe wants us to address this in more serious.
I don't think you've read the Bible.
Hold on, let me say this, and then I'll pass it back to you. What I'm saying to you is this. I want you to listen to what I'm telling you. There is a difference between evil and doing a bad thing, or evil and committing a crime, right? Evil, there are 3 components to it.
No, okay. Pansat, no, we can't go there. So you have no answer. So hold on, James. Everybody hold on. Pansat,
the answer is chapter 3, verse 2.
No, hold on.
Excuse me, please.
Pansat, hold on, James. Hold on, James. Pansat has no answer to the question that Sully posed. We are going to get back to that, but let's finish with our conversation on Father's Day. Let me hear from other people. We heard from you, Pansat. You didn't share anything out from your father.
The answer is in 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2. That's all.
What is there?
Chapter 3, verse 2.
What is there?
A ministerial servant to be a husband of one wife. 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2.
Okay. All right. We'll get to that.
What does he get? What does he get for that?
For what? You didn't know that, Pansat. So
you don't know what I know.
The point is know that. So you shouldn't be talking about something you didn't know.
I'm not worried. But
Pansat, we'll get to that. I don't want to.
Somebody who is in a 99% Islamic country, Gambia. That's what James says. He just quoted the Bible for you, right?
Yeah.
And you hate it.
Please, First Timothy chapter 3 verse 2. This discussion is on Father's Day. First Timothy chapter 3 verse 2. That answers the question.
Amen.
Amen. Yes, please. Can we just, Rudolph?
Thank you,
please,
Pastor. Thank you so much. Let's go back to the conversation. Let me bring in Michael. Michael, welcome to the show. Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day. Thank you. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We survived.
All right. All right. Happy Father's Day to everybody, and happy Father's Day to those who are behind on the platform and to the rest of the world. Up goes Knicks. We won. We got a champion. All right. Yeah. What in fact, like you say, we want to share about our fathers, and this is a special moment to do that. And I appreciate that bringing this subject, because in the essence of the word is like the fathers, we have not been recognized in a lot of ways. So I've given much attention to the mothers or the women. So I appreciate you so much for giving this platform an opportunity to express our fathers and what they have contributed to our life, because whether we like it or not, our father have played a lot of influence in our life, especially those of us who are born over there and grew up over there and come over here. So my own little contribution I can make about my father was, he was, like everybody said, he was a loving father. He was a disciplinarian, and he was core to the truth of a Nigerian, because he believed in Nigerian unity. He believed in Nigerian improving itself, and because this man worked 36 years with the Nigerian Railway Corporations. So you guys, if you have family who does that, and this man has never taken a single thing from that corporation as far as something extra, even though he has the opportunity, like a lot of people have shared, he never did that. So he shows us a good example of what we follow. And I remember what he told me when I was living in that country. He said, remember who you are and do not tarnish your family name. So to that point, that has stick to me to today. Even with having my children here, I've make sure that, listen, you have a name to carry, and do not disappoint me, because your name is everything to you. People may not know your inside. All they see is your outside and your name. So therefore, carry that name with value and carry it with an exceptional understanding that you have something to show for it. Historically, you are the part of first generation of being American here. So that my children, because I'm grateful to God, like you today, everybody's celebrating. I got my kids around me. They call me. I have, God be to glory, because I have two individuals who are law enforcement. Now I'm like, yeah, because for you to be a law enforcement in a foreign land, you must have earned your understanding of the law. So I'm so grateful that we have a good father, and my father has given, even though sometimes when you look back, you want your father to do more, because for me as a young man growing up, all I want my fathers to do is give us that attention of education. But the man was much involved in his job, because my father will travel to Kaduna, Kafanchan, Enugu, Meduguri, all in there, because it was a man they called the railway traffic department. So he was involved in the movement of the railway. Any breakdown of railway in Nigeria in those days, my father was he was part of it. So he took the job to his this thing, because he was trained by the British. So he took his job seriously. So and that's the ethic of job responsibility. I think I'm grateful to that, and I love my father for that. And that's basically I want to share today. Thank you so much, Rudolph, for giving this opportunity, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael. Let's go to Obi. Welcome to the show. Happy Father's Day.
Sorry, Obi, hold on. Rudolph, We want to hear from forefather. Since he's the one who bears forefather, doesn't he have something to tell us about his name, forefather? Call him.
He will come. He's coming.
Wherever he is. Call him forefather. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, Rudolph, and members of the panel, and everyone listening and the comment section. If you have not liked the platform, please do like it now. It's very important. That's what I do first before I log on. It's key for support. Be that as it may, I talk from the point of being a father, and I've been fathered too. I'm on both sides. I have 3 kids now, and I learned a lot from my father. My father was a military man in the Nigerian Army. He's 6'2". So you could imagine that kind of, and I'm 5'9" at the time, So he was a big guy. So you could imagine the kind of disciplinarian he was with that kind of operation in height and in size, and as a military too. So in my house, you still listen to today, military zone keep off. It's still there in the front of the house where he built his house. He was from a polygamous home. In fact, I learned a lot because I was a fallout from that environment too. So the elder brother who lives in, those days they used to ship their first son to UK to go and study. They had another brother who was in the UK who went to study. He was a different mother anyway. So when he came back and drove everybody away from his father's house. You could imagine a young man in his 30s had to quickly rush and build a house. He built a house, he rushed it as he built a house in like 1-2 weeks. And took all his mother's children to that house. There were like 4 of them. Everybody came to the house there, and grew up in the house. Do you know I grew up with my cousin thinking that they were my father's kids? And I thought my auntie was one of the wives in the house. Never knew they were auntie until we grew up to understand that, this one Popsi's sister, this one my cousin, That was how it was, in my family when we grew up. Everybody in the area still think that we are all his kids. Because somehow we look alike, somehow a cousin will look more like him than even me that is his son. So he gathered everybody those days. You could imagine you keeping your siblings in the same roof with you, with kids. Some of them, in fact, 2 of them that I knew had children. One had 5, the other one had about 4 then before he passed and all that. So that was the environment where I grew. He was this man that because of family, he couldn't do more. He couldn't build more houses, couldn't do more because he had to take care of everybody, plus his mother in the house. That was how I grew up. And at the end of the day, everybody now begin to grow matured and leave the house, go to university, like that and like that, Old man gave me a training that nowhere I would be to in this world that I cannot survive. It's not possible. If you could imagine that he will leave the house, for example. There was a day he left the house, he will pack his baggage like he's traveling for like some few weeks and he won't be back. He will come back that same day. And I want to see whether you are at your spot. He wants to see whether you have jumped out to play ball necessarily, or whether you have done your assignment, or whether you have done whatever. I said, but Papa, you said you were traveling now. He packed his bag, he entered the car and drove off and will come back that same day. It's not as if the trip was cancelled. He did it just to observe you guys, what you do behind him. And that was how he caught us on our way. Everybody was alert. Now your papa go hunt for gate. If you don't open gate in 1-2 minutes, you know what it is. He then no horn and it takes you many minutes to come and get to the gate. You dare not. In fact, he has a horn signal that he horn afar off that you open the gate. He doesn't stop at the gate. He don't drive straight. That was how much training he gave to us. He was up to the task of fathering us, even while he gave birth to multiple women. Anyway, we were like 5 women. My mother was 3rd, and I am the 4th child. My mother had 2 for him. So he was a big player, a military man. What do you expect? And there was something he did that was particular to me that touched me. He smokes and drinks. He called everybody, tell me that I don't want to see you hold cigarettes. And I asked him, Papa, why now? He said, I'm only doing this because I advertised cigarettes when I was growing up. And I had to display it. I had to learn how to smoke. I had to do this because of job, because of work. And I became addicted. But if I see you smoke, it's an error. That was what he told us. And I said, but why didn't you stop? He just said it's a behavior that probably with time. And today he has stopped anyway. He's still alive. He's 83. this year. This year I just went to his house in the morning. He didn't know I was back from the US. I made sure I targeted my trip towards his birthday, and I just opened the cake with my family, and we all got there. We celebrated with him, and he was so happy. I said that is the little we can do after we have, be able to fix the home and all that we have done for him. Those training we have trained us made us so strong. It made us look like sometimes old man when we are home, he would just leave the house and we'll come back in a week. I want to see how you survive. You think he's punishing you or what? He said he was training us. That was what he could give us so that when the situation becomes difficult for you, you manipulate, you will resolve it, you will see how you sort yourself out. And everybody will survive. And he will tell you, okay, for doing that, take this gift, and bless everybody. He said he was training us. That was what he said. It was not punishment. He wanted to know whether he could survive without him around in the situation. But we survived it, and that is why when I went to Benue to search, I was by myself. At the end of the day, I became a star as a copper. Anywhere I go to, even in America here, when I came to America, in 5 years, I already bought a house in America, But anywhere I am, I'm able to survive because he gave us the word without to so that nobody owns you. Anybody you beat to take the possession. And if you to look at Benin that anywhere can do this sell. Anywhere Benin man goes to, he's always taking possession of that environment. That was how he trained us. It was so typical about the main child, because of the inheritance thing that family put on. So my elder brother is in Spain. He's a great guy, He actually, it trickled down from him, who was the eldest child and the eldest son. At the end of the day, life has been that way. And he also told me something. He said, when you get to a town, and you see a beautiful woman, very angelic woman, KJ, you know what I'm talking about? A woman that is socious. And you are rushing to go and, ask the woman. He said, calm down. He said, don't think that you are a star or the woman was waiting for you. No, he said, it's two things. If you have a beautiful woman in an environment you just came to, he said, does not have a husband. He said, that is a witch or is an harlot. So you should ask very well before you start jumping in. Don't jump in because you see that it was not waiting for you. In other words, don't be thinking that you are a star and you think that situation just was waiting for you and you now became a star. Say, no, don't rush. You see, if a woman is beautiful, angelic, he was not waiting for you. They had no husband and he has he's not married and he's just there, fine, beautiful and angelic. He said, no, he said that is a witch or there's something going on with her. Ask question very well before you jump in, or else you're going to, regret it. That it's always significant to life. That when you get to watch your environment, be careful that you don't take advantage because you think that, you are a Superman. Say, no, there's nothing like that. You have to be careful. So these life lessons were coming because I grew up particularly staying with him. So he passed it on to us subconsciously and consciously too. That is why today I'm like a preferred child, or probably one of his first child he would mention in his mouth as very close to him, because I lived with him all my life before I left for university or for college and probably make my way to United States. It's been a wonderful time. And the kids I'm also bringing up, trying to pass it on to them, that as much as possible, you must be independent. It trains you to be strong. It's not that daddy is punishing you or whatever. No, it's innate in us that all these things that you call birthday, I hear it after I got married. What's birthday? Everybody just move on. We all just do our thing and we're driving out and making life as much as we can in the primitive way where we also grow up from. And that is how Father's Day has been for me. Today I called him and we spoke. Of course, he will get a Father's Day gift, So it was that nice and beautiful. Thank you. Happy to be a father and to be fathered too.
Thank you so much, LB. Thank you. It's so wonderful. Really, I think this conversation, I'm really enjoying it. I think that we forget that we are products. All of us are products of our environment. To actually understand who you are, why you have the opinion you have, why you are the way you are, you have to understand the story behind the man. So that's what I'm hearing. I'm beginning to piece together in terms of why we are the way we are. So, Tony, welcome to the show. Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day to you, Dr. Damages. Happy Father's Day to everyone on the platform and those who are listening. Yes,
I don't know much about my dad because he passed when I was about 8 years old. As you know, he was killed in the Nigerian Civil War, the pogrom in Asaba. But as a kid, there are memories of him that I remember. First of all, my dad came from a very polygamous home. My grandfather married 3 wives. My dad's mother, that's my paternal grandmother, was the last, was the third. And she had 12 kids. All of them died except my dad and the sister. My dad was the last. In between, they kept dying and dying and dying. My dad was the last and the only son of my grandma, my paternal grandma. So for her, it was his son was very special to him. If you didn't have a son, in those times it was troubling. So when he eventually had my dad and he didn't go, they gave marks. My father had facial marks because it was thought traditionally that could stop him from dying. But the thing is that his brothers were by far older than him. Some of them had started working when he was born. And nobody cared really for him. My grandfather died young. And so every wife had to take care of her kids. And that's the situation with my grandmother. I took care of his son. The only daughter was married out early. But that experience, had very deep impressions with my dad because he had to struggle. First started as a teacher after going through school, went to the West African Frontier Force, and then became one of the pioneers of the PNT, which metamorphosed to Minister of Communications and Post and Telegrams. Became a Minister of Communications, and then later on was bundled to NIPOST, NITEL, and so on and so forth. And my dad rose rapidly. Very intelligent. He writes English, and you think that this guy is the PhD holder. He was the secretary of Asaba Union then, which comprises the entire Anioma, what constitutes the Anioma area today. One thing that I learned from my dad was that because of the experiences that he had growing up, he decided, and this is my mom telling us, he decided that God willing, his kids will not suffer. He was going to do everything for his kids. And he really, for the much I know, my dad likes to dress well. That's one of the things. He likes good things, big things, And so for his kids, I have pictures that we took when we were, kids. We really were well dressed up, suits, agbada, and danshiki, and rings here and there, we were good. He treated us good. And he had a very good upward mobility in terms of his career. Very early, he moved up very, very, very fast. I can remember his first car, which was a SIM car, British car, LA841. I remember his first house. All he did that because he was somewhat in a hurry. Maybe he knew he was not going to stay to take care of his kids, but he laid down almost everything for us. In 1959, for instance, he built his first house. It was an 8-bedroom apartment, big, on a very large expanse of land. And then followed up in 1963 with another one. They knew him very well in the village. The things about my dad was that our house was like a beehive of activity for people all around. He fixed people in jobs. He took care of people, helped some go abroad. He did, in those days, once you are fortunate to be up there, you became the father for so many people. So my dad did that, maybe because of his background, the experiences that he had, he knew what it meant to suffer. I mean, to go through pain, to struggle. And so anybody who had that, and I benefited because I remember one of the town meetings that I attended many years back. And they were asking me, I was coming there for the first time, they were asking me to introduce myself, and I did introduce myself. And one man there started crying. I didn't know why. And later on, when the meeting finished, he told me he knew my dad. My dad was one of those, employed him. And he said so many nice things about my dad. So that's one thing that I probably took from my dad. If I had two shoes, and I'm not trying to be modest, if I had two shoes and I saw someone who wanted it too, I'll give it out. I'll give it out. How am I going to replace it? I don't know. And that's what my daddy was doing. And then my daddy kept records.
Tony, I need one kidney. I know that you get two.
My daddy kept records. You go to his library, you have the history of everything about him, his life, his children, when they were born, how he rose. Everything was documented. In fact, when we had a land dispute, my daddy's first property, and some people were trying to encroach on the land, part of the land, because in those days you live 6 feet from your property, so that the night soil person would have a place to go around. So my daddy left all around, and so we thought that was our land, so we need to take it. So when we're pulling down the fence, someone came to say, "No, it's my land, it's mine." So we went to the diary, and it was evident. They couldn't dispute it. So my daddy kept records, and that's part of one of the things that I like. It's good to keep records because they're old. Everybody would see that no, this thing is something that was written many years ago, and it will be difficult to fault. That's one. Two, my daddy believed in planning and organizing his life. My mommy told my wife a story once that she was walking. She wasn't. They will be laughing at her. They say she doesn't behave like the wife of a senior civil servant. In those days they have a senior civil servant and all that kind of. She wouldn't go to their meetings and so on. She's always walking and so on and so forth. Because my daddy decided that my mom, who was the teacher, should stop. And just see the children grow up. And then your salary was okay to take care of your family. So my mom was at home, and then you had people coming in and going out and so on. So my mommy was really working, and she was telling my wife that she thought that this man was deliberately making life difficult for her. But everything that now that the man is gone, he knew if he hadn't built the house as early as he did, where was she going to stay when the man was killed? Where would she stay with five kids? And then, of course, the people, relations, and so on who came. Well, it was a big house, who came to stay with us. Even as difficult as things were, we had people staying. My mother took over, became the breadwinner of the family. But my daddy didn't see us. His second house, he didn't finish. Was supposed to be a retirement home. It was the Ambry 7th Brigade in my town in Asaba. He didn't know that he wasn't going to finish it anyway. But he moved so fast, and but for him, maybe if he didn't do the things that he did, who knows? Maybe life would have been much more difficult when we lost him. My mom continued, and thank God we're where we are today by the grace of God and through the efforts. It looks like she caught the vision, and so she continued the way the man, because she told us this story, the way the man, had proposed. Eventually, he became all his elder brothers who had started work before him. They looked to him. He was training some in school, he sent some abroad, and so on and so forth. So he did he lived at just about 50 years, and within that 50 years, he achieved quite a lot. When I look back, I thank God for. He never would beat anybody, because I think he also was looking at his past. He would just look at you. I was very stubborn. I remember that every time they call my dad, because he worked in PNT, he had some benefits. We had phone in the house. Even down in the village where I come from, country home, we had the phone. So every time I went to Lady Luck, Yaba, Lagos, Lady Luck Nursery Primary School, it was then a mission-run school, very, very good school. So every time they would call him, nearly every day they would call him, and I had injured myself. I was very rough. I was very, very rough. So they would put ice block on my head, and they would phone him, and then he would come. He just look at me or just shake his head. Never once beat any one of us. He would not do that. I was the most stubborn, but he would never touch me. But the way he would look at you when you go wrong, it was better that you were, giving some strokes of the pen, but the values, he was also very, very honest, very, very honest. In those days, you had these textbook workers, they follow the book, they don't bend it. And he was one of them. He would say it the way it is. And some of us, inherited part of that. I know that in one of the jobs, before I started my business, I was sacked because I was insisting on propriety and professionalism. And I was sacked, and I was unbending. I said, if it was a difficult time for me, because my wife had a baby and had stopped her from working, so I was taking care, and it was bad for us that period. Even when they put pressure on me to go and beg and go and say, no, I'm not begging. This is principle. I'm not begging, because I knew I was right, and I was ready to take whatever comes out of it. And God made a way, because those who knew me, the people who gave me offices, there were those who say, if I need anything, come to them. Quarters from where I didn't expect. In fact, there's a son, a young son then, I won't mention his name, from Delta State, who we had worked for. He just said, if you need anything, come to me. Because he came to the office and he didn't see me. And they told him, I was hurt and so on. So he called me and said, Anthony, I got to your office and I understand they are no longer there, and they told me what happened. My doors are open to you anytime, any day, anything you want to call me. So it pays. And those are some of the things that I learned from my dad, and those things are becoming very rare now because people don't want to speak the truth. Sometimes circumstances compel you not to, because if you do, you pay for it. But I think that even when it comes to paying for it, so long as you know you're speaking the truth, you should go in for it, because that's the way to go. Nigeria is the way it is today, because we see the truth, we don't want to say it, and then we're afraid that if we say it, then there'll be penalty. Either way, there's penalty. You tell the truth, there's penalty. You lie, there's penalty. So why not tell the truth because the truth will set you free. So those are some of my recollections about my dad. Fantastic man, good guy, tall, and I wish he stayed much longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony, for sharing. Most of you may not know what this means. I really appreciate those that shared their experiences. You can see we have a common thread. If you think about it, most people on this platform. And the question really is, what happened? What is the kind of men that we became? Did the society change us? Are we worried about our children, what the world is turning into? How is the modern family structured? I don't know, most people here, whether are we conservative Are we liberal? What are we envisaging will be the outlook when we are grandfathers, when we are old, next 20 years? How will people, our children, our grandchildren, what are they going to encounter? Now we talk about toxic masculinity. You hear that's being thrown around. You hear conservative views, people who are interested in going back to the way it was. You hear people, feminists. How are we dealing with that? Why are we looking at the world today and the structure that is in place? Because even the way we approach things is a factor of how we grew up, what we were taught, what the people who brought us up, what they went through. You know, some of you, I think in most families now, everybody, if you go back maybe one generation behind, you see that there's polygamy there. Is that a factor in how we behave as men in today's world? Some people decided that I don't want anything to do with that because of what I went through. Some people, you know, so these are real factors, and these are subjects that we don't tend to have time to discuss because I think we're also running away from what we may find out. Mr. James, you wanted to say something?
Yes. How sincere are we in these confessions we are making? Why is it that no one is saying anything or emphasizing any character of our fathers we will not like people to emulate? We only talk about the good sides. Why can't we also talk about the other side of the coin? Can anybody please answer the question?
Yeah, okay, very good, Mr. James. I think you also touched on, some people touched on that already. Like, for instance, Sho talked about the father having with women, you know.
Yes.
There are some people who have mentioned that, but it's a good point also.
Yeah.
KJ, go ahead.
Having women is not the issue. You can marry more than one wife. It's not a crime. But I think I was reading somewhere on the comment section, somebody called Skido. It might be a Benin man. Skido. I can remember that name when I was a little boy. He said, Anini's son should come and give something like evidence about his father or something like that. If Anini's son were to be here, testifying about his father's character, will he also speak the way we are speaking now? You see, one thing is this: we should stop deceiving ourselves. If we are saying good things about our father, that is good, but we should also emphasize the evil thing, because most of the atrocities committed in this country called Nigeria, they were committed, or they are being committed by the men, not necessarily the women. Although I'm not exonerating the women, the men are more guilty than the women. So why is it that we are not talking about the bad sides? It's only the good sides we're talking about.
Mr. James, I appreciate that question.
Another observation here.
I also want to say that majority of the times house stories are told.
KJ, sorry.
Oh. Let him finish now. Let him finish, then you can speak. Go ahead.
Unless what you want to say is in connection with what I want to answer. Okay, so majority of the time when you are called to tell a story, you don't start from the best part of the story. You tell the part that you think what you learned, and then eventually you bring in some of the things that didn't work very well. And as an Igbo man, I've said that many times that for me, I don't know about, well, I can say with confidence, for most Igbo families, their parents tell them where they failed. I said that part of it here. Now, my father's, you know, when I became a man, told me part of what he felt. For instance, he wanted to do trade. My father lived in Ogidi for long, very long, Idemili local government. And he told me, he was the first person who told me how snakes come into people's rooms. And, you know.
They are not snakes. They are not snakes.
They are what?
Python.
Okay.
Don't call it snake.
Python is not a snake.
No. They are messengers of the God. Don't. You're making me shake here by calling it snake. No. I'm from Idemili, so we don't call it snake.
I'm sorry to say that. If they're not snake, so there are certain gods that go in form of snakes, you know, in those places. He was the one who told me, and he told me that why he left the trade, you see, was that, you know, they use, you know, kind of charm to do their trade and all that. So he tried doing it, okay, but it never worked for him. And then he asked his parents, you know, why didn't it work for him? He said, oh, our lineage do not get into voodoos or charms, Okay, so if you do it, it will not work for you. Okay, that's one. He also told me, one of the things that I think when he was telling me his story, that I heard him personally, I heard him for a long time in content, was that he allowed his uncles to influence him too many times. He allowed his brothers. There's one, his last brother he loved so much. That one destroyed almost everything that he owned. And after the war, that one was responsible for making him even poorer, because everything that he owned, that one filtered it away and eventually got into a very serious case. And I will say it here, the guy had gone to a prostitute house, and a prostitute came to sleep over in his house, and in the course of the night died. Okay, so the family of the prostitute woman said it was his younger brother that killed him. I'm telling you stories that affected my family greatly. And so my father asked his younger brother, because at this point, those days when they were court martial and all those things, it was a serious issue because the British was still running the system. And so he asked his brother confessed that in all honesty, he never did anything that was wrong, that the lady just died a natural cause. So he took the body, they took the body and did whatever post-mortem, and it came out that it was natural cause. But the family, because the family was very rich, the family of the woman, they decided to make sure that that case doesn't go that way as the first court has ruled. And so they appealed and cross-appealed and appealed until everything my father owned went into that case. Okay? Because he was supposed to have been hanged, but eventually when the case went up and up to the final point where it was judged, he was given 7 years imprisonment. Now, why do I say that? He gave too much to the external family, just like Sho said. I said most of what Sho said is almost applicable to all of us whose parents worked closely with the British and who had some form of British training. They are more straightforward. Not that I'm not saying my father was, didn't have any fault as a human being, but they are more straight to tell you the truth. Now, that was one. Secondly, because my family is a large one, like I said earlier, we don't agree to take the titles from our village, okay? But we owned substantial part of the village. And so everything he gave, land and all, everybody he allowed them to have it without anything. In fact, he allow you to, as long as you are building, he will allow you to have it. And so his brothers influenced too many of the decisions that led to his being whatever he eventually became. And we learned from that, because eventually the lesson we learned is that, yes, much as you want to help people, and that which is what I still do today, I don't bring you into my home. I try to help you from a distance, no matter what it is, because that way you don't have any reason to influence my day-to-day running of my family, or to know that my wife doesn't know how to cook a egusi soup that become a problem for me. So, but if you learn how to deal with your members of your family and immediate family and the rest, you probably have a better society. As for whether Nigeria was, what has influenced Nigerian society right now, you all know that when we were in primary school, Nigeria was not this way. There was very little corruption. In fact, those who are corrupt, I'll give an example. I was friends with the friends of the children of the former governor of Benue State, Apeyaku. And what brought Apeyaku to limelight was because he wrote a petition against corruption. It wasn't because he was anything. He was just a teacher, okay? But when he took up to write the corruption case of what's his name, police commissioner J.D. Gonwo, that was what brought him, shot him into limelight of Nigerian politics. What about Dabo? If you know the guy called Dabo, what brought Dabo to limelight? It's because these people were after writing against people who were corrupt in the system, and those systems would pick out these people and punish them for it. But now, when we talk about corruption, people celebrate it. They celebrate those who are corrupt. As long as you can look at what people are jumping up and celebrating, what the nonsense Wike is doing in the FCT. Are they not celebrating it? Have anybody protested about it? So, but that the time we're talking about, and I'm not talking about when Nnamdi Azikiwe was a small boy. Okay, I'm talking about in the 80s. Here, you could be able to say this person is corrupt, and the system will check you, and as much as possible prosecute you. So it's not that every member of Nigerian society was corrupt. There were corrupt politicians, yes, but when they are found out, the system checks them. That's what I'm trying to say, Mr. James. We cannot pride our fathers to have done the best because Nigeria didn't become Dubai. But we are saying that at that time, if you are found out, you are summarily dealt with and even dismissed from the system. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let me
second Mr. James' observation. You know, I think outside me and him, who our papa and our local champion, everybody else seems to either work in power or very close to power. But most importantly, they are the first beneficiary of the Nigerian state by form of education. In other words, the Nigerian state put them in a position whereby they could educate their kids outside, which is UNA at this point. But the funniest thing is that I think the goal was to educate you people and go back and work for the country. But for some reason, all of them seems to be outside. I think that's what you guys have in common. Everybody that talked about that his father was close to power or related to power, for some reason, benefited immensely for the Nigerian state and giving it to outside countries. So I don't know if anybody observed that.
So thank you, Ovie. Let me just say this. At the beginning of the show, I showed a picture of my father. I'm showing it again because of what Ovie said. I don't know. It's not the same for everybody. My father was the first person in my kindred that went to school. I've written about this story. It hasn't been published. It's in my memoir, yet to be published. His father, my grandfather, who is here, this is a picture of my grandfather. It's the only picture of the man that we have. And the person holding the picture is my aunt. My grandfather went to fight for the British during the Second World War. He was going to go to Burma, but he ended up in Cameroon and the war ended. So he came back home. So when he came back home, he had discharge certificates. He became a veteran, but he didn't go to school. He didn't understand what it meant. And somebody from our hometown came and took that paper from him and used it to collect his benefits. When he found out what happened,
oh no,
he swore that his children must go to school. That he said this how he said it, that he was blind at that point. It means that he was old, he can't go and start learning how to read and write. But that his kids must all go to school. So he sent his kids to school. Even though he wasn't a Christian, his children had to convert. So they went to my father was the first child. He went to the school called Salvation Army School. From that school, he went to a central school where he could go to Standard 6. And that was how he finished Standard 6. He was smart enough. It sent him to teachers training school. And he went there. From there, he continued until he went to the University of Nigeria. He was the first, not the first set of the students, but he was at the University of Nigeria and Soka when the war started. So he came back home. So it's not that it's not everybody that had the kind of this jump that Ovie was referring to. My father became a teacher and was a teacher until he retired.
No, I'm saying that you guys are better educated, but for some reason that education is the Nigerian state is not benefiting from it. Just by all of everybody there, all of them are there.
Mr. The point I'm making is this. Take me for example. I hardly forget and I hardly forgive. If my daughter is aware that that is my character, it is her duty to tell people that my father hardly forgives those who wrong him. I don't retaliate, but I hardly forgive. It's a question of saying, let's forgive and forget. No, I keep it in mind till I enter my grave, but I will not retaliate. Because in the course of retaliating, I might foul the law, and I will bear the consequence of fouling the law. That's what I'm talking about. If the son of Anani can come and say, my father was a thief, then I would believe him. Because you see, I'm raising this issue because by nature, man is very, very hypocritical. We always talk about good things. The horribly bad things our fathers did, we don't like to mention it. We only talk about the good things, how they are philanthropists, how they spend money, and so.
Okay,
I mean,
James, let me help you. Let me help you. Okay, James, let me help you. So what you are talking about is what we deal with when we talk about biographies, when people write their biographies, or when people write their own, it's autobiography. When people write the one of their father or their relations, they are writing the biography. So that's something we deal with. So that ties to what I want to say, which may be my own lesson for. So when my father passed away, before he passed away, I started encouraging him to write his biography, his life story. I will be bribing him with money. I will say, I will give you money and write it. But he was old that time. He was very, very, not too old. He was in his 70s, but he was sick and not very healthy. But he didn't do a lot. But he wrote. This is the hard copy of his handwritten.
No, that's not what I mean. No.
So hold on. Let me finish, James.
I'm sorry. I'm not too good at it. The issue is this. For example, I failed the West African School Certificate examination when I first attempted it. When I'm writing my biography, I should put it there black and white that I failed. It's the second attempt that I made the division 1. But when people are writing their biography, particularly the Civil War stories, they embellish it with horrible lies to the extent that you cannot even use their writings as history, references in history, lessons. This is the point I'm making. We should learn to be, to be truthful. That's just it. We are
just like Gowon, right? Just like Gowon,
exactly. Right? Gowon, if you listen
all right. So James, you can't force people to write what they don't want to write. Especially if it's autobiography. So this is how it's described. They say that
just making an observation.
They say that autobiography is when people dress up to go to church. When you see people in church, that's not how they dress every day. So books written by people, they decide what to write. Sometimes it's a difficult thing. I've written my memoir. I know the challenge. There are certain things you don't want to say when the people who are involved are still alive. I gave a chapter of my memoir to a friend of mine to read. He was with me in college at Akure. He said, that's not how it happened. So sometimes remembrance is different. The way you remember what happened today, 20 years from now, will be different from the way I remember it. So there are technical issues. There are real issues. But you are right about honesty. But you can't force people. Go and read Obama's biography, autobiography. Go and memoir. Go and read Clinton's memoir. You decide what to present to the world. Nobody can force you to put what you don't want to put out there. That's why the best books about people are not the ones they wrote about themselves. It's ones that people write unauthorized. So there are some biographies you see. This is unauthorized biography of Churchill. That means that the family of Churchill did not approve what is there. The person went out, talked to people who knew Churchill, look at books people wrote, look at files, and wrote a book. Those are the better books, not the ones that the family or the person you are writing about will have to approve before it's published.
If I write my own autobiography, and I mention that I'm from a broken home. Actually, I'm from a broken home. I didn't like the way my father treated my mother. I'm from a broken home. If I put it in my autobiography, how will you see it?
Okay, now James, let me tell you. Those are the ones that are selling. If you want to think about it, what's happening in memoir and biographies now? People who are honest, they tend to sell more than people who painted a good picture of themselves. So if you approach a publisher now and say you want to publish a biography or a memoir, they will press you to give people something they learn from. And it's not just about good things. It's also about bad things that happen to you.
Yes,
what did you learn from it?
Right now, we're not saying any bad thing.
But it's up to anybody to tell you what they want to share. You have to understand it's not easy.
How do we build a nation?
No, it's not about, we're not building a nation here. We are talking about our fathers. James.
No, truth is relative. Truth is relative.
Yeah,
How can we build a nation without telling the truth?
Yeah, you are right, James. But we're still talking about our fathers on Father's Day.
How do you know somebody else's truth anyway?
What is the truth anyway?
All right. So let me finish. I'm trying to get into something, okay? I know for those who still have their fathers that are alive and they are watching, I will encourage you to encourage them to write if they can write. If they cannot write, you can make out time to interview them, record it, or even send somebody to interview them. It's very important. These stories.
Okay, can I say something too?
Hold on, let me finish now.
Hold on, very short. We are 111 right now. We only have about 9 likes. That is not fair. Please, let's at least make it 50. So if you have not liked it before, please go back to your whatever medium you're using, whether it's YouTube or Iroko TV. Please like the broadcast so that our number can increase. When you do like it, it will be exposed to more people. Do us a favor. We're not charging any money. Do us a favor to just go back and like so that we all can enjoy. Thank you so much. Rudolph, over to you.
All right, thank you, KJ. That's very important. So I don't do that enough, but I always thought that people will. Anyway, that's something I also learned from my father that wasn't good, which is self-promotion and be business wise. I'm not business. All right, so let me say this. It's very important to me. So I try to get my dad to write the story of his life, and he will write few copies, 2 pages, and send to me. I will get it and we will type it, and I keep pressing. But at the end, he wrote not enough, but we had something. This is one of the most cherished thing I have in my life. This is his handwritten story of his life. So when he passed away, I put it together in a book form, and it's called this book, Onye Nkuzi, The Early Life of Honorable Jesse Okonkwo, written by himself. You know the way if you go to funeral in Nigeria and people buy things and put pictures of the person that died and sovereign giving out to people, and what I took home was this book, about 200 copies of it. And the people I gave the book to were his contemporaries. You know, he was a teacher. And later on in life, he became a councillor, the local government. So his contemporaries, I gave it to them, and they appreciated that. And anybody that opened it, now my children got a chance to read it. So they are reading the story of their grandfather. It's written in first person. So when you're reading it, he's talking to you. He's telling you a story. So it's important to people in my family, and it will continue to be important. I wish I had something like this about my grandfather, who I didn't meet, I didn't know. I wish I have something that would tell me a story of his life, and it will continue. So that's something that we didn't do well as Africans in the past, because we didn't document things in a written form. You know, we tell the story and we carry on the story, and stories change when you tell it to different people over generations. So this idea of documenting, now we can do it on tape, videotape, audio, and record these conversations. It's very important for, not just for us. It's not even about me now. It's about people coming behind, you know, like next generation, 200 years from now, if there's still books, and it's in digital form too, there will be somebody that will say, okay, this person lived this period, this is his life story. So I encourage everybody who have people, it doesn't have to be just fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, uncles, people who have first-hand knowledge of not just about themselves, but about your environment, how you grew up, where you grew up, the people you look up to, the people that passed. It's very important. So that's just my message for today on Father's Day. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I hope somebody will do something with it. Thank you. All right. So one last question.
I'm talking about the main topic of the day, the crisis of masculinity.
Yeah. So that's not the main topic. There are so many angles we can take it to. I talked about looking forward, looking at feminism, because some men think that feminism is a threat to what their fathers had, what the world looked like, and looking at the children coming up now, how they see the world. How do you perceive that? Do you feel threatened? Are you worried about tomorrow? Especially those of us in the West, we that live outside Africa, where there is a change in structure. There's something. Igbo Basic, thank you so much for this message. We're talking about fathers, people that passed, or people who are living, and mothers and grandfathers. We should also be writing our stories, and that brings me back to Tony, who just wrote a book. Where is the book now? I tried to read it, Tony. I will still read it, but it wasn't your story. You still owe us your story. And like what you shared now today is very important that you document it. Even if look, let me tell you, even if your children are not interested in that story, your grandchildren might be, your great-grandchildren might be. And if you don't write it, nobody will write it. Nobody will write it. So it's very important that we also should be thinking about that. James,
yes,
we all have stories to tell.
The best way to also see it is that if you can every day encourage anybody that is alive, if make it tweet, if you cannot tweet, it should write. If you cannot write, it should vlog on daily basis.
You should just pick up your phone and record your voice. If you do it every day, 30 minutes once a month, 30 minutes once a week, by the end of the year you'll have a book. It's not a
that's how you live forever.
Dr. Damages, I have some documentation already that I have done, so but I also need to, there are a few things also I need to add, to it, before I write a book on my dad. But I have done quite a lot, and I have pictures also.
Okay, very good. The Pansat, too, someone like Pansat should write a story. I want to read the book of Pansat, who he is, and and why he is the way he is. I'm interested, and I'm
controversial Pansat.
I'm sure most people will be interested beyond just anybody. Every life is important. There's no way I didn't live the life of Mr. James. I didn't live the life of Akwachi, Prince Akwachi, and they have stories. So it's important that we document that, even if I don't get to read it. People 200 years from now, we want to know. There was one Prince Akwachi that lived in California, in San Diego. This is what happened to him. All right. One last thing before I bring it up.
Rudolph.
Yeah, Pansat.
Could I complete the statement you're making?
No, don't complete it. I want to.
I can't get a word in here when you are around. Why do you do that to me? That irritates me.
I know. I enjoy that too. I enjoy that. Pansat, hold on. Pansat, hold on. Let me hear Apache, because he's been in and out more than 3 times. I want to hear his Father's Day story. Prince Apache, happy Father's Day.
Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Damages, every other person they kept going off and on, especially with Mr. Pansat. Mr. Pansat, today is Father's Day. For the sake of father, please, can we just, we are not saying we should lick anybody's butt, but for the sake of fathers, just give us this opportunity. Keep politics away from, just keep it aside somehow, and let's have conversations about fathers. I was really enjoying the stories of KJ. Now understanding more, I can tell the way he behaves, especially when he tries to keep people 20 feet away, and the people he brings closer to him is the MAGA people. That's his main family. But I understand that. Okay, I get it.
Prince. Before you hold on, I think we have a delay with him. Look, Prince, look.
I can hear you.
I understand what you're saying. It's a reasonable thing for somebody to say. But unfortunately, this is the same thing I was going to tell Rudolph, so don't take it personally. Our country doesn't give us that opportunity It doesn't give kids the opportunity to grow up or pick and choose when to talk about fathers and then when to rescue our country. Once we achieve it, then we'll go, we'll relax and we'll be civilians, right? So I understand what you're saying, and you're a good soldier, so I'm not going to be harsh on you, but I'm trying to tell you that...
Passat, hold on. I'll have to stop you. Hold on. 3 years ago, you've been coming here for 3 years. And for 3 years, you've been trying to rescue the country. We're saying just for today, give us 3 hours before you go back to rescuing your country.
Yes, sir. I cannot do that.
Then excuse us.
I cannot excuse you either. You have to ask.
No, Pastor, wait.
Let me tell you.
Sorry, sir. Hold on.
Women decided to come today. They take it back.
Hold on, 1 minute. I will exit. I will exit. Give me 1 minute, then I will exit. Here's what I'm saying.
Just today, we don't want to hear. We want to listen to one another and know people one on one. Please, that's what we want to do today.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm going to exit, right? So you could have your phone. But remember, when I'm gone, you've got our kids in the forest in the hands of kidnappers. You got people who don't have something to eat. So what should I choose? Giving you a time to yab all day, talk about fathers, or rescue those kids? What is my choice? I don't have a choice.
The people who want to rescue them are fathers.
Now we now know those who have their background, who have their parents as a soldier.
I will excuse myself.
Hold on. The fathers will still put their life on the line to go and rescue those children. It is still fathers that will do it. It's not mothers. It's not brothers.
Please,
hold on, sir. Hold on. So I'm answering your question. I'm telling you why we have to discuss.
I am one of those people that made you have a show here. I
agree. Thank you. Right? You helped me have a show. So I agree.
All I'm saying, when I'm gone, which I'm going to be gone in 30 seconds, just continue. But remember, I'm not doing this so I can have enemies. I'm a lovable guy if everything is okay. So if I'll be here kicking and we'll be laughing all day. But we cannot do that. But having said that, let me excuse myself. Go ahead and have your fun. But if I'm upset, if I'm irritated, I'm going to jump right back in here. Thank you very much.
Hold on. Let me make my point. Let me make my point. You see, what we are talking about here, you may think is not important, but it's very important. Why is it important? Men are the ones who are altering the history of societies. Men are the ones that take the biggest risk anywhere in the world, be it in Africa or elsewhere. Now, the same
I disagree with you, but I'm not going to.
Hold on.
The
same history of yesterday.
Hold on. The same people who are in the forest now are going to be rescued by fathers, by men.
No,
some of them will come back alive.
Look, it shouldn't be like that.
Listen to me. Don't allow people to speak.
But you're wrong. You're wrong.
Some will not come back alive. It is still men. It's not going to be women. It is still men who walk into that danger zone. When they hold on.
When they kidnap them, they are being kidnapped by men.
You could see the firefighters. Go and watch that. You could see the firefighters running towards danger. They're not running away from it. These are men. That's why we're celebrating them today, whether you like it or not.
Let me say this to you. Here in the United States, right? We had not long ago a Secretary of State that was a woman, right? Hillary Rodham Clinton. It's a woman. He's one of the people that saved us in Africa by removing Gaddafi. Now, a lot of Nigerians, they come and say, they removed Gaddafi, but they ruined Libya, right? Because Nigerians don't have any sense. Gaddafi is a terrorist that's training people who would have taken over Nigeria, remove Christians from there. That's what he was doing. So what I'm saying to you is that you have men doing the job because of our society. They don't want to use women. Men and women are equal. Right? You're here, you know that the creed here is that all men and women are created equal. If you don't train these people to carry gun, women, they're not going to carry gun. If you train them, they're going to carry a gun. And they're going to defend themselves. Have you seen a mother, you go to a hen or a chicken that has a lot of little chicken, right? And try and mess with one of those chickens. Then you're going to see the hen is going to, the male, the cock is going to be running around like a cock, right? The mother hen will protect those kids. and we'll fight no matter what it is, even if it's an ego that's come down to pick it up. So I want you to take what we know, what we've seen. Oyibo came, they left their shores and came to us and borrowed a lot of things from us, learned a lot from us. They will call it Western, okay? Because they left, they're forever precluded from claiming anything. We come here, we see how societies are built. We have to build the society like human nature has made it that way. Women cannot. The statement you're making is correct. That
Pansat, you are a product of your generation. You see the reason like your generation. Times have changed.
All right. Hold on.
Is no longer...
Before we move away from this, Pansat, I just want to say that next year on Father's Day we are going to prepare. We are going to do a little bit more, just for that day. I would like to, us to prepare more and talk more about experiences being fathers, and maybe if it's possible, if we can get our children to come and tell us about their father. So I would like to see Pansat's kids come and tell us about Pansat. Maybe
I don't have kids. I have grown men. Right?
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter.
Some of my sons are older than KJ. So,
yeah, it doesn't matter. So, but they're still your children. We want to see tell us about you, because you may not know that we want to know. I'm serious about this. Yeah. It would be a good thing to see children come up here and tell us what about us.
Yeah. Okay. Final. KJ, pardon me. Final. Rudolph, what you're asking from Nigerians is not possible, right? We are under subjugation in our country. I'm telling you. But for the grace of God, there goes you in that forest. So you can't come to us and you want us to start talking folklore about what our dad did, right? Obviously, they didn't do that much. If our fathers did that much, we won't be here, right? So I'm telling you, there's no day off. We have to rescue our country. There's no day off. After that, we'll go party. Nigerians know how to party now. That you're looking for. I
agree with you on that one.
Are you worried that one of your kids will say that you didn't do much? Is that the worry you have now? That if they come here next year and they will say, "Oh, our father didn't do much. He was just playing guitar somewhere in California on the mountain." Instead of, is that what you're worried about?
They will say that anyway, right? They will say that anyway. They have no. This kids these days don't have respect. Look at Obiena. They have no respect. But you go on with the show. I'll be in the background and I will listen to the show. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Pansat.
Oh my God.
It's wonderful.
Hey, Madudu, people day.
All right. So it's my time now, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead, completely.
So basically, I love the show. It's kind of like making us understand very much about everybody, Now I will tell you the truth. I must confess. Today, Mr. James showed his character. Now I really knew where all these things is coming from. But it's not to judge anybody. It's okay and all that. So the little I know about my dad, he passed. If he was alive today, he would be about 101. Passed 35 years ago. I mean, I could have, he's somebody that I wish to have had him forever.
How many months old were you then? How many months old? How many days old?
If I'm in my 50s and he died 35 years ago, you know how old I am. So I'm in my mid 50s. So do the maths, okay? Do the maths and you get it. Yeah. So pretty much, he just like Mr. Tony, my dad was the first son of my paternal grandfather. Mostly his father was more of, those farming and fishing and all that kind of a thing. So he's the first son, and he is the only son among the three brothers that actually trained himself and ventured into, school. He loved school so much, but then, did his standard six, and before you knew it, got into these those years when they used to have all these white men, and he got into what was known as a PNT. He grew in rank to the extent that he got up to the chief. Then they don't call them engineer, they call them chief technician, the chief tech of, PNT. I think he retired in 19. If my memory will serve me right, he retired at about 1985-86. That he did retire at Enugu. One of the dynamic things I learned about my dad, he had friends, but selected friends. Very, very selected. I mean, he's friendly with everybody, but not everybody that he could go to their function or go to their house. No. He only had, at the time I knew him well, we were at Enugu, he only had 3 friends. And those are the 3 people that you can go to their, if he's not at home, that you can actually say, go to this person's house and you will see my dad there. And once, depending on who is looking for him or depending on what's going on, as soon as he sees you, he knows that he's been needed at home. I mean, I didn't really know much. I didn't really know truth be said, I didn't know the bad side of my dad. But one thing I know about him is he would not beat anybody. He would not put his hands on anybody. His way of dealing with us then is sitting you down. We always call it the red chair. You sit down there and you tell him you have to explain what you did and what you did not do. And then he will be the judge to, kind of like say something to you and all that. But he will not put his hands on you. That we don't love. We just don't like going to that red chair or being made to do that. Another thing I understand about him very much is he taught us that being a Christian doesn't mean that you have to go to a particular denomination or go to a particular church. No. My dad was an elder in a church, but this man sits down every Saturday with these Jehovah's Witnesses. They will come, they will sit with him and all that stuff. And they will tell him whatever they tell him, and he will tell them also his own research, his own, what he also understands by whatever they are saying. He wasn't conservative in the sense that, I mean, he's somebody who could give you whatever he has. Had his little view, I would say, per se, is that about marriage, it's not that he doesn't believe in polygamy, but not because he's against it. Why I said he doesn't believe in polygamy, there are opportunities that came by, of which in my place, there's something they said, when a relative dies, there's an opportunity for somebody in the family to cover the woman, the wife or whatever it is, and all that. He wouldn't do that. Instead, he passed it on to his junior brother, who actually, that one gained almost about extra 3 women or so. So that one was, we call that one Maradona. He flies anything that goes under the skirt. yeah, that one is ready to take it and all that stuff. He also believed in give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Not that he was, he doesn't believe in voodoo, but when it comes to tradition, hey, he will always encourage us to even go and witness whatever festival that is going on. He wants us to learn. He wants us to see. And he also talks about his own time growing up, things that he saw being done in the village and all that kind of a thing. He believes in truth, justice, and uprightness. That nobody will take away from him. And that's one of the things that I learned, though I will say I have my little, sometimes I might have my little, Western way of doing that, every one of us, especially when it comes to taxes. But my dad will always be upright, before these people will take all the money, So sometimes I kind of like twist things a little bit,
Prince, Trump is watching the show, and his people are watching the show. So the hint you just gave him, don't be surprised. Your governor is beginning to get the hint that Trump is watching everything. But go ahead.
Let him come and catch me now. That's his own business. I did it, and it's a personal thing. It's not, it's not about any other thing. It's a personal thing. So, for me, things that I try to put on to my kids is that I need my house. One is free, and we treat everyone with respect. I try to explain. Now, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, you can round.
Yeah. So I try to treat everybody as with respect and all that stuff. And the thing is this: I believe in justice. That's my lifestyle. It is what it is, and I just believe in freedom. I believe in in ability for people to do whatever they want to do, in as much as you just keep it to yourself and all that. That's me. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prince Akwachi. Everything we've been saying here made me remember an essay I wrote long ago called Eze Went to School. There's a book called Eze Goes to School. There are different variations of that. I think Ali went to school in the north. In Europe, I think it was Ayo went to school. And one day I was thinking about that. And I'm saying this because there's a question on the comment section that I just read. And I was thinking about that. Eze went to school, and then what? I was wondering what happened to Eze, the character in the book. What happened to him after he went to school? What happened to Ali after Ali went to school? What happened to Ayo after Ayo went to school? So they were supposed to take over the country, and I think someone else mentioned something like that. And
now you are making my point.
build it up. And the question was, what happened to? So I'm beginning to think that maybe, back to what James was raising, the issue of who are the children of the bad people in the country, who are the children of the people that did terrible things. Maybe what is going on is that, of course, I don't expect anybody to come and say my father was a thief, my father was Anini. Maybe the children of Anini, they are pastors now. It's possible. There's something I did a small, not professional, not scientific research, but I figured out that if you know someone like Showore, and someone like Chris Ngige, who was commissioner, minister, and governor of Anambra State, someone like Chris Uba, I tracked some children of teachers in prominent positions in Nigeria. And you find out that just like any other profession, they could either be good or bad, or children of pastors like Anglican pastors. People tend to think that children of pastors are always terrible, because after the restriction of growing up in the home of a pastor, when they get opportunity to be free, they go wild. That's the general thinking. But if you actually zero in and look at it, there may be one or two or those that behave that way, but most of them continue to follow the right paths. It's not in general that everybody will go that way. So I think part of the issue we have in Nigeria is that we don't do studies. We don't do studies where we can say scientifically this is what we can say. This percentage of people go this direction. So it's right what James is raising. Who are the children of these people who are messing up the country? Why is it that we are not hearing those stories? I'm not expecting anybody to come here and say my father killed 20 people in their family. My father is evil. It takes a lot. What we did here today is something that is not even recommended if you don't have a psychologist or somebody who can deal with emotional outbursts that could happen. It's sensitive. It's not something that's why I'm not forcing anybody to share any story. If you share a story you're comfortable with sharing, we appreciate that. It may be another 10 years. Some people will feel free to share some stories. They may not want to share now. So you're not going to meet somebody, a stranger, and start telling them the most intimate and the most personal story of your life. You tell them what you're comfortable with. If we continue to have this conversation, over time, people will remember some things and share more stories. So I appreciate everybody in terms of what they shared with us. I know it's not easy, and it's really a good start. But again, think about writing your story. You can start small. It doesn't mean it may take you 20 years. It doesn't mean you have to publish it in the next 10 years. But start writing things because you might forget them.
And if you don't know your story, run for politics.
All right.
You will know your background.
Oh yeah, that's what people say too. Mr. James, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, we are now living in what I read somewhere they describe as we're living in a post-truth era. That is the era we are living in now. Because if you read literature, if you go deep into literature, Roman literature, Greek literature in English, the days of William Shakespeare, Charles Dickens, Bernard Shaw, and Henry James in America and others, you discover that the character of man has not changed. We have thieves, liars, prostitutes, murderers, and what have you, since the ancient days till now. And if that is the case, I'm a bit surprised that when we are describing ourselves, we lie to ourselves. We tell blatant lies to ourselves, painting ourselves to be good men and women. Look at the horrible state we are in Nigeria today. Who are the cause of this condition? It is the men, not necessarily the women. One or two women might be involved, but almost 80 to 90% of the perpetrators are men, not women. And when we are describing our character in society, we portray ourselves as saints. I mean, anyway, maybe, please, let's leave it at that. We can call it a day.
All right, thank you
so much for your effort.
Thank you, Mr. James. Anybody has any other thing to add?
Yes. I'd like to say something. I don't know why the story must be told from a negative point of view. I don't see that. But it's not everybody who lived in Nigeria that has contributed to what is happening. You cannot hold me, and I've constantly and continuously will refuse to accept that badge they're trying to sell to everybody, that those who live in Nigeria are part of the problem. No. Some of our parents fought this system and kept pointing out the flaws in it and was never heard. They were never heard. It was never treated. It was never accepted. And so now you come, and now I'm living. My father has lived and died, and now I'm here. You're saying I'm part of the. I'm not part of the problem because they pointed out what the flaws in the system was. Those who have been the leadership of Nigeria should take the responsibility. Those who have been responsible for running day-to-day activities of Nigeria. There are people who are we saying that whatever is happening to Nigeria now is a new thing? It's nothing new. If the society, if majority of the people in Nigeria were not clean people, by now the country would have not only collapsed, there wouldn't have been anything like Nigeria. So for the love of 10 people, God can keep a nation. For the love of 10 people alone, 10 righteous people in Nigeria can make that country still be running. That is until that's the lowest, the minimal number of of the committee of senators or whatever. I don't want to go into that, but I'm simply saying that 10 people can hold a nation and stop God from destroying that nation. Now, out of Nigeria, I know that by the grace of God, there are more than 10 people who have been saying to the system, you guys are going the wrong direction. This is what to do if you want this thing to happen. And they refuse to do it. The first time I came onto the Dr. Goodluck platform, I said something. I said I have a friend who was working then with the Minister of Education, and who was, I don't want to call the name so I don't say I'm now putting it on particular people, who was running the educational ministry and had a mandate to destroy the system. The system started getting decayed 15 years ago. I mean, yes, like about, if you add in days of Buhari and, this man. That's when the system, they decided to say they will remove every other structure that gives a system, that is education, for instance, some form of leverage, some form of measuring who comes into university and who does not. Is it, don't we know when it started? We knew when it started. We knew when they said university should no longer have cut-off marks. We knew when they said if you get a note from the University Commission, you go into the university, whether you have your qualified papers or not. So we know. Do we now say the whole of Nigeria, we came together to destroy education? No, a particular people, a particular set of cabals said that this is what they want to do to the educational system, and they succeeded in that order. I will not take such a badge because I'm a Nigerian. And for the system began to be destroyed. But only the few good men, and some of those few good men paid with their lives. Okay, some of them are not even, their families don't even have food to eat. They don't have houses, they don't have vehicles because they didn't steal. They were against the system, and they said the system must change. But the system played them, dirty and threw them out. I have a friend whose father was one of the outstanding men in Benue. He served Nigeria and came out. In fact, the day he said to the system, you guys are so wrong, I will not join your party because what people are doing is evil. That day he was moved from a position. The following day they said he must pack out of his house, knowing that the man never stole money to build a house. I'm talking about what happened to me. I know this story like A to Z. So the system has consistently fished out those people who are holding the guards and remove them. Now you come and sit down and say we should talk. I don't have anything to talk about because my parents never stole any money from anybody. Okay, they worked honestly for what they have. Hold on. They work honestly for what they have, and that honesty is what they use in training their children, even though their children may not have come out to be on top of the game, but we can honestly say we are living an honest life because we are living out of what we work. I said here earlier when I was giving my own story, I said my father said when he dies, he's only leaving us with one thing, his good name. And that good name, I'm still sitting on it, and I cherish it much more than gold or silver. If we all can say that of Nigeria, then we'll be at a good place. But majority of us, those ones who even parents did this kind of good work, we go and celebrate evil people. We are the ones running around and saying these crooks, these certificate forgers that are in authority, that they are doing well, they are master strategists. When you know that your father died working for the system to make sure that he is able to train you to be honest citizen and contribute your best to the system. So we are simply saying, my brother, if you want to understand what my argument is, I will not accept to be among those people who destroy the system. I didn't. If it's like now, when we are growing up, Rudolph, we had the Boy Scout, the Girls Guide, the Cub Scout, Boys Brigade, the Manobe, These are systems that were put in place to help train men, train youth as a form of leadership, how to follow a simple chain of doing things properly. These people came and destroyed all those ones, and they didn't replace anything. So when you leave your son, where do you go and teach value? Since you're not teaching those values and principles in the schools, you're not teaching leadership in schools, you're not teaching custom and tradition in the schools. Come to the American schools. They teach you once in a month or two or twice. They carry you your own child who is listening to go and eat Mr. McDonald's and the rest of them, and they call it what? They call it cultural, whatever they call it. They're telling you this is the way our system runs, and you need to conform to it. Have we ever told our people, okay, today is the day we're all going to go and eat Iwedu and what is the thing we're teaching that we should hold on to? What is the thing that we're teaching? So the system knows that they don't care about their citizens. Do we even have citizens in Nigeria? We don't have citizens. We have masses. Okay, the masses. That's what we have. Nobody is a citizen. So the masses are left on their own. And since they've called them masses, nobody is important because they're masses. And they address you. The president called the masses. Let the poor breathe. When the poor is breathing, that's all they do. We only breathe to be able to survive the next level, to survive the next day and continue in the vicious circle. So don't say that. I will not agree, Mr. James, with your, with due respect.
May I ask you a question? May I ask you a question before we
ask me a question, brother?
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Ask me a question.
In Nigeria, why are there so many cases of successful sinners than cases of successful saints?
Sorry? Come again.
In Nigeria, why are there so many cases of successful sinners than cases of successful saints? If the sinners are more than the saints, why is it that everyone is talking well of his father? What happened to the sinners?
No, you see, I don't know which part you hear. Every one of us here who spoke about our father said both the good side and the side we don't think they made a lot of progress. I, for one, told you here that my father told me the places he fell, the things he didn't do properly. He told us. No Igbo man who doesn't tell his son where he fell. I don't know which one. None. They all said to them, this is what I did, this is what I did, this is what I did. They always tell us. And I said here, that one of the things that I thought my father told me was, if he knew that the war was going to be where it was, he would have left for Britain. He would have left. He wouldn't be afraid that he's going to get lost. He wouldn't be even worried that eventually a time is going to come when Rally Bicycle, they call it a White Horse then, was not going to be important. He didn't know that. Okay? He didn't see beyond what he thought Nigeria was constantly going to be the way it is. Things are advancing. Because when the British took over, according to what he said, there was great progress because there was great joy. There was great joy that they walked all the way. In fact, they walked all the way to go and receive the Opera, who is not too far away from my village. Okay? They walked with him. They were totally, some people even work for Opera for free of charge, just to make sure that this nation is built. None of them ever thought that, in fact, they wake up and see what Nigeria become now, they will be very amazed. So we're not saying there was no sinners. There's always going to be sin in the world, whether Nigeria become perfect. Look, America is one place, I'm just supposing now, it's one place that you will see the good, the bad, the ugly. Some people say, oh, they don't go to church again in America because Americans are... No, that's their own view. Every day I drive around where I live, all the churches are filled to their brim, both white and black. Okay? And so when they get the story that people don't go to church again in America, where do they get it from? But does it mean people don't sin? Does it mean that certain traditions that are being upheld in America suits the Christian? No. And then that's the way it is. It's not going to be Uhuru, never going to be Uhuru. But we will continuously, because we are not called out of the world. We are called in the world. Jesus said, I'm not praying that you remove them from the world, but that they will be in the world. And as they are in the world, let them influence the world. Let me tell you something, Mr. James. The message we listened to today in church was how the world takes the language and trivialize it, reduce it to what you and I will now accept as a reality, and they call it modernization or trending. Or they call it trending. this is the language we speak now. This is how we do things now. That is not because they don't know what they're doing, because they want to make you and I to be used to doing certain things and saying certain evil that are not ordinarily supposed to be allowed within our own system. I ask you a question. Hold on, I'll end with this. I'm sorry, sir. The fashion that we see and we wear, especially those ones that expose the body, how many Muslims are wearing it? But they tell me and you, that we are the people who are trending. We are the people who uphold the fashion world. So our children, our people are allowed to wear those nonsense, and we wear it proudly. Who are the people making it? Are they Christians? No, but they sell that idea to us. They sell the idea to us, and we buy it because we want to show that we are a secular trending people. I rest my case because final example. If the White House invites such a people to come for a party, or when the King of England invite them, you don't wear those chia-chia clothes. You don't say you're a fashion star, so you wear those suits and go. You go and buy a black suit. If it's a black suit event, you dress properly, all your portions covered, and you go to that event. This is a man. But you don't do that when you want to do other things. So you see, the system itself knows when to call off their nonsense and allow you to control it. I don't know if I'm making sense to you, Mr.
KJ, who are the people making the clothes?
They are not making sense.
That's what I'm saying. The people making the clothes.
Who are they? Are they not Christians? I thought they were American businessmen.
No. Listen.
Jesus didn't call you also. Now Muhammad called me.
Does
that count?
It's like what someone was saying earlier. There I have not joined. I was still in church. Now he was saying that the people who are part of it was Mr. James. They found out that those who were also going to church also involved in other kind of court this thing. That was a system that existed, and that system was sold to us. And let me say this, and I'm digressing now, for a while. I went to Liberia to do a story after the war. Now we found that I haven't gone because from the constituency where I work, we went to the church to visit. When we went to the lodge, Rudolph, I'm telling you a personal story. All the people whose names were on the lodge in the Freemasons lodge in Liberia, half of them were bishops of the church we just came from. The Freemasons, they put their lodge, they put the names there. In the same church in Liberia, I don't want to call the name of the church, the names of those people who were leaders of the lodge were there. It was a shock to us. But remember, I came back and I saw an uncle of mine who was also a member of the lodge. And he said to me, we didn't know what we were doing. Those that want to go to England to go and do our law this thing, they asked us that this is the way to go. They don't even tell them what it means. They all think that it's like call to the bar. Is part of what you are. Eventually, they only realize last that this is where they are. And then it becomes too late because at that time they will have gone high. So what am I trying to say? I'm simply saying that these clothes are designed not only necessarily by Christians, because who are Christians? Those who keep the law of God. So it's not because I say I'm a Christian means I'm a Christian. Am I doing the things that beholds me as a Christian?
So hold on, KJ, hold on there. If a Muslim is saying the same thing you are saying now, most people have issues with that. When they say that these people are terrorists, that the fact that they have Muslim names or that they say Allah Akbar, that they are Muslims, some people have issue with that. Now you separated Christians from, even though some of them go to church, even though they are in the lodge, they go to church, even though they might be whatever they think they are, that they are not doing right, they go to church. Even if they don't go to church, they are nominal Christians. Okay, so we can separate that. We can do that separation.
No, I'm not even trying to separate it.
Okay.
I'm simply saying that they claim to be Christians, but they're not doing what it takes to be called Christians. And so since we are not trying to put an exam for them to know whether they're Christians or not, we will allow them. And I'm not the one who has called them. The one who called them will judge them. Okay, but I'm not going to say because they are Christians design those clothes, so I'm allowed to wear them.
Okay, but you shouldn't say also that the clothes were made by non-Christians, that these people made it and
No,
gave it to
they're not.
Christians.
All I'm
Okay,
simply
okay.
saying is that some of the words, I give an example, the F word that they're using everywhere now. That word was, in the time we were growing up, you couldn't mention those words. Okay? You couldn't mention them openly, but the society have now brought it down and bastardized it. You can now be quarreling with your friend, you say go to hell, as if hell is something that is recommended for anybody. But if you take the weight of what you're saying in the real sense of it, you know you can't even say that to your enemy. That's what I'm trying to say. I think that's the most perfect example in this case.
Okay. I was actually thinking that what we're going to do is to round up this conversation and then take a break. When we come back, people can talk politics, because I know that's what people want to talk about.
Obvious harassment of politics. Nonsense. Obvious harassment of politics.
No, I have something short to say. I don't understand KJ, saying that you don't accept the badge of saying Nigeria is bad. But anytime Nigeria do good, you are proud to wear the badge. You are proud to say you are a Nigerian journalist at any point. See, the truth is that what Nigeria is today is the product of our action and inaction, right? And the bad guys, they win, right? That's how we did. But because we lost, that doesn't exclude all of what is going on, just because you lost the competition. So when we talk about Nigeria, good or bad, we all carry it, no matter how you want to reject and reach, how you want to reject them. That's who you are. So select whatever you want to select, but reality, when reality comes, they made it loud. When push come to shove,
I don't agree. I don't agree. Abi Rudolph, will you accept that you are part of what with the journalists that have made Nigeria what it is? No.
Nigeria is a product of good, bad, and ugly, action and inaction. You are a product of Nigerian journalism.
So Mr. James's question is simply saying that we all contributed. I know contribute. I will not accept that.
We are
no, okay, Ovie, thank you. Everybody, KJ has the right to say he did not contribute. That's it, and that's what it is. If you want to say you contributed, it's okay too. Jagun, welcome to the show. I see executive producer is back. My initial idea is that let me hear from Jagun and Show, and then we can decide to take a break. Or not that we can decide, we take a break. And then when we come back, maybe if people want to continue the conversation, because I wanted to hear from the executive producer, what's happening? Your prime minister is resigning on Monday. Okay.
They have no clue why it happened.
Okay, Jagun is here. He can.
Yeah, Jagun is here to give
us. But before that, Jagun, I want to just we're talking about fathers. If you can tell us about your father or what you think about fatherhood.
Thank you.
And after that, we'll take a break. We'll come back and then maybe politics. So go ahead.
Thank you very much for that opportunity. I've been listening. I have been listening, and it's not easy, I think, to speak about our fathers, or to speak about ourselves as fathers, and to speak about the bringing up of children and what we do as fathers to make sure that they are equipped to enter into the reality of the world that we're in. My own father, man, I appreciated him a lot whilst he was alive. But by the time he passed, it's like I actually found out who he was. Because there was a big space missing, as there is if anybody passes. But there was such a big space missing that he filled. And it was then that I saw the chasm, the weight, the pressure, the love, the intellect that he carried. And I really, really appreciate him as the days of my life go by. I have a lasting memory of him that flows through my soul in terms of his gentleness, his strictness, his wisdom, his advice. This morning I woke up and I wrote, I don't know if to call it a poem. It's not necessarily a poem, but I wrote a paragraph or two about him. And I could have expanded it to a large degree, but I left it where it was and sent it to my mother. And I read it about 3 or 4 times today. And, you know, because of that era of gentlemen as they were brought up in a world of how to carry themselves in a distinctive way. And we ourselves, we don't even know how much we have learned from them. This week gone, I'm this area that I'm living in is not the area I grew up. I've traveled around so many times. And a lady, Brazilian lady who lives at the corner of my road here, we always say hello, but we've never spoken. And we spoke. And she said, after the conversation continued, she said, you carry yourself with such dignity. And I was taken aback a little bit, but I knew what she meant. And that stance I have is the stance of my father, who walked with dignity. You know, I know everyone knows me here as a complete ruffian, and I accept that position. I accept that throne. However, my father was very different than me. However, again, I carry a lot of him with me on a daily basis. And I feel that fathers, men, don't get their just desserts, their just rewards, especially whilst they're living. And I believe that's a great shame. It's almost to me like Father's Day doesn't happen every year. It happens every 4 years or something. Mother's Day, it seems to come up quite a lot. I don't know. I'm sure I'm wrong, but that's my kind of perception in a strange way. I would like to congratulate you guys on bringing this to the table. Yeah, as I said, these things aren't really very easy to talk about. You spoke earlier of feminism and what it means to us in today's day, and whether or not we as men are afraid of it. And this, I think, be a deep subject, especially for us Africans, because I believe us Africans always take things in a very plain way, and we don't really always understand it. Again, this is my old man. My old man, he was deep. He didn't just see things on the surface. When he used to speak to us, he used to speak to us with depth, and we had to fathom out what his meaning and intentions were. And I believe that these things are things that me personally hang on to for my own consciousness. And I also believe that we as men, we need to maintain our consciousness as men. I think that's where we can get and gain direction from. I'll end it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jagun. Before we go to executive producer, there was a question I actually wrote down at the beginning that I would like people to maybe address. If if you should be asked, do you think your father will be proud of how you turned out? What will you say?
Good question.
All right, executive producer, welcome back.
Thank you, Rudolph. Yeah, I came back simply because just before I left earlier, I saw the comment I saw someone drop a comment saying, you know, I think it was said in jest that if everyone's father is this good, how come Nigeria is the way it is? And I wasn't listening for a while. Then I came back after a few hours, and I think Mr. James must have said, I didn't hear it, but off the back of what people said, I think Mr. James must have questioned, why is Nigeria the way it is? If everyone's father is this good, or was this good? So I came just to sort of explain it. I see KJ try to explain it, but he sort of just, you know, struggled to explain it. He explained it, but I feel like it's such a simple answer to give. Are we pretending, or are we genuinely asking this question? Mr. James is a well-read man. The fact that you're asking, it worries me. So Mr. James would come and talk about Samuel Ogbumedia all the time. People would talk about M.I. Opara all the time. But for those two guys, you had what was this guy's name? Okotiebo. You had him. So why are we struggling to find or name those who wrecked Nigeria? How's that difficult? How do you think it is our fathers? So you think our fathers ruined Nigeria and we ended up here? If my father was one of the people who ruined Nigeria, I wouldn't be here. I can bet you that. The children of the people who ruined Nigeria don't join such conversations. They're not here. So are you telling me in 20, 30 years' time, when Ogona, Rudolph's son, is in his 40s and 50s and is on a show like this, I doubt it. But if he's ever on a show like this and they're talking about who ruined Nigeria, and the young man is saying, my dad was a journalist, satirist, stood upright. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm almost certain that Rudolph has the telephone number of at least 3 current or former governors on his phone. They might not pick his calls, but I'm sure he has telephone number of 1, 2, or 3 current or former governors, senators, House of Rep members. If he wants to capitalize on that, he won't be doing this. If he's doing this, he will be in another format and he'll be richer for it. So if Rudolph's son now goes around and tell people that my father had the opportunity, but he stood up tall, he was proud of the little he had, and he was an upright man, do you think Wike's children will be in that same conversation?
No.
They wouldn't be. So why are we asking these questions of us? We that jackpot. I left Nigeria when I was 22. On my own, I decided to. Nigeria was a much better place. I left because I just thought there must be better somewhere. I just don't think this is for me. Let me go and see what life is about, other places, because I read a lot, watched a lot of foreign TV, and I thought, let me go try that. I jackpot. I have friends whose fathers did other things that my father didn't do. They visit the UK and the US. They don't stay. They've never stayed. We know these people. Why are we pretend? Why are we asking questions of KJ and Tony and Uvie's, our fathers? You know the people who mess Nigeria up. So you're telling me in 30 years, people will be asking like they don't know who is ruining Nigeria today.
I wonder.
Let's stop pretending now. So you think Wike's children will come and sit on a panel in 30 years' time and be discussing whose daddy destroyed Nigeria? No, they wouldn't be. They'll be governors. They'll be.
Well, what's your evidence that Wike is destroying Nigeria?
What are you saying now? Is this guy?
I won't entertain that. I'll continue like that didn't happen. So, so it's very simple to do these things. We can play games and we can throw questions and play devil's advocate or be serious about it. That's fine. But to pretend that we don't know, is this a joke? You don't know the people who ruined Nigeria 30, 40, 50 years ago. You don't know the people. And you come and you tell us you read books that we don't read. All the books you've read, what's the point of it? That you don't know the people. You're asking me that my father played a role. Played a role in what? That can be a serious question. It's not possible. So you tell Rudolph's son in 30 years' time that Rudolph was as bad as Beta Edu's. Rudolph was as bad as Beta Edu in the role they played in Nigeria. This same Beta Edu that they called, that they pushed that case to the side, never tried. Akpabio, that has a case with EFCC, that is now telling them he has arrhythmia, that he can't breathe properly, and they refuse to go and see them. The NNPC case that we're listening to, Kyari, happening in real time. Kyari, that they are calling 9 times to the Senate, that is refused to go and see them. You now equate my son and Kyari's son, that your fathers both ruined Nigeria. Or you'll be asking my son, if you're saying Shu was a good man, how come? Who spoiled Nigeria? Don't be asking such questions now. No, it's not. It's very simple to dismiss such questions. You know the people who did it. Like Ovi said, in some cases, you don't have concrete evidence. But all these people that have cases with EFCC, my father had no case. My father, and everybody can talk about their father. My father was in England when the 1983 coup happened. He came to Nigeria the second day or the third day after the coup. He was separated with the man. They were in the UK together. That man was locked up. He died shortly after, not shortly, he died after because he didn't have his medications and all of that. But my father was executing contracts in Ogun State. DIA took over. They locked contractors up who did not deliver on their job. Soli, please, it's a bit distracting. Rudolph, please call Soli after. So they locked contractors up for not delivering. My father didn't sleep in jail for one day. I've told this story before. I went to Ogun State many times with my dad, trying to collect the money. of the job he had completed for Ogun State, and they never paid. After a while, he wrote it off. So when some of us say our fathers were upright men, I said it when I spoke earlier, I said he must have done maybe some things, maybe naughty here, but to say that he was part of what ruined Nigeria, when you have names that you can call, that their children will never join this conversation, you can't be asking us those questions. Ask the thing is, you won't even find those children. The children of the people who are in Nigeria, they won't join you on such shows. They won't come here. So to come and be asking us, don't ask us. So take the question to where it belongs.
No, the question is
no. Hold on. Okay, hold on. You have to wait. Let me control what we're doing, please. Everybody should not talk at the same time. Thank you. Sure. James, I will let you speak, but not immediately, so that if there are other people that raise concerns, so you can address them together. So there's a reason why I do some of these things we do. Sully, go, and then Ovie, you go. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my question is, who are you? Who is your candidate for presidency?
So who are you asking?
Yeah, Mr. Executive Producer.
Oh, Tinubu.
Tinubu.
Yes.
Are you being sarcastic or are you being serious?
Why? Is he not? I like him. Tinubu is my candidate.
So, sorry, this question is not it's far away from what we're discussing. We are yet to go to politics. We're going to take a break after this. We're concluding this conversation. Then you can ask question out to executive producer. But let me see, Vie, you want to go on?
Yes, just very short. A friend of a thief is a thief. If you see, you know, talk, you is a thief. If you see, look, it is a system that destroys Nigeria. And if you are part of that system, if you work in that system at any capacity, you are part and parcel of the problem. Doesn't matter how you decorate individual each. It's not about individual. There is no way you can take 1 million naira out of Nigeria. Only you. It has to go through system. Bankers are involved. Everybody is involved. So we should start saying, "Oh, this." No, it's not. With the question Mr. James is asking, is a broader one. It's a systematic or generational question he's asking. That's nothing to do with individual. No individual can destroy a nation or a system. I mean, we should see things from a broader view, not from saying you are not. If you feel attacked, that means you know more than you are telling the public. That's exactly what it is. You don't feel attacked because it's not directed to anybody.
I don't feel attacked. It's the pretense that you can't mention names of the people.
Hold on, see, my own concern was those parents who benefited from the system by way of attending good school that the Nigerian system provides, right, with the intention of giving back. They are their offspring. What are their offspring doing? It has nothing to do with poor man or rich man that benefited with Nigeria when the education system was good, right? All our parents did one way or the other. How come we all end up abroad now pointing finger to those people who continue that are the problem of the country? There's no way we can exempt ourselves. We are adults. All of us don't pass 20 years.
I no agree. You are missing the point.
Nigerian journalist is part of Nigerian problem. You are.
I no agree.
I know agree. Exempt yourself from that organ.
I know agree.
All right.
You keep referring back to Nigerian journalists.
When Nigerian journalism is going good, you should also take the blames that comes with it, and that is what Nigeria is about. All of us contributed one way or the other.
I know agree.
So okay.
We don't know.
Okay, thank you.
To know we are an adult, to know what is going on. Either you speak or you don't speak up. You are part of it. You are Nigerian, for God's sake.
It's not
an individual setting. Thank you.
All right, James. You know, Ovie, I think one of the things, just for your own information, maybe that's what you are not getting. One of the things that people worry about when you speak in the way you frame things is that you're trying to give cover to people who are actually doing bad things by making.
Well said.
So do we rank bad things now? Do we have to rank them and blame everybody according to the role he or she played? This is a nation, or we will not be contrary. This is society. So should we be undermining individual contribution? Come on.
EFCC never call me now. Maybe you should give them my name to call me.
No, I just need to know where they work.
No, give EFCC my name. Maybe they call me.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that.
Now you talk
I know where the EFCC chairman are your uncle, or not from your village, or not from your tribe. I don't know. All I need to know is where you work. Does your organization contribute to the ills of the society? Yes or no? Either you know or you don't know, it's not the question. Ignorant is not, they say it's not an excuse. If you work for an organization that is corrupt, you are part of that system. You should take the blame. Even when the good is going good, you are taking the good. Take the blame also.
Here's what
system that we are accusing destroyed in Nigeria.
Okay, but here's where
you're out of that system.
This
because
is
it's not going to work. If the Nigerian police is corrupt and your father is a police, he is part of the system. Either he partake directly or indirectly, or that he know he come on, he high, and if we don't know, even worse, because you are supposed to know what this organization is about.
but you are defending the
Okay,
people.
okay. I have a question for Ovie. So, if your father is
I'm
part of
putting
the
my hand up for being polite for once.
Sorry, let me just ask Ovie this question very quickly. So, if your father is a policeman and he did not partake in corruption or any illegal activity, is he also part of the system?
He didn't. He said that now. He said it clearly.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't have to make sense, because if the police,
It doesn't have to make
system
sense.
is corrupt, not the individual. When they say police is corrupt, not the individual. It is the system, the structure that is corrupt. Just because it doesn't take bribe, that doesn't exempt you. You know your police are taking bribe.
So Ovie,
Can I come in?
Okay, Jagu.
I beg your pardon.
Jagu, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You see, when you look at Nigeria, you are looking at 2 or 3 different things. There is the system, there are the people as individuals, and there is the community. They are on 3 different spheres, and we have to understand them like that. When it comes to the individuals who have done very well for us, and we realize that, the realization of the good people of Nigeria, they are vast and many. However, the power that they have largely is within their own family and not within the system at large. And this has to be recognized. In that recognition, you can separate who is good from who is not good. And I would put to you that our fathers and that generation of well-educated, well-constructed individuals who wanted to play by the rules, those people have to be recognized. I don't believe that the system that we have today in Nigeria, I think if bad was to win, Nigeria would have already been broken up. The glue of the system are those individuals who are trying their best to live by the rules. My father was a much better man than me in various ways. I am it's very difficult to describe yourself, but I see myself as a renegade, if you like, somebody who speaks out and doesn't like what I see, and I will stand up and speak out to anybody. However, many of our fathers didn't have that kind of construction necessarily. They will speak out, yes, and they will say what they mean. However, they would not fight, as it were. They would not fight. Me, I'm a fighter. Physically, mentally, and spiritually. I fight because there's an enemy. That's why I fight. There's an enemy within. I don't believe we can put our fathers and say that they were enemies of Nigeria. Largely, they wanted Nigeria to succeed. My old man, he was a biochemist. He wasn't a lawyer. He wasn't an accountant. He wasn't one of these. He was quite different in his way. And he had his working life majorly in the UK. And I can show all of you what he achieved within his profession. It's there, crossing the River Thames, the Thames Water Barrier. When he finished from Thames Water Authority, who he used to work for, he went back to Nigeria in his late 30s, early 40s, with all the plans of how to give the whole of Lagos and eventually the whole of Nigeria pipe-borne water. He was already 20 years experienced in this game. He went to Nigeria. He worked for NNPC for a while. He worked for Guinness Nigeria for a while, and he was running his own company. He was running his own company, and he gave his services to these big organizations. But what he went back to Nigeria to do was to give Nigeria pipe-borne water. This is 1980s. They frustrated the hell out of him. I remember going to Nigeria. My dad is not somebody who shouts. He can, and he did, but that's not his way. He will prefer that his instructions are taken on board without shouting, the way he worked when he was in the UK. But what he found in Nigeria was pure frustration. Pure frustration. He came back from Nigeria after 10, 15 years, and he was ill. He became ill. Within his illness, he had 2 strokes, and then he died. And I watched all of that. And I saw that, man, these motherfuckers in Nigeria can never do this to me. They can't do this to me. You're not going to frustrate the hell out of me and have me there dying on your behalf. So I put it to Ovier in the understanding that he's offering us, that we must construct what we are saying well, so that we can really give intelligence to what it is that we are saying. Nigeria is not one structure. It is various. And in its various levels, we have to understand where there are good examples and where there are bad examples. Everything is mashed into one, which is why Nigeria is the way it is. But we with eyes, we with knowledge, we with ears and understanding, we have to be able to distinctly describe Nigeria in a way that gives us understanding and value. You would see, I say it so often, the education system in Nigeria is not for Nigeria itself, which is why when Nigerians go abroad, they are able to succeed, because the education system of Nigeria is for the West. We can operate very well in a Western environment. So I put that on the table to assist us in constructing how it is we are speaking about the land of our fathers. And it is the land of our fathers that needs to come through. It is the only reason I have still love for Nigeria. I'll put that to the table.
All right, thank you so much, Jagon. Let's hear James, and then you don't have anything to say? I thought they started with you, and you may have something.
Yeah. Oh, Via has already done the job for me, actually,
Okay.
because I remember what's his name, Mr. KJ mentioned 2 names, Joseph Tucker and Godwin Dabo. Am I right?
Ape Aku.
Apa Aku and Godwin Tucker and Dabo. If you Tucker me, I Dabo you.
Ape Aku. Yeah.
I think I was in primary school in those days. These were men who were opposed to corruption, and they exposed it, and they got the reward. So that is the point of view he's making. He is saying that if you are part of a system, for example, Abacha loot, that man loot the country blind, but he is not the man who transferred the money from central bank to wherever the money was taken. They are all complicit. Now, why is it that the people who participated in these horrendous atrocities, when you call them, they tell you, anyway, please, Mr. Rudolph, let's discuss other issues. Let's leave this topic as food for thought. Thank you very much.
All right.
The man, sorry, Rudolph, the man who was mainly solely responsible for this Abacha loot is working for some people's favorites.
Yeah.
And they still equate us and say we are the same. Your favorite has employed this same man. Is working for him. You will now say me and Tinubu. I'm not talking. No, I'm not referring to you. I'm just saying. So they will now say me and Tinubu towels with the same brush because I'm Nigerian. It doesn't. You can't. So see, if you want to expand this your theory, so we would say we can extend it and say the whole world, everybody in this life, all of us, because everywhere you look, there's failure one way or the other. There's corruption everywhere. There's no place anywhere there's money. There's corruption. So everybody on this earth might just well just burn and Because if we say, oh, everybody, just because we can't be. Maybe I don't get it.
My argument is not. Yeah, you guys are. You guys they talk everybody. I say if you will not be every Nigeria work for the Nigerian system. I'm very specific. Somebody's police as an example. When Abacha they thief money, some people were aware and take part. Some people were aware and decide to look away. If you work in a system, an organizational system, you occupy a position, right? Corruption is going on. You are not taking part, and you stay there. You look away. You are also partaking, because maybe if you decided to walk out, somebody else will come and do something. But you stay there and say, oh, it don't concern me, I'm innocent. You cannot be innocent when you are aware of something is going on in the system. It doesn't matter if it's trickled down to you or not. That's my point. So nobody every Nigerian.
But this is
I was very specific. Even KJ, I say KJ is a journalist. And in the Nigeria context, you cannot exempt journalists. Whether Nigeria is good or bad. Nigeria is black and green and white. You cannot accept the green and accept the white. It is not going to happen.
But this is our own argument. This is my own argument. The systems in the country is set up. Nobody can be called. We're not South Africans. We don't go to the street and begin to execute judgment by ourselves. So there's the judiciary, there's the police, there are those responsible for finding out those who are corrupt or who are not doing well for the system and to be prosecuted. One of your minister now, as well, and you are talking, was the same person who was in charge of filtering money from Nigeria, outside of Nigeria. He is sitting as a minister of the Federal Republic, even till this moment as we speak. What has happened to him? Have the system checked him? Then why, hold on, Ovie, why do you expect me, the ordinary Nigerian, to now be the one to checkmate the system? Those people who have been in the system, I'm coming, listen to me very carefully. Those who have been in the system, who have done their work honestly, and even reported people who are gaming the system. What happened to them? When the result came back, the backlash came to those people, who stood for them? And I'll end with this example. Just this morning, a broadcaster in Ogun State, her name is Auntie Ketan, was assassinated. She was assassinated right in her house with her guard or whatever it is. Okay? She has paid her for the ultimate price for her job. Who is going to stand for her? Is the system going to come and take care of her children? Or the people she has left behind? This is what we're talking about. And when we're talking about you just be. It's not a play. We're not in a theater. This is real life situation. So when you find out that you don't have anybody to back you up, you don't even try to report them because they are more stronger than you. The best you can do is to do your daily job and get away. Look, let me tell you something. As long as the systems of justice is being gamed, you can't blame me. I'm not a judge. I'm not a judge. I'm not a police. I'm not a EFCC. You can't blame me. I refuse to take the blame.
KJ. Don't make it personal. You as a KJ, you are not corrupt. I don't know you.
No, I'm speaking on behalf of those people, those honest people in Nigeria who has put in their time. That's what I'm not speaking to myself.
You made your point. KJ, you are not corrupt. I cannot stay here and say you are corrupt because I don't know you from Adam. But you are part and parcel of an organization, an association that cannot be exempted from Nigerian corruption. You know that. Either you look away, we're not part of it, but you are part of that organization. You cannot accept the good side of journalism that make Nigeria great at some point and reject the bad side of Nigeria that make Nigeria what it is. It's not going to happen. Nigeria is green and white for a reason. You cannot accept white and reject green. No, you are part of that corrupt system. That's what I'm saying. All Nigerians are not journalists in this case. So when we talk about the Nigerian system, the fact that you accept that there is a system and you know that system is corrupt, embedded in corruption, but you still go ahead and work, not just a day or 3 days, yes. And you are saying to say you are innocent because you are not taking part, yes. But the fact that you are not innocent because you are aware that corruption is taking place in the court of law.
Is it therefore fair, Ovie? Is it therefore fair when people who would see Nigerians and say that Nigerians are corrupt? Is that a fair statement?
Are you not in Nigeria? No. Well, yeah, it's a fair statement. Nigerians are corrupt. So is American. So is Japanese. So is Ethiopian. So is every other country. It's not.
So you've come to my point. It's just everybody.
Nigerians, the person make it say, are you not Nigerian? It did not say it's not being specific. In Nigerian state is corrupt, to which we are proud of that. You cannot be holding a Nigerian passport and you are denying it. Unless you say you are no longer in Nigeria, I will exempt you. When as far you are in Nigeria, you have to accept the good, the bad, and the ugly of Nigeria. That's what makes you a man. What is you have to accept it. Just because the so-called wicked people are winning, that doesn't exempt us. That means we are sure. That means we are not fighting hard. What are you going to tell your grandchildren? That all we do is we complain, we point about the evils and the shortcomings of our fathers and our forefathers. Okay, we pointed them out. What do we do about it?
No, I will tell my grandchildren.
Now they make a pass on here.
Can I say something?
Hold on, I'm not taking drugs. Does that mean Nigerian Federation today is not related with drugs? It is. And I am responsible. I should be responsible for what is happening in the Nigerian Federation.
I'm just going to use real life example of the location that you are living in. Miami used to be one of the most dangerous places in the world. It was one of the most violent and most dangerous places in the world. They did not fix Miami by arresting all the police officers. You know, some of the police officers even used to carry cocaine. They used to collect bribe. They even used to help transport the cocaine, right? Arresting all the police officers and saying just because you're a police officer, you are guilty by association is not how they fix their issue, right? I would employ you to just do some research on how they fixed Miami. You are trying to group everybody into, it's kind of a lazy brain analysis, sorry to say. That's not how it's done in reality. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I was really baffled by Ovie's argument and trying to tie everybody, just model things up. So we can say that these are the bad guys. That's really the impression. What happened to him? The impression that he's giving. Yep. And
what happened to Ovie is that while you guys were spending hours to try to defeat his argument, I solved it in less than a minute and he ran away. Thank you. You are welcome.
Don't be silly.
So
come back for you.
So that's, which is really unfortunate, but it's okay. Let me just say that this is a quote that I admire so much. It's a quote from Achebe.
He's Nigerian. He's a corrupt man. Who's listening to him?
Say that stereotypes are not necessarily malicious. They may be well-meaning and even friendly, but in every case, they show a carelessness or laziness or indifference of attitude that implies that the object of your categorization is not worth the trouble of individual assessment, which is what Sully just said now. There is a kind of laziness in saying that everybody in Nigeria is corrupt, that if you're a journalist and that because the institution is corrupt, you are too lazy to now differentiate who is not doing the same thing others are doing. Somebody just died, according to KJ. You can say Delegiwa, for instance. So if you are writing the biography of Delegiwa or an son Delegiwa, you just write on the first paragraph, Delegiwa is corrupt because it's a part of the Nigerian journalism structure. It's a kind of laziness of saying, nobody's saying that journalism, there is no corruption in journalism in Nigeria or that the police are not corrupt. We are not going to categorize everybody by saying that all of us, because we are part of Nigeria, maybe we worked at NNPC, because we did something in Nigeria, so we are part of that corrupt system. You are no longer, you are giving cover. If Wike is listening to you now, Wike is happy that somehow we are agreeing that everybody in Nigeria is so terrible that we are responsible for what Nigeria is. When we know the people who are, I think what I'll end here. I think what Sho said captured everything in the sense that I know, and all of us, we know some of these kids of these people we are talking about. There's no way, and I've talked to some of them, come here and let's talk, let's know, because I want to know, I want to peek into their minds and see, are they happy about what their father is doing? Their mom, are they happy about this? How do they see this? They will never do that. In private, if you talk to them, I don't know if you met some of these people you are talking about. They are not happy. They are not proud of their parents. They are not. I'm able to say this about my father because I'm proud of my father, what he did. They are not. They can't come out in public and say exactly what we did here today. And they are the ones who benefited from this structure. Unfortunately, we have to take a break. It's 3 hours, or maybe
you guys are misconstruing.
Yeah, we will give you time to do that again. Think about it very well, what you're going to say, so that we won't misunderstand it again. But let's take a break. We'll be right back. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in here. Happy Father's Day to those who are just joining us. I see Ike. Ike, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here. And it's been a wonderful day. We got to know people on a little personal level. We got to also know where people are coming from, because sometimes it's always difficult to assess people without understanding where they're coming from. Thank you, everybody. Ovia will give you a chance later, but we're moving away from this. I will just let Ike speak to us, Ovia respond, and then we'll move away to talk about political issues. I'm really interested in knowing what will happen tomorrow in the UK when the Prime Minister resigns. It's something experienced out, something we don't, most people don't understand. Those who have not lived in that country, so we have show, we have jargon that will help us to understand that, and other things in the news. I've not looked at the news, but Ike, welcome to the show.
Happy Sunday, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. So what are we talking about?
Oh, in your beautiful island, do they talk about Father's Day today? Is anything happening there?
Yeah, they celebrate Father's Day, like they celebrate Mother's Day and stuff like that.
But it's today Father's Day in the island.
Yeah, they celebrate. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't go to church, but in our church also they celebrate. They cook food for the men. Today when we have Father's Day, today from the pastor of who will give ministration to the workers today, to the today, everything today, and the men are asked to enjoy today. That is their day, right? And after service, they eat, drink, So, but for me, I celebrate life. I don't Father's Day. I just celebrate life. I wake up every day that I'm healthy, I'm good, and I can go to work and I can come back. It's the day of my celebration. So I really do not have, a special day to say this is the day I celebrate. This is me personally. That's my life. My celebration is every day. Every day that I have life. Every day that I'm in good health. Every day that I can afford my 3 square meal is a day of joy for me.
Beyond that, is there anything you learned from your father that you have been able to pass on to your kids? Is there anything you learned from your father you didn't want to repeat the same kind of experience or action? That's the kind of conversation we were having.
Fortunately, unfortunately, I didn't know my father much. Our father passed away when we were very small. So we automatically grew up with our mother. And in Igbo land, when the first son passes away, the second becomes the senior in the house. And that's exactly what happened. My uncle, who were supposed to be a friend to everybody, he took everything my father has, and we are left with nothing. My father had a cocoa plantation, and he has a palm kernel plantation, but he took it. Our mother becomes everything to 3 siblings, 2 boys and a girl, 3 boys and a girl, so. But my uncle was he was a teacher. He went to Biafra when he came back. He's also kind of a man. When you hear the sound, the step, you have to run away or you have to go and hide. He's a kind of a military man, and the discipline is his own discipline has no limitation, right? And because of that, we grew up, fearing the man. Um, what I gained, or what did we gain, was because you remember those days when your father or mother is the teacher, you don't pay for school fees in primary school. That was the only thing I think I gained. The formation of my life and the life of my brothers and my sister was done by my mom. And because I was surrounded with a lot of good people also. So my life I didn't have a permanent place I was staying. My life was with my uncle, this one today, tomorrow with my aunt the other side. So it was a kind of a mix of life for me. But in the midst of that, our mother was the pillar of our lives. My mother was the engine of our survival.
You are talking of fathers, so
my mother taught us survival, because even in the midst of everything my father had that my uncle took over, my mother was everything. I didn't enjoy what a lot of young men will say they enjoy with their father, because we have to go and pick stone. We have to go and pick sand during the rainy season. We have to go and cultivate farm for other people. We have to do so many things for us to be able to feed, go to school. During the Christmas, every celebration, we have to make sure that we work hard so that mother can be able to have something to for you, buy shoe for you. There was nobody that was there for me, my brothers. So, but the only thing that what I am today, by the grace of God, was, like I said, what our mother, instilled in all of us. Decency and work hard. Whatever that is not your own, never look at whatever that is not your own. Never be greedy. Don't be jealous of other people's success. The only thing you have to do is to smile and thank God for other people's success, because your own is coming. He taught us how to work hard, because my mother was working hard. She was farming for other people. We are doing everything, in order to live and have a good life. So, my uncle, the only thing, the kind of discipline we are talking about, you have to do this. If you don't do this, that kind of, sometimes I talk here, they wanted me to be a reverend father. It was my uncle who said you must be a reverend father. And in our family, because he was a military man, he came back from Biafra, everybody fears anything he says is final. I had no choice, but I didn't want to be a reverend father in the first place. But because I passed federal government scholarship to Federal Government College of Palan in Bende State, that is the Delta State right now. Oh no, you are not going to go. I passed Bishop Shanahan College, Olo, which is one of the best schools in the southeast. He said, no, you have to be a reverend father. Exam for seminary. Everybody is rejoicing that now you can go to school. I can be able to send you to school. So, but after my first time, second time, I decided that this is not my calling. I can't be a reverend father, So, but you're in a situation where you don't have a choice. But I took a risk by myself. After the final exam, class 1, we are supposed to go to Aba to continue. But from Umuawa Seminary School, I moved to Lagos. I called my senior brother. I said, listen, I can't continue with being a reverend father. So my senior brother, I find my way to Lagos. I went to Lagos and I continue at CMS Grammar School. So before I went to Lagos, so I became a man at a very young age. I came to understand what success was at a very, very small age of life. So in Lagos after school, I was, no money to go to school, and I have to go inside the Dumota. Boss here as an Igbo man, I was involved in almost everything in the Dumota, right? Sometimes we get customers that come from Cameroon. If you don't have, I can travel from Lagos to Ogun State or Ibadan. Looking for my job for something to wherever the of product you see, you are looking for a place where you can get it cheaper for the people who are coming from other countries in Lagos to buy. So, but there is something that my mother told me among my two brothers. When we are still very small, my mother told me that I am called to serve God. So all this business, all this hustling and bustling is not going to take you anywhere. Your calling is to serve God. I was, as a small boy, I wasn't taking it serious. And when I became, after school, every day she keeps saying it. Every time of my life, she keeps saying it. I'm doing business, jump from one state to another state, move from Kaduna to Kad. Those at the end of the day, when I go home, she will tell me, listen, all these things you are doing, you are wasting your time. This is not your calling. Your calling is to serve God. So what am I trying to say? But at the end of the day, when I decided, a time came when I decided to hit that core. And I think that was the beginning of the turning point of my life. And everything began to turn around for me. So at the end of the day, Dr. Damages, I was not privileged to have had my father around me. But at the end of the day, there are so many people that I am grateful for, who became mentors, who became fathers, who became uncles, who became everything. And today, that toughness that I was meant to go through as a man, and those teachings that we all learned from my mother, I think my children, they are the beneficial of all those things, and I am very grateful to God that at the end of the day, I can be able to feed myself. I can be able to feed people who felt that we are not going to be anything. We cannot amount to nothing, and I believe that everything that God did, everything, all those journey that I went through is for me to be a man whom God has wanted me to be. So at the end of the day, my children and my grandkids today, I owe them my life. And my prayer was never for any of them to go through what me and my brothers went through. And I think that whatever that I can give to my children was education. And I denied myself everything in life to give them education. And today, by the special grace of God, they are living a good life for themselves. And I am happy to be a man, and I'm happy I did not fail, but I succeeded where my uncle failed. But the thing is that at the end of the day, those plantations, he sold everything, because we never knew he was playing pool. When we go to toilet many years ago, we will see Liverpool, we see Manchester. We don't know what it was, because we are very small. We don't know that the man was playing pool with everything it was getting from the plantation. At the end of the day, he mismanages all the resources that my father left behind in his hand. But at the end of the day, I did not look up those things because I believe that I was blessed. And the only way that I can pay back, to give back, is to bless him and his family, which I'm still doing today. He has passed on. But before he passed on, that's where I'm going to end it. Before he passed on, that's when I go through tough time, I remember what he did. And there are times that anger and frustration and and vengeance will fill my heart. Even when I was training myself as a pastor, I struggled with it. How to forgive this man for what he did. I know I have moved on, but sometimes when I see people that are going through what we went through, it reminds me of my past. But at the end of the day, I continue to ask God to give me the grace to let go, because I cannot be standing on the pulpit. I cannot be preaching forgiveness. I cannot be a teacher of the gospel. And at the end of the day, I'm playing that. And in that situation, if I die, I'm going to go to hell because I know the truth. The Bible said that when you know the truth will set you free. But it was a very difficult, struggle for me, as a man. But I tell you that a day came when, on a night vigil, after night vigil, I went home. And I was in the shower early in the morning, around 6 o'clock in the morning. And I was there, singing praises. And all of a sudden, it's like there was a stone that was taken out of my heart. It fell out like a stone. And after I took my shower, I went to bed. And when I wake up in the morning, I have to tell you that I became a different person. All those pain, all this vengeance, all those, those bad thoughts that keep coming, everything vanished and disappeared. And I became free. And the next week I traveled home to see my mom, because my mom also telling me for so many years, because I can't walk with God and I am still holding, even though that your life is better than the life of your uncle. So, but it got to let go. So at the end of the day, I went home and I saw my mom. My mom told me, I told my mom what happened. And I forgive him. So, but the day I didn't forgiving him that trip. After that 2 or 3 months, somebody I was told that he was very sick. And I called home and I said they should take phone to him. And I told him that for everything that has happened, I've forgiven you. I owe no grudges to you. I bear no grudges to my brothers, to your children who are my brothers, who are my blood. I owe no grudges to no one. And in whatever way that my mother or anybody has offended you, I forgive you today. And after that conversation, after 2 days, he passed on. So
wow, thank you.
The journey of my life. So like you were talking, I said when you were the people write book, if I want to write a book about my life, I don't know how many pages it's gonna be, because what I went through, in life as a man, as a young man who is trying to make a living, it was hell. But here am I today,
I thank you so much for sharing this story. Like I said, you should write. You should write. Everybody should write. But this is very important. You know, just hearing stories of different people. We all came from different background, different places, and we're here, and we are always. When we discuss issues, we don't tend to see that. It's like the root that is sitting in the ground. We just see the tree, and the trees in the forest are different. But the root is what is holding the tree. That's what is feeding the tree. And some of the things when we criticize other people, their position, sometimes if we don't understand where they are coming from, what is behind who you see, you may not understand. And I think I got a different perspective of different people. Some of us have had better childhood. Some have difficult childhood, and it all plays a role. There's no childhood that had no challenge in what we turned out to be. So I appreciate everybody who shared a story today, and we'll do more of this. Maybe hold on now. This idea of talking before you are called, it makes you know, there's a line I was going to say now, I've forgotten. I didn't write these things down. But it's very important. I think we should do this more than just once every year, Father's Day. Maybe once every 6 months. Opportunity to share stories and get to see people on the human level, and not just about ideas on something we read from a book or something we did not understand very well. We just come and, you know, but the story of who we are, it helps. It will also help us too. When I write my memoir, when I wrote my memoir, I didn't finish this part 1, there's part 2. When you write it, it helps you to process more than anything else. Process what you've gone through, and you may be able to understand yourself better than, because if you don't understand yourself, people will not understand you. But the first thing is that you understand yourself, you know, it helps. Anyway, that's it. The last thing we're going to do is to let Ovie respond, and then we go politics, you know, for people to, but I have to leave. It's something I have to take care of. But Ovie, go ahead.
Yes, 2 things. One, I try as hard as I could to be specific, but you got, you know, turn it to general conversation. But in both sides, I'll point where you guys are wrong. First, on the general side, Cho asked me if they regard Nigeria, if the president tell me Nigerians are criminal, would I accept it? I say yes. That was not your question. Asking me, okay, what was the question?
It wasn't me. It was someone else. Okay. That question did come up, but it wasn't me.
The same vein when Nigeria, when we woke up, I would say yes, we'll be Nigeria. Because we belong to a court, and the name of that court is in Nigeria. There's a code that binds us together. You cannot accept when things are going good, and they said when things are going bad, so you are not part of it. You can go ahead and explain, but if I can accept in Nigeria, whenever Nigeria break Guinness World Record or whatever, I'll be proud. As you accept what when wrong is things are going wrong. That one. 2, I was very specific. If you work for the system, not be everybody they work for the system as everybody want to make it look like. And I was very specific in my example. I use journalists because people here belong to that institution, military guys and all that. That's why I use that. Today, show if I am running for Nigerian Athletic Federation president, being a former athlete, I don't use drugs, but during my time, my colleagues use drugs and they fail drugs. And I'm contesting that presidential position with you, Show, who did not do sport, but in a way you are qualified to run for that position. Yeah, you one thing you will use against me, even though if you don't talk directly, but your campaign team will say that when his colleagues were using drugs, he was there. Though he was not part of it, but he know it was happening. Of course, I do it, right? But nobody can say that against you. So if you work in any of the Nigerian institution, you go there innocently to have to get job like every normal human being. You don't know what is going on. You stay there 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. You cannot that I don't know what is going on. Now, 2 things happen here. One, you are aware of the corruption that is going on. You are partaking of it. You are part and parcel of it. You are sitting there for that long. Or you are aware and you look away. All not the same. You are aware of the corruption. You look away. They allow you to keep working there because you are safe. If you are not safe, there will be somebody there, and the political will bring somebody that will challenge the status quo is there. So they rather leave you there to keep looking away. That means you are also part of the system. Now, if on the court of general opinion, that's how we look at things. But if we go before the judge will not say, oh, yeah, because you are in Nigeria, are you corrupt? No, you go say, you work in this company, this association, so place, are you aware so thing is going on? So there are two contents here, and both contents, there's no way you can reject the two. If you accept the good, you cannot take the bad. We belong to a court. The Nigerian, we see it as a court. Now that's what joins us together, the word Nigeria. That's the only thing we have in common here. So nobody is talking about specific, there are farmers there, there are hunters, there are people who are in Nigerian space, don't know they are Nigerian. Go to Gomborungala, all those neighboring countries to Cameroon. They don't even speak English, they speak French and Kanuri and Hausa. They are Nigerians. So,
all right, Javier, thank you.
That doesn't mean the published law approve. There's this thing that is happening. You're also part of it.
Javier, thank you. So I think Bala Blue just gave us the solution. We should just agree with you so that we can move on. Thank you so much, Javier. Let's move on. So let me see. Let's do this. Okay.
I heard you saying you have forgiven me, that you sent me a message forgiving me. Maybe you don't have that on your phone, but that aside, Satan cannot forgive an angel. You have abused public funds. You should have been under house arrest with Anita, but because you are from the chosen tribes, you are out right there. You are a cheat. You forgive me. I serve the living God. I don't serve human being. I serve God. I speak for justice. Let me remind you so that Ugandans can also forgive you. In May 2024, you picked a helicopter hired by Parliament of Uganda. You went to Western Uganda. You called for the military helicopter. They said it is 7 p.m. They cannot fly. That helicopter is late. But to show power, because you are with 3 girls with big nyash, you called for the second helicopter. That helicopter crashed because of bad visibility, and you could not listen to the pilot's advice. You caused Uganda government 3.6 billion shillings because of having a high libido and showing political prowess. This is on record, and the taxpayers are suffering. There are no medicines in Koboko Health Center, no medicine in Kashari Health Center. People are struggling to pay school fees, and you steal public funds with impunity. And then you come and say you have forgiven me, who has not stolen.
For years. So my question is, why does everything still feel harder? Here's something most economists won't say out loud. GDP growth and real human progress are not the same thing. They can actually move in opposite directions. Let me give you some statistics. Nigeria's GDP grew about 3% in 2023. That same year, inflation hit nearly 30%. Real incomes collapsed and millions fell deeper into poverty. The economy was growing, but the people were shrinking. Now compare that to South Korea in the 1970s and 80s. The economy didn't just grow, the people grew with it. Now how, you might ask? Because the government deliberately invested in industries that employed millions. Textiles, steel, shipbuilding, electronics. Companies like Samsung and Hyundai didn't just make money. They created jobs, built skills, and raised living standards across the country. In 1960, South Korea's income per person was lower than Nigeria, but today it's over 20 times higher than Nigeria's. Same story with China. Between 1919 and 2015, China lifted 800 million people out of poverty, not through aid, but through manufacturing jobs that connected ordinary people to that growth engine. South Korea and China built economies where the growth spread to its citizens. Nigeria built an economy where the growth concentrated in oil, in telecoms, in finance sectors that need very few people to generate enormous revenue. Economists call this principle enclave growth. It's growth that stays in one corner but never truly reaches the streets. So the right question for any African government is not, did we grow our GDP? It's, did our citizens grow with us? Because an economy that grows without pulling its people forward isn't really developing. It's just inflating. I hope you learned something today. And as usual, let's ponder on these things.
All right, so let's open it up to wider conversations on politics, economy, whatever you have in mind, for those who are itching to go into that conversation. Let me, where's KJ?
It's right next to you.
Oh, I'm losing it. I didn't know that you were dressed up for the show. Yeah, okay, so let's start. I want, who came in newly here? I want us to start with UK. So sorry for my own sake. I really want to understand what's going on there. Jagun, please, can you, Jagun and Show, please, I'll give you guys 3 minutes. What's going on in the UK? Why is your Prime Minister resigning tomorrow? Can we import that structure in Nigeria?
He hasn't said he's resigning, but I'll let Jagun speak and I'll go after him.
Actually, I would allow you to speak first, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thank
it's
you.
It's not the top of my interest, but yeah.
He hasn't said he's resigning. The loudmouth in wherever your president, DC, is that where your president lives? So the loudmouth tweeted on Truth Social.
Oh, was he? I didn't know.
Yes. So there's been rumors, there's been pressure. There's been pressure from MPs saying that he should go. Even Labour MPs, people from within his own party have been saying he needs to go. You know, they've lost trust and confidence in him. So there's been that rumor, go pressure. Over 100 MPs have told him to go. But the man said, I'm going to fight till the last day. Now, the loudmouth in America tweeted or posted on Truth Social today, and he said, Keir Starmer is going to resign tomorrow.
What?
He posted that on Truth. That is why the thing caught fire. If the president of America speaks, the whole world will listen, right or wrong. So it's on his Truth Social. That's what gave it the most oxygen. It said it posted it 4 hours ago today. Even all the UK news media went agog with it. Oh my God, Trump has said it. He must know something. Like, you don't know Trump. It's possible that he knows something, and it's just possible that Trump is just being Trump. So because Trump said it, a lot of people are now expecting it to happen. Now, there's this chap, there's this man, Andy Bonham, from the Labour Party, who, you know, who just won his own election in North England, and is the one that is likely going to take over. The way it works in England is very different from most places in the world. So what will most likely happen is, even if Starmer wasn't planning to go, with Trump's post, that adds more pressure. So chances are he would leave. If the Prime Minister resigns in England or in the UK, what would happen is other members of the same party will now have to contest to replace him. We don't have to go to general election. The next election in England, in the UK, is August 2029. So we don't have to go to general election. Somebody that you didn't vote for would become your Prime Minister, in the sense that they would now, the MPs would vote amongst themselves, and, you know, they would narrow it down to 2 people. 10 people might signify their interest to replace him. They will now start voting and, you know, like knockout, like, you know, football or any sports. So they'll start knocking people out. You have to reach a threshold. If you don't meet that threshold of votes, you drop off until the last 2. It will be MPs that will vote up until that point, until we'll now have the Labour members, card-carrying members. You know, the one they counted, 1, 300, 700, that type of members of the party. They will now vote for who they want to be the next Prime Minister. So it will be the party members that will now vote at that point to get the Prime Minister. Now, if Keir Starmer still says he's not going, despite all this pressure, Andy Bonham, or anybody else for that matter within the Labour Party, as long as you can secure 20% of all the MPs within your party, 20%, I think that's about 81 of them, have to be on your side to say, you know what, we are behind you. We want this guy to go. He's refused to go. You can now challenge him. It is allowed to say, oh, all of a sudden we don't like our Prime Minister anymore. I have 81 plus MPs. So they can say, we want to challenge you. So they can, and the MP at that point doesn't need 81 people. Even if the whole MPs, all of them have gone against him, because it's the incumbent, he doesn't need 81. Even if he has 0, then he can go to, you know, head-to-head, a straight shootout between whoever's challenging him. So I think that's what might happen, because Keir Starmer, for whatever reason, has decided, I'm not going to go. You know, Trump said he's failed in his post. I saw the post. He said he's failed on immigration and is it jobs or something like that? You know, he mentioned 2 things that the Prime Minister have failed. I think Trump is very disappointed that he didn't support him with the Iran war. He won't let that go. You know, they won't support us. They won't do this and that. So it's going to be interesting days, you know, in the UK. But I don't think there will be a snap election. A snap election in the UK is when 2029 is when the next election is, the general election. If the Prime Minister decides to say, oh, let's go to general election, even the new guy coming in and the Bonner will not dare that because of the last local elections they had. Labour lost so many seats. So they know that the momentum is with Farage and which Reform and Kemi. Bad enough. So those two people have a momentum that Labour doesn't have right now with the general public. So they won't call for a snap election. What they will do is they will keep recycling the leaders within the Labour Party until 2029. You don't have to vote for them, but you just get like 3 or 4. I mean, look at what we went through. How many? Chago will tell you, from Liz Truss to like 3 of them in the space of maybe a year and a half. So, yeah. So UK is it's quite different. It's different anywhere in the world.
What I actually like about the UK system is this Prime Minister's question
every Wednesday,
every Thursday, or Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday on TV,
Wednesday,
okay. Televised.
Yeah. I wish we could put something like that in place where we question.
Why? Why do you want to be? You want to question Tinubu? No, we don't do that.
You know, in South Africa, they had a mix of both the presidential.
That's South Africa's problem. That's not our problem. We're Nigeria. Don't question Tinubu. It's doing fine.
Anyway. All right. So thank you so much for that show. Let's see. Jago, you have to add something or no? You don't have anything new to add?
All I would like to add, because I see politics as quite a structured and a manipulated profession in all. This anarchist Starmer, he, as a child, was known very well to Jimmy Savile. And there is a deep connection with him and the royal family and the whole parastatal of the UK. He became a lawyer and a judge. In fact, the top judge in the country at the time, which he actually presided over the case of Jimmy Savile. I'm hoping you all know who Jimmy Savile is. He was the DJ entertainer, children's entertainer, who was found to have been a major criminal, pedophile, and child molester. Over this period where he was in court and Keir Starmer was the judge proceeding over the case, he was the one who let the whole case go in terms of finding him not guilty. So when you look at this, you see manipulation. And I believe that there is manipulation right now, again, within the politics that we have in the UK, and indeed the politics we have in the world. And this is why I would implore us as Africans, as Nigerians, as brothers here on stage, to sometimes look beyond what we see and what we realize through politics. We are being manipulated. The framing of politics as we receive it isn't necessarily the reality. And we always have to look deeper into the manifestations, the machinations of politics and those individuals who are playing before us. That's what I'd like to add.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
get 2 cents.
All right.
It has to be pence.
I think what Trump was
2 pence. 2 pence. Before
all right. All right.
2 pence.
What Trump was referring to is that it's likely that our Prime Minister will come out and outline his exit. He's not going to just say, I resign today. He will give the timeline. And that is happening because of a lot of things. First, now that Peter Mandelson of a guy, that's a big blow to his administration, being caught of leaking trade secret of the empire to the American side. That was an unforgettable scene, even with the prince that was stripped of his title. And the immigration too was real. They needed to fasten things up because now the world they change. The world is not going to change by handshake, not by blood. So they find him to be slow, and not just him, but he's a prominent member of the globalists. So they are believing that their own immigration push is too slow. So they needed somebody that will come and have the political will to push harder. So this fire that is on his heart is not going down soon. So I wouldn't be surprised if he come out and allow his exit. He's gone.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Obi. KJ, I'm handing this over to you. I'm sorry I have to rush somewhere. But the conversation will continue with politics. Show is here. I mean, for how long he might be here. You guys can continue to have the conversation on political issues in Nigeria and around the world. Again, I want to thank everybody who joined me. Next Sunday, we have Mike Arnold. Is that his name? The mayor from Texas.
Hi. How did you get him here?
He's coming on Sunday to be part of our conversation on Nigeria. And
we are going to distress him all. He's going to be highly distressed.
Big fish. I tell you, Rudolph not big fish now.
Now somebody just called me and gave me his number. I called him and he asked.
But me, I know if he call you, give you the number.
I didn't even know the person that called me. Anyway,
I've been trying to get him. I know. So you're a big fish, true.
And then in July, first week of July, we have this Togolese activist. He's going to join us to talk about French West African countries and what is going on with their relationship with France. So I'm very excited. I met her when I was at Sahara. She's now a very big activist. So she will be here on July 5th. So again, thank you, everybody. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Sho. Thank you.
Are we ending this to start another stream or we'll continue?
No, continue with this one, and you can end it when you're tired. And Solid, thank you so much, Ike. Thank you. Thank you, everybody who watched at home. Those that joined us on the comment section, I appreciate all of you. Remember to thank those that supported us. Thank you, everybody. I will see you on Saturday.
When I see you.
Okay, bye.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, for handling that session. As we say in the barracks, parade don't change. There's a new quarter guard.
Those are the assassinate quarter guard, so watch out.
There's a new quarter guard master now, so you have to belt up. Everybody must be in their 4 and 4. Let's move on. Okay. So, sure, yes. Good thing about the fact that you guys are here, I mean, especially those from England, because this is what I've been telling poor father. He comes and talks about American politics, never tells us about, is it that he doesn't know anything about England politics? I don't know, but we'll get to know that as we proceed. Sully, you have something to say, because I don't know, is it? We have not even said anything yet, but you have something to say. Go ahead and speak.
I usually don't forget, and I don't want to let this go. When I asked Mr. Executive Producer who is, supporting, he said it's Tinubu. I looked through the comment section and I've done my investigation, and I think it is Peter Obi. Please, if your candidate is Peter Obi, why are you ashamed to tell us?
No, it's Tinubu. It's a lot of people who support Tinubu are the ones who are ashamed. They will tell you I have no candidate. I've told you who I'm supporting. Believe me at my word. I'm Tinubu supporter.
Okay, so then
can you tell us why?
Why I'm supporting Tinubu?
Yes. Can you tell us why? What's the reason?
Because he's done a fantastic job. Nigerians are better off today. We're safer than we were before he came on board. These economic policies.
I don't believe a word you're saying, bro.
Why? Why? It doesn't
follow. It doesn't follow at all. It doesn't follow your intelligence. It doesn't follow your intelligence. Neither does it follow in the reality. It doesn't follow. I don't know what you're saying.
So Jago, are you saying that Nigerians are not better off today? Are you saying they are not?
I beg your pardon.
Are you saying Nigerians are not better off today? Or maybe I should ask Solly. Are Nigerians not safer today
No,
than they were?
The reason why I asked you that question is because you went on this whole speech about good guys and bad guys. And one thing I've come to learn about Nigerians is that they know how to do the long speech, but when it comes to making the final decision to do the right thing, they always make the wrong decision. So obviously, I knew that from the way you were speaking, you were probably a Peter Obi supporter. But so then
Tinubu is a
what's the
good
point?
guy.
Yeah, sure. So then what's the point
You
of your
disagree?
speech? I
didn't give a
honestly,
speech. No, I didn't give a
So,
speech. Don't be
yes,
condescending. I
you
didn't give
did.
a speech. So, Solly, see, I watch you. I've not been here for a while. Don't be condescending. So this long speech, I didn't give a speech. I spoke about my dad. So get it right. You speak English and you understand English. So don't say I gave a speech. I spoke about my dad. Two different things.
Okay.
So I didn't give a speech. So
So
you understand English. So speak it properly.
okay,
Carry on.
when you were speaking about your dad, it was like you were
Right.
giving the narrative like, oh, you are fighting for Nigeria, and some people are doing good and some people are doing bad. You know, all this kind of obedience narrative that they always go on a long tangent for. But when it comes to the right time, they are ready to work with somebody like Kwankwaso that installed Sharia law, and they are ready to work with somebody like Atiku that showed us hell, stole our money. So that's just what I wanted to find out.
Yeah, that's fine. It's okay. I know you're a Showore supporter, and this is not about Showore, but Showore is not going to work with aliens. If we're going to go by pictures of Showore and videos of Showore, I know people used it around 2023, but it wasn't 2023. I know it was before that, but you saw Showore with someone like Ribad. Ribad is the current NSA. Showore was vibing with the guy. They're like cool. They appeared cool. So if Showore can vibe with someone like that, it's okay. I support Tinubu. I've told you. I don't know why you're finding it hard to believe me. Showore is doing what Showore is doing. Tinubu is my guy. He's doing well. He's the one I want to support. APC till 2038, till whenever. Nigeria is okay. Who's complaining? See, all these people willing. Let them will. APC, they will carry on. We are safer. Forget all this crying of that guy that was the video Rudolph played talking about FDI. We don't have to carry people along. Dangote is making money. Otedola is making money. They are creating jobs. I don't know why. What do you want Tinubu to do? Tinubu didn't create Nigeria's problem, so people should let him carry on a big. So
sarcasm.
No, it's my weakness.
I think I show have done the best of that. Let's leave it. He has said his support is for Tinubu. That's it. And then anybody is free to support whoever. Nigeria go better at last. Everybody go chop breakfast. Okay, I will say that. Yes, Jagun. The question about the Nigeria about the British politics is that why is it a bit difficult to actually bring the prime minister to? Well, okay, so what's the real issue with the prime minister? What do the British people want that is different from what he is doing right now? And why can't Kemi Badenoch, who is obviously better than every Nigerian politician put together, right now, can't take over if there is a snap election?
No, they're not going to call snap election. I've just told you. If they call snap election, Labour would lose.
Yeah, but they may want to say, okay, let's test our popularity, and they go for
Why would you test it when you... What's KJ saying now? So they did a local election not too long ago. They lost woefully. You are now telling them to go to general election. They wouldn't do that. So to answer some of your questions, like I think Ovie mentioned it and Jago mentioned it.
Yeah, what is exactly the problem with
he has? There are too many scandals. To go back to Ovie's point, Ovie will say, "Shebi, I told you, he's friends with. He has links to people who have serious allegations. Someone like what's that bastard's name now? Jago, remind me the MC DJ. No, not that. The dead one.
Savile.
Jimmy Savile. Just Google Jimmy Savile. This guy abused countless children. So there's links there. There's links with the Mandelson. So there's too much scandal, and there, even people within his party have seen an opportunity to say, okay, we've smelt blood. Let's take this guy out. So they want to take him out. All he needs to do is to resign, and the man has the right not to. So he said, I'm not going to resign. So what they have to do is to challenge him and defeat him, and you become the prime minister. In terms of the snap election, they're not going to call it because they would lose. They know that they would lose. There's no way. When the Conservatives were in power as well, the UK is one one country where if you're in power, the next election is a referendum. Or is it no referendum now? What was the word? It's like an appraisal. The next election, people will say, okay, we're not happy with you, we'll change it. So it keeps changing in the UK. When the Conservatives were in power and they had similar leadership issue, they didn't call for snap election. That's why we ended up with someone like Rishi Sunak. The UK will never vote for Rishi Sunak. They are not ready for that yet. You had your Obama moment. The UK is not ready. This guy is Indian. His parents are like first generation. No. So, yes, sorry, Jago.
No. What I wanted to say, to add to what Shaw has said, you see, in the UK right now, there is a lot of reframing of the paradigm going on. And part of that reframing is the level of nationalism that the people are feeling. And that level of nationalism is suggesting that there is a two-tier policing state, whereby foreigners are given the benefit of the doubt as opposed to the English, British, white themselves. So they are reframing that they are now the oppressed in their own country. And that reframing is really being carried out by the Conservative Party and Reform. And then within the Labour Party, that many would suggest are a party that tries to look after the downtrodden in a large way. And that would include the ethnic minorities of this country. They have also seen or feel that Keir Starmer is weak in this respect. So therefore, the reframing is going on. And before that frame becomes obvious to the electorate, they are now wanting to position a new person in order to galvanize the Labour Party differently. So again, behind the scenes, we have to understand that they're trying their best in the Labour Party to save face in many regards, especially to do with how they are seen on the international basis and on the national basis. We have, if you look at Australian news and you look at American news, you will see how they lambast the left, they lambast the Labour Party, and particularly they lambast Keir Starmer. So when you look at this, and I'm not a fan of any politician, really, but when you look at this, then you have to understand that there's something written somewhere, a document that has gone around the Western world that says we as a white West need to be stronger in our own homelands. We cannot give in to these ethnic minorities that are bringing up all kinds of things that we really can't deal with. And we are fed up of apologizing when they never do. We are fed up of apologizing for the ethnicity that we are, for the culture that we uphold. So therefore, anyone who is white and looks at this apologistic manner, that person will be crucified. Thank you.
But Jago, do you think they have? Is there any truth to what they are saying? They claim that they are being made to become minority and they are made to feel.
Well, you see, not in my. 2 days ago, I looked at a video from a very English aristocrat who spoke about the Windrush generation and what they have achieved or what they have not achieved. But the fact that the Windrush generation has a day, a Windrush Day, which I think was 2 days ago. Actually, I think it's on the 22nd. I think it's tomorrow, Windrush Day. Something I didn't really know about. So this Windrush Day now has become a contention. They're saying, why? Why are we in England celebrating Windrush Day? Why have we given them a day? Why have we given them this statue in the middle of the UK? All they've done is move from one part of the world to another in order to ingratiate themselves financially, to position themselves better than they were, just like anybody does. Somebody wants a good job, from the UK, they travel to England. But it doesn't mean that the whole world has to stop and celebrate the day they got there. So these are ways of how the British are feeling that their culture is being taken from beneath them, not understanding that when a group of people move and they move to fill a gap and they move in a very uncomfortable way and they've received a lot of pressure in their living standard or in their general well-being in being in a new land, that this does not need to be celebrated in any way, and there's not that much when we break it down that they've really contributed in comparison with any other ethnic group that has moved for its own betterness, own better condition. That these things happen generally, that we don't have to give these West Indians, as it was put, any credence for the cultures that they have added, the addition of a greater Britain. So we have to understand that there is something going on beneath us.
Yeah,
and
that's where that would have been my next question to you. Do you think there's a cultural renaissance, or are we going back to the medieval? What's really that thing?
The fact is, right now there's a scramble for power between East and West, and the West are broke. They're broke, financially broke. What we are spending right now is fiat. We're spending fiat, which means that we're just printing money and spending it. In that, there is going to be a downfall with many of the Western monetary value, as there is already. Now, with that, they only really have the South, and particularly Africa, in order to bolster their economic value. And we in Africa, sometimes I don't think we realize that this is going on, or that we have a lot to do to turn things around, which is why me personally, I'm very worried about the condition of Nigeria. I'm very worried about the condition of Black Africa as a whole. I'm very worried about the condition of Black people and the idiotic squabbling that we do amongst ourselves. That's my position.
Okay, thank you so much. Ovie, do you have to add, or do we take it a little bit? Do we add also to that? While I'm trying to add, I also come to why I'm thinking about what he has said. I will come back to you, Jagu. So recently we had the judgment that came out of the British court concerning Deji Analyst Madeke, and many people in Nigeria have tried to twist it one way or the other. What will be the assessment of that judgment? Is it that they couldn't find anything, or just that having looked through the papers, they decide that, okay, what people as you have been shouting, lion, lion, eventually there's no lion in the cage, or is it that they just wanted to play a quick, fast one, and like the Nigerian courts just let her loose? What do you, in your own summation, what will you say is the reason for that judgment? And how should Nigeria respond to that?
Well, Nigeria is this. How Nigeria should respond is one thing, but thank you for the question. In that, to me, after 11 years of nonsense, it is obvious from a British standpoint that she would get away with this crime. I heard what you had to say some days ago about it's good that she won because it would balance the present politicians in Nigeria. Me, I don't agree with that. I think wrong is wrong, wrong is wrong. And in this, we have to understand that she has stolen a great deal of our value in Nigeria and transported that value to the UK. And therefore, the UK have judged that it is rightful that that money should be with us. And this is where we always get it wrong as Nigerians, because we are doing rubbish and bad in our own country for our own people. For us to add further value to our oppressors is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The amount of money that's been stolen from Nigeria is kind of in the trillions. It's in the trillions. And we have wasted and thrown away and departed our value away from ourselves yet again. And I'm afraid we are losing this fight against the West. They are ingratiating themselves with the delusion of strict fairness, judgment to law. You see, in this world, we have seen that there are laws. But I'll give you the American condition. When the Irish came into America, now crime, they balanced them all, hard crime. When the Italians came, now hard crime they began with. They began with hard crime. They weren't playing games in order to create value for themselves in a new territory. When the Jews came, my brother, now hard crime until they squared themselves in such a way that they can do and undo in the American climb today. Well, we as Africans have been following the rules whilst everybody else is a criminal and behave in a criminal way. So when Africans, black people commit crime, we as a black world peoples, we are seen as criminals. Yet we haven't committed a tenth of the crime that has been committed from other ethnicities. These are things that we fail to realize. In fact, we will distrust ourselves and trust a completely different criminal because he's a different race. So I really need us to work these things out in our mind. What's gone on historically? What's going on right now? And make these connections.
Okay. Like you're frozen.
No, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Should I go to Sully? Do you have something to say before I go to Mr. Ike?
What do you mean now?
Okay. Okay. Sully, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You just had the question. Do you have anything to add to that? Or to
Sorry,
take away?
can you repeat the question?
Okay, the question first of all, we came from what is going on in Britain and how what is really the issue, why the British people are fighting the Prime Minister. And then went on to say, so what do we think about the judgment that came out of the British court? Is it that they just decide to forgive or look the other way? Or is it that is actually the real judgment for what is presented, what the court can see? Based on that, the court gave judgment.
Are you talking about Diezani's case?
Yeah, the Diezani, Alice Madeke's case.
For the first question, I don't really know much about UK. I just don't like British people. I've never liked them for years. I've lived in a community full of them, and they piss me off up to the point that I had to start hitting them for them to respect themselves. They behave just like Nigerians. They don't respect themselves, and that's when I started realizing that all the bad behavior that we learned that we have in Nigeria, we learned it from British people. I really, really do not like them. Anyways, so I don't really know much about, and they are bloody scammers. Anyway,
best in the world.
So I don't know much about UK. As for the second question,
where are you, my brother? If I may ask.
Netherlands.
I see.
The Dutch people, I won't say they are the best of the whites, but I feel like most Nigerians have never been treated like a human being unless you come to the Netherlands. Nobody can mistreat you. People can try, but the law will severely punish them. And that punishment will hold on to their head for years. So people think very well before they try you. So, but anyways, I feel like most Nigerians have not been treated like human beings ever. ever. That's why they come and they make statements of like, oh, is it government that is going to do everything? You know, you just know that this person has been treated like an animal all their life. But anyways, as for the second question, I don't know how UK judgment works, right? But in the Netherlands, if you win a case, then that means you are innocent of the crime. You know, I've been hearing a lot of rumors that all the issues, they just wanted to look for a scapegoat and they used the Ezani as a scapegoat. They were inflating what she stole, they were inflating all the amounts and everything, and you know, because she's a woman, they just used that as a scapegoat. So I don't know, but then UK is the one that taught us all the corruption that we know. You know,
okay.
so
Okay, that's fair enough. Know. Okay, Ovie. Ovie. Okay, Mr. Ike, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Wait, sorry. Something. Somebody said, but the law doesn't punish Royal Dutch Shell for the atrocities in the Niger Delta. I can promise you, if you actually spend money and do thorough investigation and bring it to the Netherlands and fight that case, if you are right, you will win that case. The problem is that Nigerians don't want to go through the process, right? They just want to complain, cry. How many of you have sued people before? You know, black people, the white people know to offend black people. White people know that when you want to do something that is illegal against someone, it's better to do it to black people because black people tend to forgive. We don't tend to fight back. We don't tend to sue back. You know, how many people have gathered that information and brought it to the ICC to fight for your case? I doubt almost anyone has really tried. I'm not just saying, oh, they hurt us for put them in jail. Document it. You know, up to the point
Ken
where
Sarawiwa died for that issue, my friend.
Yes, he died, but how many people followed it up?
Right, you know Nigerians now. When someone don't die, or now big example be
that's
that.
my point.
But that's what I've been saying here. That once when the ultimate prize, they continue. They don't go for it.
Exactly. So you can't be complaining that you didn't receive any justice when you didn't really do much to get to the final line to get your justice. You buy and then people give up the Nigerian way. You know, white people don't do that. White people don't forgive. If you buy them, it motivates them more to continue to make sure that that case will end. And you know, that is one thing I've learned from white people, not to forgive. So that's what I use against them the most, you know, and they don't like me. They always run away from me. So yeah, okay. I wish Nigerians were like that too. But Nigerians, they're always trying to look for who is weaker than them, who is poorer than them to fight, you know, who is lesser than them to fight. You know, that's
somebody's radio is disturbing.
They'll pump their chest off. As if they've done something very big because they are fighting somebody poorer than them or somebody weaker than them or somebody younger than them. Those are my giants of Africa.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Ike.
What's the British Prime Minister or what? What are you?
Yeah, what the British Prime Minister, or you can talk about the Dejani Alice Madeke's case. The British Prime Minister, you know, what Jagun said earlier explains a lot of what's going on in Britain. I don't understand the British, except I know the system. I don't understand how it goes. You know, but my question was that what is really the why anger against the Prime Minister, and he has explained that. So, but you can add to that if you have what you want to talk about. Yeah, and then some Nigerians are still insisting that Alice Madeke didn't get a desired judgment because they feel that having bought golden bra and pants, she should be in jail, even though those golden bra and pants were never seen anywhere. Go ahead, sir.
Just a quick question to Jago. You know, my question is why do the British people want the Prime Minister to resign? That's my question. What offense? Why? What is the main reason why
they want him to resign.
I would say to you that this has been answered. This query has been answered very well by Shaw and myself. I have said that there's a global reframing going on of the condition of the Western white people. And that reframing seems not to be carried by the present Prime Minister of the UK. The opposition parties in Reform and the Conservative Party are carrying this reframing of the white condition, the Western condition, the British culture against multiculturalism. And this is the reason why they're picking him out.
Okay, thank you. On Desiani, we all live in the Western world today, and where we believe that the rule of law is true and right. And if the rule of law in Britain has set the woman free, it doesn't necessarily matter the argument anybody is making, because it is about 11 years. I'm not even talking about how many years it has taken, but if the court find her not guilty, who am I going to continue to say that she is guilty? Do I know anything she has done? I didn't see any of the accusations. I never saw a golden brand, golden pant. Seeing the billions they are talking about she stole. So and all those things they say she stole, somebody might have bought them over. Who are the people that bought all those, properties that they say she owed? So for me, Nigeria is a country where if she was tried in Nigeria, probably a lot of people, if she was tried in Nigeria and she was set free, probably most of us will say she has bribed the judges and whatever. But that is in the British court. So who is going to say the British people, they took bribe or they collected the backhand money? Or I don't know. I don't know the argument we are making now, whether she's guilty or not guilty. The court said that she's not guilty. And at the end of the day, if the Nigerian government felt that the ruling was not what it's supposed to be, what is the next process they have to follow? Is it extradition? They might call for is extradition for the trial, right? So Oburi and the rest of them who was tried, have they returned every money they have stolen? So for me, the thing is that now that it was done in the British court, if Nigerian government feel that the case was not good, they can ask for the trial or ask for her to Nigeria for the trial. And that's thing that Nigeria would do. But all these ones we are saying, none of us saw the money. None of us were there when she was carrying the money. Desiana, I'm only hearing in my ears, right? I'm hearing about the woman, how much money she made, how much money she stole, So at the end of the day, there are some of them that are still stealing the world. We can see. We are not doing anything that are in power. So, for the woman who has not been in power for, it is difficult for me to say that they should convict her, because with you, I don't know what is it that she has done. But if they say that they discover gold pad, gold bra, gold shoe, gold everything, I think the best thing for Nigerian government is to call for the trial. Also ask for his extradition. Malami is in Nigeria, is enjoying himself. He's the governorship candidate of ADC in his state. Upon all the billions and billions and billions of money that was said he stole, their former attorney general is there contesting the election to be governor. What? So for this in Nigeria, how are they going to bring her back? 11 years, he might already have a British citizenship. So how do you bring her back for the trial? So Nigerians can always say, we can always feel the way we feel about this situation, but this one is beyond me. She wasn't tried in Nigeria, and I believe that the government or Nigerian people believe that Nigerians will get justice in Britain, and it ended up that the expectations of majority of Nigerians was not what it was. Probably, maybe there was a frame up, maybe all the whole billions and billions they were talking, maybe it's not up to that, but the people who conspired with her to steal the money, everybody tried to heap everything on the woman. So it's really difficult to say, I want to say something about the issue of the Niger Delta, the Dutch Royal something shell, in Niger Delta. The Royal Dutch Kingdom is my second country, but I tell you that when you go to Nigerian embassy in Den Haag, the way the Dutch people come to ask for visa, they come with a very big bucket. That's how the passport, they come to ask for visa at Nigerian embassy. That's how they come. In the public press, they will tell you Nigeria is not safe for you to go and do business. So I happened to be at the embassy in one of my travels, and I saw where they came to with a very big bucket of Dutch passport that they're trying to go to Nigeria for business. And it is only the counselor of Nigerian embassy who will tell you what I did with the man who came with all those passports, because I confronted him, and I let him to know that they have destroyed that country called Nigeria with whatever they're doing in Niger Delta. And every day you go to the press, you say Nigeria is not safe to do business. But look at you came here with a full basket, a full bucket of Dutch passport to come and ask for visa to go to Nigeria to do business. So it is something that we know what is going on. Like Soleil said, Nigerians, the evidences are there. The papers are there. There are evidences to prove what the Royal Dutch, shell oil company is doing in Nigeria. I am one of the people. This is one of the things that makes me here, where I live and in Dutch. People who know me here or in Holland, I have no respect and regard for the Dutch for the Dutch man, because I know what they are doing in my country, Nigeria. And whenever I have an issue with them, I go toe to toe with them, because what I'm saying with evidence. And whenever you bring this issue of Niger Delta, you see them, they're mad, because they know what you're saying is the truth. So I don't give them any breathing space. I respect the rules and regulation of this country. I respect the country that have made me a citizen. I have no problem with them. But when it comes to international politics, we did this issue of what they're doing in Nigeria. Any Dutch man I come across with the issue of Nigeria, I go extra mile, because I know what they are doing. At the Nigerian embassy, I caused a scene at the Nigerian embassy, because I said that the ambassador should never give these people visa. Why should they be telling the world that Nigeria is not a place of business? And they are coming here every week. So most Nigerians who live in Den Haag, who were telling me, these people come here every boxes and boxes of passport for visa to go to Nigeria to do business. But at the end of the day, they will tell you that our country is not safe to do business. So it's what Soleil said. The problem in Nigeria is that it's corruption. It's corruption among Nigerians themselves, from the local chiefs to the people who claim to be speaking for the people of the Niger Delta. They collect this money. They collect millions of dollars, and they pocket that money, and they shut up everybody. So it's living in a system where we're taking over everything. Last week, if you were watching on television, last 2 weeks, some activists were in Niger Delta, one area, where they were showing the water that people are drinking. When you put the water when you first put the water in it becomes water. In the next 30 minutes, it turns to fuel. And these are water that people are drinking. people from Niger Delta. And you see some of the Niger Delta people, they are the people that are hailing the people, hailing Week and their group in Niger Delta, you know. So what is going on is the problem of corruption. Like Solo said, if Nigerian government to fight, you know, what is going on, they know they have the fight. They are the people, like Mr. Peter Obi said, people who are coming to steal oil. Oil is not sweet you put in your pocket. The ship that comes to Nigeria, we have Nigerian Navy, comes to Nigeria to carry the oil. Where are the Nigerian Navy? Where are they? Somebody is controlling those ships that come to Nigeria to take the oil, and they take the oil and go back. So oil is not is not sweet like Mr. Peter Obi will say. It's not something you put in your pocket. So if government is telling you they don't know what is going on, are we children? We know. They are part of the racketeers. They are part of the criminal gang that is going on in Niger Delta. They are part of it. Tombolo is what work does he do? I said, what work does he do? But they are billionaires. And they're telling you they're fighting for the Niger Delta people. These people are multi-billionaires. What are their jobs? So I think that the issue of Niger Delta is a very serious issue. But like my brother said, how do you fight it? Because the people that are the people that are making weight out of it. So who is going to fight it? And
okay. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Pastor I. Mr. Ovie, if you are welcome, we are coming to you. Let's hear Ovie. Yeah, Ovie, why is it that, and this is directly to you, in Sokoto State alone, they have 40 oil wells that are people from Sokoto State run. You have never come here to fight those personal individuals who have 40 oil wells from Niger Delta. But you are very quick to fight every other person. So why is it that the people of Niger Delta don't see the reason to own oil wells and probably fight to make sure that the water in that location is prepared, and the ground, not only water safe, and the ground is also recovered. Water is recovered and ground recovered. Why is that you are more concerned about fighting other issues in Nigeria? I'm not even talking about it, than fighting to make sure that the whole of Ogoni land, for which King Sarowa died for, the whole of Niger Delta, for which is still under operation, becomes clean so that the people can have a good life. I haven't said that. That's what part of the question I want you to answer. Then, of course, you can go ahead and talk about this analysis if you want to.
There's no difference between Desiani and the plight of Niger Delta and the Nigeria at large.
Okay, not individual now.
No. I think that's a mistake we are making. Okay. I even on a more serious note, I'm surprised that she stayed this long, going through this torture for 10 years before she get
11 years.
Yeah. Especially married deep into the system. Alice Madueke was a former naval officer talking about the Niger Delta, the naval police. She was a naval chief of naval staff, their husband, former military governor of Enugu, former military governor of Imo State. So it cannot be more entrenched in the Nigerian system than that. That means it's part and parcel of one of the power broker in Nigeria, which is the military guys. So, and I want to believe that the Buhari admission treated her the way she was treated, because one, I mean, the position she occupies as a minister and her money there, so she either know where the bodies are buried, or she is also key to some of those oil where we are talking about. And again, where her husband comes from is no longer part of Rivers State, it's part of Enugu. And the last I checked, Enugu was part of Southeast. And the last I checked, Southeast don't vote for Buhari. And the last I checked, Buhari said reciprocated by dealing with them. So now when Tinubu come, Tinubu is still trying to dance his way, trying to make a peace with the military guy. They see they give her a tough time here. So part of the appeasement is releasing their wife. So that's what you are saying. It's all pure political. But most importantly here, when would they tell say Nigeria corrupt, Britain corrupt, they are all this not the same system. Our system, and then build our system. It's interlinked. They are, if our judiciary is corrupt, what you could talk about that? So we cannot again. There's no way we can separate the two of them. Now them be our parent, they still be our colonial master. Unless you don't understand how the current the world work. So on that of Niger Delta is, I mean, there's no. It has become. I wish it's not a Nigerian problem in the lands of the Niger Delta, but it's on from day one, controlled by on paper, but we all know that it's being controlled by the multinational companies like the BPs, the Chevrons, Texas, and co. But then the Dutch people were all and parcel of the cake. So I wish, it's not at the center of our problem as far as I'm concerned. I regard Nigeria as if there's any political party at all is one, and that party is called Nigeria by our oil. But it's a Nigerian problem. To say that the Nigerian people did not do anything or they are not doing anything, that is to be politically violent here. Because the man Delegi, in which you use as an example earlier on, his sacrifice is like. But something happened during this Bola administration that I kind of cringe, because I felt how the likes of Delejua will feel if they are here. What did they die for? When Bola Tinubu opened the Ogoni oil field for investors, that has not done for the past almost 27 or 29 years. There was been fight there. But Bola Tinubu paved the way for these foreign companies to come and drill the oil. And in appeasing the community, he selected those who are making noise there now and give them national honor. I was watching on TV, I just couldn't believe my eyes. I said, come, now waiting Sarawiwa and the rest of them die for this for national honor. Nothing else. So it's a pity. The day we'll get that region right, maybe Nigeria, or the day Nigerians, the leaders now will come to an agreement to do with that. Now, the idea that how I will fight them, I'm one of, I don't like our Niger Delta political leaders. And if I want to narrow down the problem to at home, right, I will argue that the Nigerian state has spent trillions of Nigerian money directed to Niger Delta's development company, to which my state is a part of the beneficiary. They've been collecting 13% for 10, 15 years. So governors, the leaders that have been running that region for the past 10, 15 years are corporate, and the community leaders too. So there's no way to talk about there's no good thing happening. At the point in my life, I was in worry. At the worker, I early 2000, at the worker for worry. And they go from NRA Junction to Uborukoko to Shell everywhere. But less than 10 years later, after I done the run for Nigeria, I was in America. They flew us down to Nigeria. The national trials, Commonwealth game was to take part in Warri. Just for me to come from hotel to stadium, they say we know if we walk out. Or if we have to take all our gold chain, all those things, keep there. If not, they go snatch it. This is not my area, I be Wafio. This is not my land. The Mopo look me laugh. He said that then we have to be accompanied with siren. Just going from one hotel. So I'm just to tell you how the insecurity has deteriorated over time. And again, there's also political motivation, right? Because the headquarters of all these companies were there in Warri, Sapele, Rivers, right? That the insecurity that's why I always scrutinize this our fourth republic started by Obasanjo. Because now the beginning of the Obasanjo regime, beginning of the Fourth Republic, now he transfer all those headquarters, company headquarters from Warri, Sapele, and Rivers down to Lagos. And that happened because of insecurity. Just like they pursue people come up for their land now. That's what happened. That's why they turn Warri. We go there inside gun, we go they run, come out to go see which kind of gun they fire. That's how it was. They just destroyed the whole from Delta to Warri, political violence, agitation, That's now waiting chase all those companies, come Lagos, contributed to the Lagos we have today and other. So the situation has not changed. It hasn't changed. There is no any indication that it's going to change. That's the worst situation we find ourselves. But again, with the kind of political treatment Goodluck Jonathan received during and after his presidency, actually opened especially the Shekiri people, the majority of that region, who put their eye to how they need to have their own political party union to have a say at the federal level. That if Goodluck can be deserted, be sought and do everything that is happening right now happens in Goodluck Jonathan. So they are forming their own political party. And if you look, I think earlier yesterday, Asari Tokubo was giving a broadcast to the governor of their people, to the Ijaw people, because they are I don't know how, I can't put number to the population of the Ijaw people in Edo State, but they're not much, but they are scattered between Edo, Ondo, and Delta. So according to Asari Tokubo, he is saying that all those Ijaw people in Edo are not being treated well, so that they are coming to face Edo. Right? So, but again, I see them again from a different angle entirely. Because if we look at 2023 election, right, nobody could tell me say no be Bola Tinubu empowered Igboho and Igboho's group. Because to take power, you need to have a faith and a gun. And the Tinubu Buhari administration understand that they went after him, even though they don't succeed. Right? But that was a sign that it has what it takes to destabilize the country if everything not going his way. But again, as soon as they swear him into power, the first person to visit Aso Rock was who? Asari Tokunbo. And there he laid down saying that these are the places we operated, from Anambra to Kaduna to everywhere. So when I see and they give those orders about Edo, that comes to mind. At the same thing we will see again with this idea reinforcing because of 2027 election. But so there's a lot of things that are connected, but there's no way I will drift away from the fact that the situation you painted in Nigeria Delta is our reality. Nothing changed. You are nobody say you depend on. You don't even try enough. If you have to put it, is worse than any part of anywhere I've been that has resources. I never go Congo or Brazzaville, but the situation in Warri, I live there, I've seen it, and Rivers is I don't know. It's nothing. I don't see, as again, fortunately, nothing is changing. But again, to what is happening in London, if we want to narrow it down to us, it will get to us. We'll get to Nigeria maybe in the next 10, 15, 20 years. Because that's where it be. All we have to go back is to look back to 100 years. When all these things. So what is happening in Britain is the same thing that is going around.
Okay, view is frozen. Ify, you're welcome. You followed our broadcast so far. You have heard what Ovie said, and probably also part of what Soli said, and where will be your intervention? What do you have to say?
Intervention about what? Good evening, everybody, and happy Father's Day for those of you who are fathers.
Thank you so much. Yes, let's start from you, since you are the only female voice so far. Let's circle back a little bit. What do you make of the Father's Day celebration, and how come we only have one Father's Day but numerous Mother's Day between all the? how be it that we only have one, but people have more than 10 different Mother's Day of in every year?
Are you jealous?
No, I'm not. I'm just asking a simple question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's that you guys don't appreciate the effort of men in the society, or it's just a coincidence.
It's not, but you know what? KJ, you just want to hear my voice. That's all.
Yes, I want to hear your voice.
I mean, the truth of the matter is that we do a lot when it comes to family. You know, um, responsibility most of the time falls on the woman. In as much as we just feel like men they just provide, but who nurtures everybody is the woman. She will carry the pregnancy, have a baby, take care of that baby, raise a family. Most of the time, some of them are housewives, runs the affairs of the house. Everything. I mean, some fathers, if you ask them their children's name, school, they don't even know the name of their children's school. If you ask them the size of the shoes, of their children, they don't even know. They don't know anything. The only thing they know is just that they are fathers and they just have to provide. Once they provide, in the sense maybe they pay school fees, in the sense that they, make sure that there is food in the house, that's what they call, father. But the rest of the, job or rest of everything, it falls on the woman. In most cases, the woman will find the school where the child will go to, be a soccer mom. We juggle in between everything, jack of all trade. And at the same time, you go to work. You still provide, you still come back to work, you still cook, you still clean, you still make sure everybody is happy. You'll be the last to go to bed and be the first to wake up in the morning. Women, we have a lot of, responsibilities.
It seems to me that you are describing the days of our mother, not the days of you guys now.
Even now, no, don't go there, please. Forget about the Gen Z.
Are you sure? Because Jago is here. Confirm what?
Jago, yes. You might say that, with the Gen Zs, yes, it still happens. It still happens. Okay. The days of our mother, with the new internet and all that stuff, women are working now more. Women are more independent now compared to during the time of our mothers. And of course, women, we still do all that stuff and still, KJ, you know what I mean? Still be the woman, still provide, still do everything. So I think that's where it comes in. But does it still exist? Yes, it's still in existence. They still have families that have, that old school thing. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. So are you now saying that the modernization have not changed the dynamics? Because now, in the days of my father, he never one day went to the kitchen. He never one day, washed plates. He never one day, but these things were done by the children. And these things were done by, the girls and my mom. Even though, growing up, my mom said to me, someday you're going to be living by yourself, so you need to learn how to cook. So I learned, in fact, now I can challenge you to cooking a goosey soup. But that is now, okay? And the situation now we find ourselves that it's like, there's a subtle competition, we are all struggling to lead. The woman wants to lead the home. The man wants, say, no, this is my traditional position. I cannot give it up. But some women are saying, we don't even need you to lead. We know what we want, and what we want is how it's going to be done. And because of that, there's contention all the time in most of the places that there is this family issue. My question now be to you is this.
It's all about understanding. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Understanding now gives leadership to the women.
Yeah, listen, KJ.
Yes.
Yeah, there are still men that have that kind of our parents' mentality. That I can't remember my daddy for one day. I can't remember that I'm on the phone with my sister, giving us a bath, doing all. The only thing is that there is everything. My mother was a housewife then, up until when we went to university and all that stuff. That was when my mom started doing stuff. In abroad, it's different. Okay, again, and that's why I say it's all about understanding. Because back home, sometimes we have maids, we have, extended families that, lives with us and help and contribute, with all those, kitchen things and, family things. But here it's only you and your husband. So that's why it takes that. That's why I said it's all about understanding. The same work you are going to is the same work the woman is, doing. And in most cases, women even earn more, and they still come back and do other stuff. But a man who understands that, knows that, this responsibility supposed to be for both of us. We go, pick up the kids, or maybe the wife is at work, the man will cook, or vice versa. Try to do as much as he can. But in most cases, trust me, just very few men. There is nothing like a house or a home where a woman is and put it in order. There is always a difference when a man tries to do what a woman does. So you cannot compare. I understand what you're saying. Things are changing. We have the Gen Zs. We are eating pizza. We are eating hamburger. Oh, we are not going to cook tonight. Let's order food. Growing up, we didn't have that luxury. We cook morning, afternoon, night. I'm sure, maybe minus one or two people, but you know what I mean. So, but here in America, sometimes both of you come back at the same time. There is no food. You decide to order the food outside and eat. So it takes the understanding of both couple to see, how they're going to run the affairs of their family. I'm not going to say that we don't have women who don't want to, just like men who don't want to, support their wife and vice versa. So, I mean, it's all about the couple in question. If both of you understand each other, trust me, I mean, things will be easier for you to understand, to do. However, because I know a lot of women have come here, we forget about where we come from. I know that's where you want me to go. Yes, we forgot that, you do all these things, you come back and present food for your husband on the table. I say, nah, go ready. And when you finish eating, you just leave the plate there. The woman will come and pick up the plate and go and wash it and all that stuff. I'm not saying that there are not people that are still doing it. There are some people, but it's just very few, because the same work you go to is the same work I go to. You are coming in and coming in. Both of us are coming in together. We have to iron the uniform. We have to cook. We have to do this. We have to do that. So it takes two to tango. It's all about understanding, but I know where you're coming from.
Okay. I don't, Ovie, you are itching to say something.
Yes, now my turn. I think what is happening is economic shift. They are moving from muscle economy to mind. See, like from centuries, masculinity was structurally tied to physical labor, defense, external resource extraction, went from a hunters and gatherer revolution to agricultural revolution, who gave birth to farming. From there we went to industrial revolution, gave birth to factory labor and warfare. So in a world whereby it's driven by raw physical output, the male biology was an essential economic engine. So pretty much everybody depend on the power, the strength, muscular of the man to get pretty much power every aspect of economy. But today, the modern economy values cognitive agility, no be muscle anymore. Memory, intelligence, communication, collaboration, areas where women have not only entered the workforce, but they tell, today, if we join, if you compare Ife here and maybe two Nigerians, as made them vote who has been the best public analysis here. If you go beat two Nigerians, not because she's a woman, because she has actually performed the job better than the American counterpart. So that traditional role of a provider identity was simply to measure money that man bring home by doing every work, every lifting, all kind of strenuous job back in the day. But in today reality again, where physical strength is no longer a primary currency for survival. So any man will see they believe or anchor their identity in the loan provider type find themselves structurally, devastated, for to say the word. So that economic evolution directly affects or redefine within fatherhood or man will be.
Okay. I don't know why your village people don't want us to hear what you're saying. Anyway, Ewa, you're welcome. Before we move on, Jagun, yes, you have any comment to make right away? If not,
No,
we'll
no,
go to.
no. I mean,
All right.
if I'm to speak on, no, sorry, if I'm to speak on the value of men and women, it's a difficult subject. Women are valuable in so many ways. The only thing is, I feel that women have had it tough over the many years. They have been through a level of oppression, and this is not oppression based on their sex and the fact that they may be a physically weaker sex. This has happened because of the issue of sex and the oppression that they may have to go through or they have gone through in terms of how they are seen sexually. And a lot of men, although we realize this, we haven't necessarily been quick enough to protect our women. And I feel that that has played against men in that, not that we don't respect women and we don't protect them, but a lot of what they've gone through has happened unconsciously because we are men. However, I think, to use the pendulum effect, from the 60s to the 80s to the 80s till now, the pendulum has swung so much to the way of women, and it has allowed men to become quite soft, too soft, in the way men today, globally, I'm not talking about black men, I'm talking about all men, look at their own responsibilities, their own positioning, and the fact that they have had to share the workspace to a much larger degree and have to share the position, the political positions. But having said this, me personally, I remain a man, and I remain unmoved because of the conditioning that we've gone through as a global human species. I remain a man, and I refuse to buy into rubbish, nonsense, and pandering to the softness that the world has taken on board, the femininity that the world has now taken on board. I have had few problems with women, because I know how to give them their space. I know how to articulate my own emotional position. I know how to protect women. I know how to do it. But I refuse to pander. I don't pander because you're a woman. I don't. I don't do that. So all the pandering that men are doing in today's world, where largely I don't believe they even know what they're doing with the level of their pandering. I remain a man, and as such, women know how to respect me when they're around me, and that respect doesn't go one way where I'm concerned. I know how to respect women. So I'm afraid these things are quite individual, even though they have become politicized and they have become really a feature structure of our economy. For me, the fact that a woman can be a boss I don't have problem with that. The fact that a woman could be better than me at any certain aspect, I have no issue with that. But I can't be discounted as a man. You can't discount me. I'm present. I can speak about women's issues. You know, sometimes women say, "Are you a woman? Do you know that?" Go away with that rubbish. Me, I don't take that on board at all. I'm not a woman. I'm a human being, and as a human being, I can appreciate emotionally the steps women take. I know how to appreciate the life of a woman. I don't have to have a period in order to appreciate what a woman goes through. I don't. So all these things that men stupidly pander to, I think it's the fault of men not being able to hold their own. Me, I can hold my own very well, and I maintain that position. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I like
what happened.
What happened?
Yeah, I don't even say I go offline anyway.
Yeah, it's not me who took you offline. You went offline just like that.
Yeah, my network.
Okay. All right.
What do you like? Continue what you're saying.
To Jagun, I don't think the man is becoming obsolete or is being.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, no, or is being undermined, or your place of your authority is being threatened per se. But I think the mechanism by which men traditionally validate their words are the one being eroded. One, which means the making money aspect of it back in the days, it takes pretty much physical strength to earn money.
I heard what you said, and I think you are pretty accurate. But that's not where I'm coming from. You didn't hear all I said. You see, my father, he could do anything my mum could do. He didn't cook as much as my mum, but when he cooked, maybe it was the fact that he didn't cook every day. But when he cooked, the food was tasting better than my mum's most of the time. He could cook. He washed plates. That's before the children. You know, generally they wouldn't wash. Neither of my parents would do that kind of work, clearing the table, washing plates. No, we would do that. He took us. We took ourselves to school, but at times my father used to come and pick us up from school. There's not one thing that my mother did for us as our mother that my dad didn't or couldn't do. We were brought up in the UK, most of us, and in that fact, my dad did everything. There was a time my mother is a businesswoman. It's where I get my business acumen from. My mother used to travel to Nigeria for months. We would be with our dad for 3-4 months. He would do everything. So I didn't grow up in the aspect that this is men's work or this is women's work. I didn't grow up with that.
May I ask you one question? Do you think the way things are going, moving from that command authority space of a man towards let's build a community of protecting vulnerable through proximity and strength character? That
what I think is that men need to be respected. All this man bashing that so many people do, including men, it's not just women that do it. All this man bashing, it's a poison to our world because men and women think differently, and in their difference in thinking, a man's love. I tell you this for free: a man's love is greater than the love of a woman. It's greater.
Yeah, man anything
Well,
to,
I need
because
to
I think
understand this. I don't think a lot of men understand this. The love that is contained in a man is greater than the love that is contained in a woman. A woman's love is rather specific and rather, what do they call it? What's the word? It's rather conditional. Whereas a man's love it's bigger. It's rather unconditional because you have a lot more to think about, a lot more to love. When you are loving your wife,
Okay. I don't know what's happening today with network.
Anyway,
you are loving the aspect of your environment. The wisdom that you are picking up from this love a woman doesn't go that far. I've been with many women, and this is not a boast or anything like that. But sometimes when they speak to me about their vision in life or what they find practical or impractical, what they have to say is rather less. It's rather, I don't want to use the word myopic. That's not correct, but along those lines, where they're not thinking as deeply as me. They're just not. They're not
what do you
thinking
think
as
is
wholesomely as
responsible?
me.
Do you think it's a coordinated attack on the men's side, or
Of course it is.
what do you think we lost it?
It is. It is. This is more of the political manipulation of the state. Women and women's what they call feminism. This thing does not come from women alone. It really does come from men who wanted more from taxes.
Yes, sir.
They wanted more of tax money. Women were involved economically at such a level where they were paying. In fact, women were exempt from tax. So when we look at the whole thing, because we just look at things emotionally, especially women. And in their emotional context, they don't really go deep enough to understand how this whole thing is being constructed. So you have people who just come across the idea of feminism. I will pick out AY for this, where in his religion, there is no such thing as feminism. But because he has entered into the Western world, he will look at feminism for what it depicts and not for what it is in a deeper aspect. So he would say, "Oh, leave women to women's things, and women this and we." I've heard him say all these things, and I think, do you believe this, or are you just saying it? And it seems to me that it's
Question to you, Dago, so
saying
that I can bring you back a bit. So, do you
yeah.
think that the role of the man in the society has been negated, or is the man just now like a beast of burden, just like a
Well, not for men like me, and there are many men like me.
Okay, so we are not
who don't give a damn what's been. Wait,
bearing the load.
I hear your question. It's a good one.
Okay,
I've understood you. You're cutting out a bit. I would say men like me do not have to begin to slice themselves into all these different portions in order to maintain their manhood. I'm not like that. Not me. Not me. You see, I've never in my life beaten a woman. Never. It's not my way of living. However, would I? You damn right I would. If a woman slaps me in my face, believe me that she's going to get the worst backhand of her life. She's going to get it. And I'm not boasting. It's not a boast. It's that you as a woman have to hold your own respect. You can't slap me in the face without getting a bang in your mouth. You can't do that. Because I can match you word for word if you want to speak. If you want to raise fists, you're in trouble with me. You're in trouble. So all these men that are doing oyinbo and pandering to rubbish, not me. not me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. And please mark that. Why I say that, because you there's a question for you here. Fumi says that respect is mutual. If you respect me, I respect you.
Indeed.
Me, I won't respect you. But that's not that's not how society is governed. Because
No,
if,
I think for
hold on,
me, I think for me,
I'm
if,
coming to hold on, I'm coming to
yes, sir.
Ify. Now, if you go to your office, the office where you work, you earn your daily bread, and your boss does not respect you, you don't throw back at the boss and say, because you didn't respect me too, I will not respect you. But you know that you are getting your daily living. So even when he talks down at you or somehow that you don't like, if you feel disrespected, you don't whatever. You don't say, okay.
Before if he comes in, I would like just to
You
put
say,
two
okay.
pence in.
So this question goes to Ify. If you go to the office
I know.
and your boss disrespects you, are you going to say, okay, because disrespect now, also I'm going to disrespect you, knowing that he can actually fire you if you do that?
If he allow me just to say, I agree with Fumi in that she said respect is mutual. That is a direct fact. And we are human beings and we have to work together. What I deeply believe is that the family and the relationship between the sexes has been heavily damaged with all this rubbish that I hear every day. And that is the salient point I want to give. I thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. If you heard what he said, I'm not negating that the fact that respect is mutual, and each person needs to respect the other, especially in verbalizing your opinion. You see, that's where the man, and I'm speaking from a man's point of view now, the way you verbalize your opinion makes a lot of difference for the man. Okay? And the ego of a man, once a man loses that ego in him, forget it. He's lost everything. It's just like a pack of tiger, of lions. Once the leader loses his ego among the pack, he walks away. He doesn't wait. Once he's challenged and he cannot deal with that challenge, he walks away. Now, looking at that, some of our women, and we're talking about the Father's Day today, some of our people, some of the women have little or no respect for their father, the father of their of their houses, especially before their children. Some of them even go ahead to, we can play many videos, slap the man around, insult the man, and all that, right before the children. And in such a situation, the man begins to die inwardly, even if he doesn't walk away. So how do we, and this is found especially from our own set of people, our own color, our people from, you understand what I'm talking about? How do we deal with this stemming issue that's rising almost on daily basis? And today, that's the Father's Day, which is once every year. How do we deal with that? And how do we caution our people to take it easy?
To be honest with you, KJ, happy Father's Day for the people that were not here when I said that. Uncle Ike and hi, AY.
Send me my gift. Not be happy Father's Day.
Okay, you have to tell me where you are then. But anyway, see, KJ, initially I said it takes two to tango. Okay, it's all about understanding. Sometimes I personally, I imagine what we make a man or a woman, they will put their hands on each other. I believe that if it's not working, just leave. Once a relationship gets to putting your hands or slapping each other and all that stuff, that is no longer, there will be no respect in that marriage. And again, keep your hands to yourself. I don't know if you guys saw the case that just ended about it. It's a little bit out of what we are saying. The young guy, KJ, that stabbed Camilla Anthony. I don't know if you saw that case. Keep your hands to yourself. You know, so many ways. Working in the healthcare have taught me a lot of patience. When I mean patience, a lot of patience. Not only am I a foreigner, not only am I a black, not only am I a woman. I mean, so many things are all odds against me. But I've learned to walk away, you know, just like at the end of the day, just give me my money. Let me go. I'm not here for your foolishness. Again, depending on what is going on, you say disrespect. Culture differs. What you call disrespect might not be a disrespect. So if you have said maybe sexual disrespect or any type of disrespect, yes. But I try as much as possible to, thank God I work in a very professional, people that are very professional. So I cannot speak because the position I am in now is different from where I was, a few years ago. So I can't tell you that, my oga or my overall would disrespect me. We don't even see each other walk unless we pass each other in the hallway. So I cannot speak of that. But in terms of marriage, I always tell people, sit down, have a conversation with your partner. If it's not working, just walk away. Go your separate ways. Marriage is not by force. Relationship is not by force. Because one slap can end somebody's life. Just one. Just one. We don't think about that. And I know sometimes it's so difficult to, walk away. Somebody will call you names, they even put their hands on you. But honestly speaking, that you walk away, it will save you a lot of trouble than for you to retaliate. My own opinion, you might disagree with me, but that is how I handle stuff.
Okay, thank you so much. Ewa, you're welcome. Ewa,
KJ, sorry, can I say something before I'm trying to round up in my place?
Okay, go ahead. Ewa, sorry, let him say something.
The thing is this, listen, let me talk about love, marriage. It is the man that loves a woman. What a man needs from a woman is respect. And in that of the abundance of the respect you give to your husband produces the amount of love your husband showered upon you. It's what a man needs is respect. It's not love. We love women. It's our responsibility to love the women. It's the love that produces that. If she returns back that respect, then the increase of love goes higher. So it's not that like people have different way of loving each other, but I'm just trying to be, I'm speaking in the perspective of the Christian. The Bible is the man that loves a woman. What a man needs is respect. That's all. Your respect to your husband will attract the kind of love that your husband shower upon you. And when you talk about a place of work, like if he said, where I am working, the head of the HR is a woman, assistant is a woman, right? And you, all of us who work in a place know that the HR works for everybody. And it's my responsibility to respect her position because she is the boss of the HR. But also for her to recognize my input also to the company. So it's a matter of trying to, understand your position. You respect your position. You know where is a line you don't cross. It doesn't matter who is the head or who is where, right? And like the word we speak, either to your colleagues or to your wife or to your husband, like KJ said, is the word that you produce, give out to your wife or to your colleague determines what you receive back. Because it is the presentation of a word that you can be able to get what you want. Like you did say something, if somebody is a boss to you anyhow or insult you, you wouldn't want to insult back. You might not insult back, orally or communication, but you can communicate that what you feel through the normal professional channel. Because that person who is your boss, there is somebody else that is his or her boss on top. So if the head of HR says something that I don't like, and I feel that she crossed a line, but because she used her position to cross that line, I know that I have a place that I can send my displeasure to what she did. I'm not supposed to confront her face to face or physically. And I'm not going to disrespect her. I will continue to respect her position because I did it. She worked hard to get to where she is. I didn't put her there, which she didn't get there by chance. She worked for it. Like if he just said where she was last year, probably is the same thing applicable to me where I'm working. Where I was, maybe 7 years ago is not where I am today. So you got to marry the whole thing. It's part of life, right? Because in as much as we begin to, be in a position where you have to be able to lead people, there are so many things that you need to know or you need to learn how to handle everybody. So for me personally, I believe that there is nothing for me personally. I see that the men has not abandoned their role as men, or they have not lost their respect as men. But when you, the man, decide to lose your respect, when you lose your own respect, because when you respect yourself, your spouse or your will be able to respect and will be able to honor you, because that's what the Bible says. When you love your wife will honor you. That's what it is. So I think that this issue of love or respect, or men thinking that the women are not taking over, but women are working hard to get to where they are, just like men. It's not about taking over. I don't see any woman who is bigger than me in any position to say that she's taking over. She's not taking over anything. She take over in the office. But when she comes home, I am the husband. She's a head in a government office. She's the head of the department. But that's in the office. But when she comes home, I am the man in the house. She's my wife. And she cannot take her boss position in her place of work and bring it home. So the same thing with me. I drop my position in my place of work. As I'm knocking off now, I drop it here and I'm going home to my wife, to my family. So it has nothing to do with the way I treat my wife because of my position, or the way she treats me because of her position. So it all depends on individual and understanding, because this is life. For me, when we are talking about mothers today, I was, like I said, I was trained 95% by my mother. So my mother is my hero. So am I going to say because my mother is a woman, she did what more than a man can do for me and my sibling? So why wouldn't she be my hero? She's my hero tomorrow. And she made me what I am today. So what is wrong about that? It has not taken the manship that I am as a man. It has not taken it away from me. As the head of my family, I am still the head of the family. It doesn't matter who my wife become the governor of this island tomorrow. I am still her husband. She's the governor of the island, but when she comes into that gate, I open that gate, that she goes into that house. I am in charge. But I am not in charge by imposing my authority that I am in charge. But I am being in charge because she respects me and her. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Bro Ike. Respect is what is that word respect, it become a very murky water. Some people think that respect now, it means that, in fact, before you say respect, they'll say, what is respect? What? People are coming again with respect. People are coming again with respect. So that is where the cross of the matter is. But I'll go to AY, who came in. And I hope that AY didn't come in to ask me where the 40 oil wells are, because I refer you to Igbere TV, where it was, they were quoting
KJ, we are not discussing your year word. Don't worry, I'm not going
I
back.
have the answer for you. It is
let me say something, KJ. Sorry, AY. It boils down to what Uncle Ike says. It's all about understanding. And see, a lot of people take this thing called relationship personal. Somebody posted something on Instagram. Check this out. It's UK. She's in UK. She left her husband. They do 50-50, yada 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 yada, all that stuff, right? And somebody wrote under, please don't steal another, don't go out with a married man, or don't, that kind of stupidity. Made a comment under that. In other words, you are single now. Please don't come after other people's man, something like that. And, I sat down and I thought about it. I said, you know what? In this era, things that not supposed to be a problem is a problem, especially in abroad. Most of the problem in abroad is not even about respect. It's all about finance, all about money. People will say, oh, woman, because you have come to abroad, you start making money, you not respect your husband, and yada, yada. No, I promise you that money is not the problem. There must have been other underlying issue going on. Just like Uncle Kai said, that respect has not been there. So when you start making money now, it's not a problem in a relationship. But again, and that's why I say it is very, very important to have understanding. It takes two to tango. If you want your marriage to work, it's a work. Marriage is a hard work. When you see two people that grow old, like Uncle Ike and his wife, they will tell you what, it hasn't been a bed of roses for them. There are some days you want to be, what, I'm out of this marriage. And there are some days, you enjoy it. It's a work. So when you see people, enjoying their marriage, go ask them what they've been through. Go ask them the fight you did not see. Go ask them the malice you did not see. You did not see the hard work they put in. You only see the success. Maybe after 25 years, they'll be like, you know what, I'm tired of, get out of here. I'm not even going to pay you attention. And the marriage keep going. I'm not talking about somebody who is abusive physically. I'm not talking about somebody who is cheating. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I'm talking about, couple who understand each other, learn to let some things slide under the table, talk about it and move on. Some people tell you they've been married for 40 years, 50 years. They're still learning their wife. They're still learning their husband until they go to the grave.
If because somebody said that.
I say congratulations to a pregnant woman, but you don't know how many.
Somebody asked a question. Why didn't God create woman first, before creating man? And the answer was that because he didn't want any argument. He didn't want argument. So he created a man first before creating the woman. Anyway, that's just a joke, by the way. Anyway, I've heard what she said.
Yeah.
But today is our Father's Day, and the need for fathers have become very important, especially like in Nigeria. If the fathers are supposed to be one to set the course for a nation, are the fathers in Nigeria doing the right things they should be doing, or is it that the fathers are lacking vis-a-vis both in the country and in their homes? What will you say?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. For keeping me long like this, you need to add more time for me.
Sorry, okay, I know you've been around for a while. You can now speak now. Who's
my friend? How long have you been a father? Before we know how many times we go.
So, let me. Okay. Yeah, I'm. If she has really said a lot of good stuff. Mr. Ike too, a lot. She is definitely speaking from experience. But for Mr. Jago, you are very theoretical on this topic. I don't think you are practical at all. But maybe I'm wrong. So see, here is the reality of. I'm going to start from the West. I think we live in a confused environment. Confused environment, this says that we come from Africa. We kind of forget who we are. Everybody is doing selecting what favors them, basically. So part of the stuff I really found here, they are very funny. You see, every marriage, in my understanding, is unique. You need two people with sense, two people that can reason to. It's just like what we discuss problem of Nigeria. We refer to we need to domesticate our problem and domesticate the solution. So you know the kind of environment, you know the situation of your partner. You have to look for solution how to live with that person, right? So going back in the days back home, the marriage settings was well defined. There was no ambiguity. The man was the head of the house. The man provides for the family. Most of the women, they nurture, they take care of the homes. This was very simple. But the first problem I find here, when my women move to the West, that come with a lot of power. It come with economic power, and it also come with you live in a system that protects you too. So some women that want to go wide, they think, yeah, I have the same power like you. Then who are you? So in this way, they kind of destabilize the traditional settings. So a couple of things, you see situation where our women, you see most of them, they will come, they love the Western women benefit, except when it comes to finance. Some of them, you see, a woman will come to the West, she's working, the man is working, they still feel you are the man, you should take responsibility of everything financially. This is one set of people. Then you have the men. Ordinarily, when there is unity, the man will help at home, the woman will help because of the settings. There is no way you are going to live in abroad with your wife. You will still be like that traditional African man that will say, oh, I will not cook, I will not clean, I will not do this. No, you have to do everything. If you live here, there is no way around it. I also blame the women that will say they don't feel it's their responsibility to contribute financially. That's also a problem because the moment you start going to work, you've actually abandoned your traditional duty as a wife. So you are not a traditional woman any longer. So you see few percentage of women that will go to that work, that will come home, that we still feel this is my responsibility to take care of the home, to cook, to clean, to do this, to do this, to do that. On the side of the men, there are also crazy men that I've seen situations where women are the one actually financing the home. The women are actually financing the home. The men, they will still insist, I'm a man, I'm not gonna cook, I'm not gonna do this, I'm not gonna help you do this. It become a problem. So it's just lack of understanding in all front. Recently, the new generation of women are even worse in such a way that what I've seen discussing with some of them, they don't want to accept responsibility at all. They don't want responsibility. So you ask them, for example, do you believe in traditional, in gender-based role, or what do you believe? They tell you, no, I don't believe in that. So in that way, they try to escape everything, in terms of finance, in terms of house chores. They don't feel responsible for anything. These are in fact, I don't know what the next generation is going to look like. They don't want to take responsibility. Even taking care of children as women, they don't want to take responsibility. This is what is coming next. This one, we are still in a fun time. I'm telling you. So, that escaping responsibility, you see, Mr. Ike rightly said it. We understand it. See, the man, your husband is your boss. I tend to see it this way. If you know you don't like your boss at work, you can't work with the person, don't take the job. You are going to be miserable. So also, as a woman, you want to marry a man. If you know you cannot respect that man, don't marry the man because it's going to be trouble. Men believe in respect. A lot of men have said it. Men is all about respect. It's civil is I think it's one of the most important thing. You know, you have to give that respect. The men you have to also love. You know, I think
But AY, that respect, you earn it because society say you have to be respected, or because you earn
bro,
it.
at this see, you see, let not cancel everybody, right? Let not put everybody in the same with the same brush. You see, the issue of respect is very funny, right? I'll give you an example. I've seen situation recently. This man married this lady where she was in her 20s in Nigeria. He sponsored her in school. She never worked for one day. They've been married for probably more than 15 years now, 15, 16 years. She never worked for one single day. They moved to Canada. Right now, the problem started from the money government are giving to the children. She switched 360 degrees. The guy is, if I tell you, the guy is in trouble. So sometimes there are still the good women. That's, trust me, there are women in America that still believe in that. You know, I'm very genuine. I'm gonna work
Sorry,
with my
but
husband.
but
Hold on, let me finish.
Nobody
Yeah.
Canada. That's that the system don't give a man automatic respect. The system not say you must respect a man. That's why that one they rooted. So what you are arguing is that a personal respect, which you have to earn. That's why I asked you. The man has to be respected by a woman. Is this society that is saying it?
I agree. You have to. I agree. You have to head it. You see. I tell you. So when two people are married, they need to have some level of same goals in terms of the family structure. You see, they need to have same goal. You have children with a man or a woman. Your thinking is, oh, how can we make these children better? How can we take care of them in school? How can we put them in best school? You know, it two becomes one, right? So the way we need to look at it is, even when one is gone, you are going to leave everything for the other person. So in terms of financial planning, savings, in terms of you need a woman or a man that will have that plan with you. That is your first constituency. But that is what we are missing. So now people are married. It's like competition. This one want to build a house here. This one want to build a house here. So it's more like there is a internal conflict already. There is a lot of I pass my neighbor. You are treating your partner like I pass my neighbor. The moment you have children with your partner, sincerely, everything you guys hold, it becomes the property of the family of the children, most importantly. So you see people dragging this property like, you have children with him or with her. Why are you fighting over money, over little stupid stuff? So the other thing is, if the women too, if a woman live alone, in a give example of America, I've spoken with a friend on this topic. A woman live alone, you are paying your bills, you are paying your mortgage or your house rent, you are paying your car note, you are paying your electricity, you are paying everything. You marry a man, you now feel that none of it is your responsibility. I've seen situations like this. You have to also help the man, because it's few percentage of men that can stand alone on this ground when it comes to finance, that they can run the family. They say, oh, don't worry, I have the finance. The percentage is actually less than 2%. If you take statistics, there are men that can do it, but it's not easy for a lot of men.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I want to say, yeah, your last point is very, very valid. It's very difficult to run that system alone in America. If it's Nigeria, yes, because in Nigeria, you pay your rent once a year. You do your insurance for your car once a year. So you can actually deposit money through the years to do that. But in America, especially if you're not one of those we were discussing earlier, whose father helped to destroy Nigeria, you don't have that money kept somewhere where you can be meeting all those needs. So it becomes a bit difficult if you don't have a cooperative spouse, whether be it man or woman. And so, if you notice, and I want to sound a note of warning to all our women here. You see, there's a campaign now going around all around the world looking for Nigerian men. So you guys should treat us very well. If not, market fee spoil. I'm telling people now, they are calling us in Netherlands, in America. They are calling us they are everywhere. If you open the internet now, in the streets of they are looking for Nigerian men. They say as long as you are 25 and above, they want you. So please, no, I'm just making an appeal. I love me talk about Fumi, please, Fumi, be sure, because they are looking for us. So I have not seen any video saying they're looking for Nigerian women though, but I have seen many videos looking for Nigerian men. Okay, I will let if you respond before I come to stay humble.
Okay? If you're talking about recruiting people, African men, let me not say Nigerian men. That place you're
Nigerian men.
Listen, it's everywhere, my brother. It's everywhere. Let me tell you something.
It's everywhere. She's confirming it. Nigerian man,
it boils down to understanding. It boils down to being respectful to each other. Let me tell you, no man leaves a good woman, and no woman leaves a good man. Go and check it. It takes two to tango. I keep saying it. It's all about AJ. AY says something about money. That's one thing that brings me some understanding in this country called America. Between couple, it's always money. It's always finance. Why should it be that? Like that? Back home, we know how it is back home. Growing up, we know how our fathers, our mothers used to be housewives. Quite unlike now, every woman, even if your husband is the richest person, you have something that you're doing because you want your own financial independence. So, my brother, forget about Nigerian men or American men, or they want them. Go there where they want you. It's everywhere. It's not about Nigerian African man or no. Go there. Go marry Oyibo. How far?
Okay.
So okay. It's all about understanding each other. Marriage, like I said, is hard. It's like a school. You learn as you go. You learn. There are some things you have to be like, I'm gonna just enjoy it and go, and keep moving. And that's why I say go and ask the people like, that have been in a marriage for like 20, 30, 40, 50 years. They will tell you, it's not my mind. They've had their own challenges along the way. Like Mrs. Obama said, it hasn't been easy. We see them now as a perfect couple. There was a few months ago a rumor that they're about to divorce. And they were like, where is that coming from? If you listen to her, she will tell you there was a time she granted an interview. She said, I would have filed for divorce, but my mom talked me out of it. So it's no relationship is perfect. If you see them now, everybody, you want to be like them. Go and ask her what they've been through together.
Okay.
So every marriage, I believe, in my own opinion, work on it.
Okay. KJ, 1 second.
If you're leaving your man to go to the next person, who told you that person is bad?
KJ, 1 second.
That there are no bad men or bad women. There are bad men and there are bad women. But if you people just can work on yourself, I think it will be good. My own opinion, though.
All right. Thank you so much. Can
I say something quickly?
No, I want to say something.
What I wanted to say, I forgot actually. There was something if he said, right? See, if you get to the point where, I have seen marriages that come with a lot of violence. And I think at this point, or for a man or for a woman, sincerely, you should have some red line. If this red line are crossed multiple times, there are issues that cannot be resolved, please exit. Listen, go. You are gonna die on it. just exit. This is just the honest truth to avoid calamity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Before I come to you, Jagun, just for 1 minute, I want to say to Madam Luke, look, I'm waiting for you, Madam Luke. Come up here. Come up here. This is a topic you want to discuss. I want to know what you're saying, Madam Luke. Okay. All right, go ahead. Stay humble. Oh, sorry, Jagun. Yeah, go ahead. Just 1
You
minute.
see, I beg your pardon, everybody. You see, the thing is, when apart from Ify, I really do salute Ify in her balanced approach to this subject. What I find reading the comments, for me, when you read what she said, I didn't look at it. I've just looked at it now, and it's all one-sided. It speaks about the women's respect. It speaks about women. She doesn't balance it. She spoke about her father in glowing terms, but she doesn't speak about men in a balanced view, in my estimation. And I don't know if she heard everything I said, because she directed the whole idea of respect. And if you respect me, I respect you. That's not balanced. That's not balanced. You should come to me with respect, not wait for my respect before you give respect. That's not how it goes. You see, this is the kind of framing I don't like, because I'm not a party to all that kind of feminist nonsense. I'm not for it. So I find when women speak, they speak swung to the point of view of the woman. They don't speak to the point of view of the family, the raising of the children, the fairness within a relationship. They don't speak in a balanced way that men have the right within the family structure. They don't speak in that way. They speak, look at me, I'm more important, I'm beautiful. What's that? All those things are nothing to me. For you to give birth is a natural course of life. I cannot congratulate you for it. I can't give birth physically. I can give you the seed that creates the birth, but I can't give birth out of my ass, for God's sake. So the applause that you're looking for giving birth, you're not going to get it from me, because that's what God. No, I haven't finished. That's not what God intended. So the thing that come naturally to you, understand that they are natural. They're natural to you as the other half of the human fundamental.
Okay, let's move on. I hear you.
I don't like all these concessions, unnecessary concessions that we give to women, where they're totally unnecessary. And I'm not playing that stupid game.
Okay, Jagun.
I said that no woman. I said I've never hit a woman in my life. She didn't mention that. Never in my life. However, if a woman dares to put a hand on me, she will realize that I'm a man, and you can't do that. You can't.
All right.
I can match you word for word.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Idiotic space.
Madam Luke, if you can hear me, please come up.
KJ,
and then Theo,
before it's my turn, I just want to push back on what one or two things that Jagun said, which I really strongly disagree with.
Okay, but because it's, I don't know if you can hold on, but if you have only 1 minute,
30 seconds, because it's not much, and I think
go ahead.
If you're going to push back on me, I have the right to reply.
Yes, but it will be at your turn. I just write it down, whatever he's going to say, so I can give a stay humble.
Okay, maybe I think that's better. Let me just wait. When it's my turn, I can elaborate more on my pushback. Then
okay,
better. Yes, then he wait for his turn.
Stay humble. Go ahead. And stay humble. You heard what the discussion so far has been going. I don't know what is. Can you answer why women find it so difficult when respect is mentioned in the terms of a man and a woman, in the sense that some fathers feel disrespected in their own home? Why is it difficult to give respect when you know that the man paid your bride price?
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and happy Father's Day to everyone. I've listened to the submissions as usual; they were brilliant.
the topic, the role of fathers in today's modern family. But I will start with answering your question. Really, I think respect should be given to everyone, irrespective of the gender and age, etc. And when we are talking about some of these problems, it's quite complex. When you discuss family issues, nobody has a right or wrong answer, or everyone's answer is right, at least in their own way. So it's really challenging finding easy solutions to these problems. But I think that issues relating to family, fathers, especially as we're discussing this evening, you want to ask where, because sometimes different societies have peculiar problems, different problems. When you talk about Nigeria, for example, people living in Nigeria, when I was growing up, I thought that money, when I was a kid, I thought that money was the principal problem in family life and marriage. And eventually, as I got older, things like infidelity, things like childbirth, etc., started to come into the picture. So when it comes to respect, in Nigeria, we have this what Farouk Berogi. Professor Farouk Berogi, the controversial guy. What he usually describes as reverse ageism, a system where, people are respected, as a result of their age and stuff, or gender or so. But I think that in a society as ours, where we stay currently, and even where you stay, Oga KJ, respect is given to everyone. I think in equal measure, almost equal measure, I think, and that really protects a lot of people from abuse. And I think that's fine, really. Respect should be mutual. Man gives the woman respect, woman gives the man respect. It should not be conditional. It should not be conditional. It should be, exclusive. Unconditional. I will think so. That's it for respect. But I will tackle some of the other meaty aspects of the conversation this evening. I've waited really patiently for my turn. I've not interrupted anyone. Please, you should give me kudos for that. So let me dive in straight. So I think that there are some other aspects that we usually neglect. Yes, in today's society, surprisingly, in the Western world, among our people, you still see that finance is one of the problems. I never knew that would be a problem if I moved to the developed world. I thought that, people that are abroad, they are making money, so maybe some other things might be the problem. But yeah, it's one of the problems, surprisingly, especially even among the Black communities, and people even born here, etc. It crops up, and some of these challenges, they also stem from the foundation of the marriage itself, or the partnership, whatever. The term partnership has really become commonplace. But we were used to marriage, and what we knew from the scriptures, and I know that some of us are Muslims, but what we knew from the scriptures, that two shall become one, right? So so many people do not subscribe to that foundationally, and I think that is one of the areas where the problems crop up in future. Because when I hear people saying things like 50-50, 70-30, I begin to wonder, are they not one? What I earn, if I earn, let's say, $2,000, and the woman earns $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, we all pull our resources together as the family income, isn't it? And if we get some more money from the government, like there are some people that get money from the government, I don't. But if we get more money we all pull everything together, they become a family income. And we sit down and we decide how to utilize the family income. The man doesn't take his money and give to girls.
elsewhere. The woman doesn't say, oh, this is my money, I will give this one to my family. No, they work together. They work as a team. And that's part of the things I was discussing with some people this evening about the Nigerian man's mentality of individualism. You know, we thrive as individuals. Teamwork, we're horrible. So, and some people also bring that individualism into marriage, and that's where some of the problems arise. And again, some of the issues that will arise in a partnership or marriage that we often neglect. There are so many other issues that we often neglect that people face, but we just promote finance as the number one. I think that one of the issues is health. Health is one of the issues. Illnesses, you know, a woman is pregnant, and then, you know, usually they will think, oh, a woman is pregnant at 39 weeks or 40 weeks, they are in labor, they go to hospital, and they deliver. It might not happen that way. At 27 weeks, there may be an issue. The baby has to come out and then stay in the intensive care for 3 months. So that's where you actually test the fortitude of them. Or, you know, they go for anomaly scan and they say, look, this baby has Down syndrome, or this baby has a congenital heart problem, cannot, or has this or that, may not be able to do this, that. These are some of the issues. When I was in Nigeria, you know, there's some comes with sickle cell crisis. I say, where is the father? He don't disappear. You know, so those are some of the issues that we often neglect. Health challenges, extended family interference, so many things. Finance is not, it's not number one, I think. So many things come up. It's just that there are things that people do not want to discuss. And also even sexual problems, you know. So these are some of the things that we push to the background, but they are very core issues that arise. And the thing is that when people when people agree to be together, they don't foresee these issues. They don't foresee these things, that there are possibilities. And unfortunately, we live in a world where, or we have this culture of, God forbid, it's not my portion. You know, it's not my portion. We don't think about possibilities. This could be possible. This could arise. Okay. If it arises, what are we going to do? So, okay, you know, again, that's food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Stay humble. You have humbly stayed humble, and you have now humbly contributed. I appreciate that. All right, there are so many angles to this story, and you know, I just want to let Masker look at it whichever way. But the question is, do we still need fathers, since the women cannot bear the burden of making sure the family is? Do we still need fathers? Maybe we should just reverse whole roles, allow them to be leading, going to war, going to protect the country, while we will just be behind and be washing plates, cooking food, keeping the house clean. Will that work and solve the problem? Or is it that we have got too much of westernization in our system that now we don't even know who is who in the system? Because let's face the truth, majority of the people that don't have this color don't behave the way some of our women behave. That's the truth. So I don't know how you can talk about that.
Oh, the question is for me, KJ.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would answer it straightforward. I think if that question is vis-a-vis women, I can put it to you that women don't need father. So is it, because when you say father, your question is, do we need fathers?
Yes. Do we still need fathers? Because today is Happy Father's Day.
So you know, this statement, you have to be careful in terms of the way you couch it. Because for a woman, when you say, do we need fathers? Obviously, there is no any woman without a father. A father would be a significant part of the process to provide, to produce even the woman herself. But if you are saying that for a woman, I know. I'm just saying that there are angles that if you don't clearly delineate, one can go there. But so I'm just trying to delineate that I am suspecting that you are asking me whether a woman does not need a man to have children. Is that your
No,
question?
no,
So what
no.
do you what is
So,
the essence of your
police, the question is, today is Father's Day. We're looking at the roles that the fathers have played so far, and what is negating that role right now. Is it modernization? Is it too much civilization? Is it too much? Because most women don't want, I've been in many forums where if you talk about respect for the man or the husband, and all of them will flex.
So you just use the word. So now you are not talking about father, you are talking about husband. That's what you're trying to do.
Is father not husband?
No, Master, you are the one shifting the
The
goal.
two are fundamentally different.
No, we are talking about.
They are different.
Master is right, actually. Yeah, they are a bit different.
Okay, what's the difference?
You can be a good father and a bad husband.
Husband is completely a different.
It's different, yeah.
So if we're talking about a father, we are talking about your children, how you relate to children.
Husband, wife.
Now, how you relate with your wife to provide for your children is being a husband.
Just go ahead, Master.
No,
Yeah.
I can't go ahead without I have okay. So my answer to your question is that women don't need men to have children and to take care of their children. I have a friend who, at some point, when she realized that men in her life are full of drama, she just decided, look, this is not even a big deal. After all, men are promiscuous. I'm not saying that women are not, but a man finds it more difficult. Or no, not difficult. A man doesn't really make choices. It's everyday people. Okay, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. So she decided, out of all these dramatic people, she picked one, and without even his consent, he fathered a child, and today she takes good care of this child. She's fine. She works. She has sent this guy to school. He's a pretty good kid. So if that is the question,
we are talking about an ideal situation here. We're talking about, because even for the men also, they don't need wives
that situation is the ideal situation for her.
No, we don't need. So a man doesn't also. I have a friend who right
ideal
now
family settings.
Who has a son and is not no relationship but has a son from the same process which you talked about. So it can go either way. It depends on how crazy people.
That's the truth. So I'm just answering your question, because when you say you need,
that will not help this discussion. Rather, dealing with the issue we're talking about today is a World Father's Day, and many people went out there. You can see I'm not even remove my Christmas suit, and I'm going to go and eat ofensala and white this thing in the church. So the question now is,
you are not being a good father. You are not being a good father. Yes. Are you carrying the kids to the church?
Of course. Why not?
So my perspective is, as a good father, this is a day where you stay with the family. This is a day for the kids, not a church day.
So, forefather, I mean the same forefather, mask, I don't tire. So if you want to ask a question, ask it.
You can do both now. Today is Sunday.
All right, but okay, so look, I won't be able to. I don't think we'll see eye to eye with the question you put for me. Even though I said yes, in the mind of a very modern woman today, in her mind, honestly, she doesn't really need you to have kids. She doesn't need you. What I would say to that, the only thing I've seen is that, not for the woman, but for the children. I've seen a lot of children, especially boys. What I've seen is that I think in every boy's life, there's room for a father to provide some sort of example, guidance, and direction, which a woman can really not, because it's one thing to be loving, but it's another to be experienced. Like, I have sons, half of the time they are doing stuff, I look at them, I laugh, because like, what you are doing, I've done this thing, I know this thing. And the truth, as we say, boys will always be boys. So being there, done it, puts you in a good place to know when to sit these people and have a good talk with them. So I think for me, beyond that, I think it's not really a very critical thing. The only thing what I will do is, at first I want to push back, like I said, on what Jalkun said. I think it's very important. I think a lot of men don't really appreciate women.
Okay.
When you talk of childbirth, KG.
Okay. Listen, you are rather driving us away. Today is the fact that men.
No, but Jalkun raised it.
So men are being recognized, and so we are trying to look at the possibilities of what is hindering the smooth flow of marriages in our society, and what is that traditional role kept for fathers? Are we fulfilling it? And what is the challenges possible fathers will have? I saw Madam.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
There.
The problem is that you're not liking my answers. And
for Madam, hold on, for Madam Luke to come to this topic, it means that it means a lot. So, Madam Luke, you are welcome. We have been expecting you for donkey years, and now you show up. So, Master, just hold on. Let me welcome Madam Luke, because she has been firing us from the comment section. Now, now, Madam Luke, it's good to see you. I hope all is well. But from how you are looking, you are doing very well.
Of course.
Amen. All right. So the question simply.
Happy Father's Day, everybody.
Oh, thank you so much. Baska was saying that women don't need.
What is it now? Are you saying that I finished just because Madam Luke is here?
Okay, no, all right. You go ahead and finish that. She can speak.
Let me see Wahala. All right. So KJ, like I was saying, I want to push back on what Jalkun said. Look, he brushed this issue of childbirth by the side, and I think it's very significant for me. One of the key lessons I've learned being a married person, or from the marriage and being for a son to a mother, it's the realization that women really they go through a lot that they don't even tell us, they don't even allow us to understand. And I think it's very important that we begin to appreciate them for that. Let me take you through a story. I had a toothache. It was very terrible. I didn't know when at 3 a.m. I stepped out of the house. I was walking with my hand in my head. So the next morning, it was a public holiday. I remember clearly. It was raining and I was walking on my feet looking for a dentist who would remove it. Luckily enough, I got the removed, and the guy was saying, look, you understand that this is the third most painful pain that a human being would go through. And I was shocked, like, you are telling me that this is number one? He said, no. I asked him, what is number one? He said, childbirth. And since that day, I have a different, really, perspective. And again, when I was having my third child, there was a little bit of complication. My wife stayed like 6 months in intensive care from that childbirth. And it was very clear to me that women have a lot of advantage when it comes to all this procreation and biological stuff. A lot of us don't even bother to know whether most of the women around us, most of the women I know, when they are having their monthly period, it's very, very painful. They have cramps, they have so much things, and so I think that's very important if we really are going to fulfill our role as fathers. It's very important to do the understanding. And actually, for me, that's my perspective. The most important thing that is missing between the man and the woman is that biological understanding and appreciation. Over time, I have seen it, and it had transformed my marriage life significantly. When you really step back, there's this guy, I think John Gray, he wrote a book. men are from Mars, women are from Venus, I think, or the other way around. But significantly, he tried to expound on the fundamental psychological difference between a man and a woman. And I think if you manage to get the hang of that psychological difference, it helps your relationship with every woman. Today, most newly married people, there's a culture in Hausa traditional settings. When you get married, the father of the wife, they will sit in one room. You will have to go and greet them. When you come to greet them, essentially it's just advice they will be giving you, the elderly men who are the parents. And now people have learned to be inviting me even when I'm not really too related, because the news I've gotten that this guy is very good with the advices. People have come back to thank me. And what is it? When we were married, they tell us just be patient with the woman. That's what they tell you, that how could you be patient? But when I've sat down and I've analyzed it, I realized that the average woman, when you say she's not respecting you, it's simply because you didn't understand how she operates. I can give you an example with my wife. Okay. I can do something, she's upset with me and she's ranting, she's doing stuff. Give her 2 hours. Okay, maybe I go out, I come back. Even me, in your mind, you are like, you know how as a child you do something wrong at home and you're careful how you enter. You are careful, but she's completely forgotten that and you're like, is this not the woman that was just ranting not too long ago? You understand what I'm saying, KJ? So once I understand that, like, okay, look, this person is just that she would say what is in her mind, and once she says it, your own work is to manage that situation. Don't talk back, don't start arguing, don't be logical that don't you know that there's traffic? Okay, she's angry, you come back late. You want to say something, Ify? Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, Master. I agree with you, but you are talking about a woman who understands. You are talking about a woman who understands. I'm a woman. There are some women who are women from hell, and there are some men who are men from hell.
You see,
actually, we are talking to a woman who understands. Okay. Because there are women, that one you stepped out of that house, you're gonna sleep outside. That is even number one. You will sleep outside. So you're talking about somebody, when you meet a woman from hell, a man from hell,
yeah,
this your advice
AJ,
will not work for them.
AJ, if somebody said now she's very balanced on this topic.
Yes, she is. That's why I'm laughing, because she hit the nail.
You see, you could even have a wife married for 20, 40 years. She's a good woman, or you have a husband, she's a good man. You will not understand the other side of it. If you witness the other side, there are people you cannot please them. You can't just please them.
Okay, so AY, I am sure we're not talking about extreme ends. Okay.
Okay.
Sure we're talking about the extreme.
We're not talking about extreme ends. I agree.
Generally, if you ask me, and look, okay, yes, I understand what Ify is saying, but my understanding now, at my age, fundamentally is that the responsibility is for you as the man to understand how a woman, not logically thinks, how a woman's brain works. I mean, like, I have kid brothers some of them have 2 wives. You could see this thing play out day in, day out.
Okay, let's hear from Madam Ify, because
this is not okay, KJ. I'm not. This
but
is
you
how
have been
we
talking
do.
since now. You have been talking since, my brother. I've allowed you to talk since.
Okay, no Allah. It's okay. It's fine. Even though it's Father's Day, you will not allow a father talk. Let a mother talk.
Master, continue.
Master, how do you know Madam Luke?
Master did not even finish what he's saying.
No Allah, Madam Ify. It's okay. It's KJ now.
Okay, Master, finish now.
Master, finish. I'm listening to what Master is saying because I'm learning.
what I'm saying, what I'm simply, okay, so let me wrap up, KJ.
Okay, wrap up, please.
I am saying simply that the reality is that women are different from men. We are very logical, and half of the time we don't realize it. A lot of the problems is because when we come, we want the woman also to be logical. You come back from work late because your boss delayed you or there's traffic. You want that woman to be logical, to be reasonable. She's not going to be like that. The My understanding today of a woman's brain, if she's angry, she wants to make you angry. It's left for you to understand that, okay, this is what is going to play out. So I'm not going to follow that tangent. I'm not going to expect you to be understanding, to say, oh, I believe it's traffic or your boss delayed you. She's going to be angry with me. She's going to complain. It's for me to take it and even listen to her while she's doing the ranting and all that, and just make sure that, okay, after a while, this thing is going to go away. This is my personal understanding. And for me, I think generally across board, I've seen that women are generally like that. They are not logical people. When they are complaining to you, they are not even expecting you to give them a solution to their problem. All they are looking for you is to listen, let them rant, let them cry, let them complain. When they finish, they themselves will provide themselves the answers to the problem. But they would be expecting you to sit down and listen. And I think that is really the role of a proper father, even for the children. Sometimes when they come, we think we know you are quickly giving advice, but half of the time you listen. Okay, you don't like this thing. Let me keep quiet, KJ.
Okay, no, I'm not laughing at what you're saying. I'm laughing at the comment people are making. Quinita say I'm shaking because of Madam Luke. I called Madam Luke into this broadcast, so she wasn't coming on. I don't know what you say, but you see, it's always like that.
But so the second point I wanted to make also, and maybe not too much for you guys that are in the US, but for those of us that are still in Nigeria, I think marriage to a large extent also, people also overlook the fact that it's a social cultural thing. Because when you marry, for instance, when I married my wife, I married her into the family. Some of my cousins that even me, I don't get well with them. I had to sit my wife and try to explain to her that, look, these people, even me, I'm not getting along with them. So I don't expect you to get along with these people, but they are now your family. We have to find a way of accommodating each other. Half of the time, a lot of us don't understand that simple fact. And when I was transferred from Kano to Lagos, my wife was very happy because she realized, okay, so half of this a family issue. Because some cousin will come into your house and be doing as if it's on his own house. And the woman will not really like it. So there are a lot of issues also that if we sit down, I think it's more to do with analyzing the circumstance. Unfortunately, I think we don't do enough of this sit down and analyzing the situation. And I think a lot of us just got wiser when we got older. Some of the things just hit you. Not that I think we should be also, there's one thing I like also about the Christians, especially in the South, they do a lot of marriage counseling, which we don't do in the North. And I think that is very, very significant.
Especially the Catholic. They are very big on that. I remember
very,
my
very
friend.
important because marriage is a very complicated thing. Especially. So let me stop, KJ. You want to hear Madam Luke's voice. It's not what she's saying that it's just to hear.
No, you are rather now. You are the one saying
your day, KJ.
KJ want to listen to the fire.
You are but it's okay. We moderators take all kinds of
don't hide on that moderator.
Yes.
Are you moderating me? This one you are shorting. Am I not a panelist?
Why I'm saying I wanted her to speak is because I don't know what she's doing. I pulled her. You heard when I was calling her because I saw her comment say, if you're around, come in. So let's hear your comment. I don't know how long she has to stay. So I don't know what people are saying.
Master, practice what you are preaching. Respect women, okay?
Did you hear respecting women from my mouth? It's not about respecting women, it's about understanding the woman.
Okay.
I guess
Okay. Right, go ahead, madam. Look, we are
Thank
here
you,
to hear.
Master.
Just take it with us. Just
Sorry, we learn every day because in as much as we are laughing, but this is a real life situation.
Yes.
Honestly speaking, in as much as we are just like, this is just a lesson. You don't know who is gonna help or who is struggling in his or her marriage. Go ahead, Madam Lu. Good evening.
Oh, good evening, Sister Ify. Good to see you. And anytime I watch the program, I always see you and I'm always happy. Anytime I see one female in the panel, I'm very happy. So, thank you for keeping us.
Madam, look, don't be too excited. Oh, she could be a female yesterday, but this is
That's
America.
okay.
And she live in
That's
Atlanta.
okay. So, like, you hear what she said. Take what you see. Remember what she said? Take what you see. What you see is what you should address. Exactly. So, happy Father's Day to everyone, including the sperm donors.
Which one is sperm donor again?
Just erupt the respect women want. You just destroy the respect. Carry on.
So, madam, look, the question now is this.
Yes,
it's Father's Day.
Yes,
it's Father's Day today.
Yes, sir.
Has men, we find out that less and less respect and more conflict arises in the family. Is men or is the male figure in the family still being able to do the needful in their houses, in their families? And why is that we only have one happy Father's Day a year? Why people have up to 10 happy Mother's Day? Every Sunday is happy Mother's Day.
Let me answer your question backwards. Women have many Mother's Day because the children are happier with their mothers.
Well,
okay? So don't blame us. So don't blame us. We're not the one giving ourselves the award.
It is the UN now.
It's the children. The children are the ones celebrating their mom. So if you have 10 wives in a house, of course, you're going to have 10 mothers celebrated. Abi? So as you make your bed, so you shall lay on it. You wanted more wives, many wives, Abi? Many wives will be celebrated. Only one daddy will be celebrated. So why are we complaining? You can't have your cake and eat it. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm trying to, I don't understand it.
No, more women are out there. They are more populated and they are nurturers. They take care of the children. I mean, like, you grew up in a home. If anything were to happen to you, who do you run to first?
I'm not making noise. Stop turning off my thing. There's no noise coming here.
It's making noise, Jago. You don't have to tell me what to do. If it's not making noise, I won't.
It's not, bro, stop arguing. There's nobody here for it to be making noise. No one.
You see what the husband is doing? This is what the men are doing. I'm telling you what is happening, and you are still arguing with me. The rest are hearing noise. Are people not hearing noise? Now, wow.
You didn't give them a chance to answer.
So this is it. Maybe I'm the one even making the noise, Seth. You just went to attack Jago for nothing. Anyway, like I was saying, women are more represented and women are the nurturers. So it is expected that more women will be celebrated and more mothers will be celebrated yearly. Because the men have little or no impact in raising the children.
Wow.
You can quote me anywhere.
I don't think that's true.
No. We all grew up in Nigerian homes. The men are busy playing out there, doing the thing, making money. The women are the ones, when you are in the hospital, it's the woman that is sleeping on the ground with you. You will never see the man there. So,
but the men are also the ones picking the bill while you are sitting in the hospital.
No, not necessarily. necessarily, because those days are gone where women stay at home by themselves. So that's not necessarily true. But that what do you call it? That labor pain or C-section, that pain that you carried. Listen, even you will go the end of the earth to do anything for your child. I don't say all mothers have their screws there all the time. But when it comes to that nurturing experience, the women, I mean, they go way above and beyond. Most men we have are absentee fathers, except mine, because I was raised by a single dad. My mom was the one that was like, you know what? See ya. Bye.
So, Madam, look, are you saying there are no other men like your dad? Is that what you are saying? We need to balance this thing.
Very few. I even have some here in the United States that the women dropped at the door of the man and said, I dash you. They raised the children. I'm not saying that there are none, but it's very few. Very few. Because the moment a man and a woman quarrels, the man will cast both the child and the mother aside. Now, some women will play that game and will say they will not let you see your children, blah, blah, blah. I know that. I understand that. And it's not the man's fault, because there's only so much you can do. But as soon as the woman is gone and they check the children, the men are happy because they don't have to. I have one here. I have one of them in my house here. He doesn't want to even. In fact, you have to force him to go and see his children. As far as it's concerned, it is good riddance. Because he wants to sit down. You see this thing you are doing? He wants to sit down online 24/7 arguing. That's what he wants to do. That's what he wants to do. This is his passion. Now the wife has to carry everything, carry the children, everything, and we have to support her. So I'm not partial. I will tell you the way it is. And I give kudos to my mom. When they divorced, the judge asked her, how many do you want? She said she does not want anyone. For one reason. My father does not leave the house after 7:00 p.m. I'm sorry. There is nothing you can do to catch that man outside at 7 p.m. After 7 p.m. He does not do it. In my whole 21 years before I left college, that man did not sleep outside. So my mom says, if I leave them with him, they will have the best supervision. And it's the truth. It wasn't that he was a lazy man, but he just takes a personal interest in his children. And he never remarried. He was not interested. I'm not saying there are no men like my dad. And that is why I'm so strong. People, when they think me say the thing, when they give me energy, they say that it is that man that devoted his attention to me. That is why I am so strong today. If I was with my mom, I would not reach Libya. The God who made me. If I was with my mom, I would have been in Libya. But for my dad, eyeball to eyeball after 7:00, you ain't going nowhere. If you are going out, now you ain't going to Lambuto. Until you finish whatever you are doing, he's not leaving that place. Go and ask. And like I said, people who know me, I'm not hiding. Go and verify. I was raised by a single father. And for that, I owe him my whole life. That is why when I look at men come near me, I'm irritated. Because that candle, they're not spiritual. They're not spiritual. Even if the boys he gave birth to could not even replicate it. So you see, I'm not saying that there are no men out there, and I'm not partial. I have them in my house. There are very many lazy, egotistical, self-centered, self-entitled men who feel with giving nothing, they have to get so much. Why? This this is not about a woman, no now. They said today is Father's Day. Why don't you go and take a sample of what the children are saying outside here? So why are you dragging the women into it? Why are you dragging the women into it? Why don't you go and ask your children a question? Why are you asking?
They're asking, KJ.
No, it's Father's Day. See, it's Happy Father's Day. What has woman got to do here?
Okay.
So the only thing I can do is to honor my father. So which one is my husband? What's my business? Somebody said I've married 3 times, I've divorced 3 times.
Are you saying your husband is not your daddy?
Chester.
You don't belong to that generation of daddy.
If you misbehave, I kick you out. I don't have time. If you make baby, I kick you out. As you see me, I'm in my castle.
I see you are sitting on your throne.
And you don't call your husband daddy.
Exactly. No, you go animal.
But sorry, KJ, Madam Luke, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question, Madam.
Yeah, ask me.
You.
Sure. Go ahead.
Can I do that, KJ?
Yes, go ahead, because people are bombarding me. I don't know what the question that Madam Luke asked. People are asking me to answer. People are here to it's me. People want to answer it. Please go ahead and answer.
All right, Madam Luke. Clearly, you have in your mind, in your opinion, men. You have a low. We don't value. Our value is not much in your eyes. I mean, averagely, an average man.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Good.
Yeah.
Right. So the real question
but
now.
No. You are good. You have your uses. So.
No, I don't think. Because from what Madam Luke, what Marcus says is the truth.
No, I understand. Look, yeah. I know, and it's okay.
You don't seem to have value for men. In fact, you have no value whatsoever.
No, she has, but it's not more.
I have value. I have value for good men. Don't see.
So how do you know a good man then?
Did I not tell you?
Because what you have just said here.
Okay. Let me break it down for you. Everybody will agree with me here that in a man, you can neither be a good husband or a good father. You can rarely do both.
I disagree.
Rarely. I said rarely. You know the energy it takes to be a good husband and a good dad?
Yes, a lot of people
you have to be supernatural.
It's because I'm not cutting you.
Wait now. Are there men like that? Yes.
A lot.
How many percent? 0.11111.
That's not true.
Okay.
I said I want to ask a question. You people have bombarded into the. I just want to set the premise that yes, you think lowly of men, average man, generally. Let's say if we take 100 men, 7 out of that 10 in your mind. No, if we take 10, 7 out of that 10 in your mind, like they are of low value to you, right?
Yes.
So why is that? What do you think is the fundamental problem with the men? I know you said lazy.
And I will tell you that. You want me to answer you? Are you done?
No. Yeah, I'm done. I just want to understand what happened.
They make lousy leaders. Look at your country. They make lousy leaders.
This is a weak meal.
But leadership of the country has nothing to do with a father.
A man is the leader. Excuse me. No, listen.
But okay, so wait. Look, no, I think that your answer would desire a pushback. Have you seen his wife?
Whose wife?
The leader you're quoting in Nigeria. Did you see his wife? Is she any better than the husband?
No. You are the leader. So you have to attract what you are.
And he said the leader.
Okay, no. So what?
Listen to me. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. You claim that the man is the head of the household. So prove it. If you are the head of the household, you will live uprightly. You will live righteously. You will live by example. Here you are, a certificate forger, a drug pusher is ruling your country. And you expect, and there are 36 governors are standing on a drug dealer's mandate. Post 37, EFCT, or whatever they call it, EFCT or EFCC or whatever that place they call that place.
FCT.
Yes. Yes, darling.
Okay, so I will put it to Madam Luke, I'll put it to you that your premise is wrong because you are using a country to define a gender. I mean, there are Israeli. Wait. There are Israeli men, there are Iranian men, there are American men. So don't use Nigerian men to define manhood.
Excuse me, I'm a Nigerian. I don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah, even with that, I don't even agree with Masca because Masca, I said here on this program that Nigerian men are needed all around the world. They are making videos of it, as telling us, contrary to what Luke is saying, telling us that we hope
Nigerian men, they are KJ is right.
Listen to you. The Nigerian men are excelling outside the country, but what are they doing inside your country?
So if we don't get anything, what will they do? If we don't get anything,
what
for us?
KJ, let me put it correctly.
Because you know what?
Sorry.
You know why? Why you are presenting outside, somebody has whipped you into shape.
Madam Luke, let me put it correctly. Nigerian men are the most desired men in Africa country.
In the world, not
excuse me. You are right. You are right. But
women. Sorry. Let me finish. Our women, they are not in the top 10 list of desirable women in the world.
No, listen. You are correct.
So you see, if we don't marry our women go marry themselves.
You see, our men are desirable outside of Nigeria. In Nigeria, they are not.
We are highly desirable
in Nigeria. Like crayfish make condition make crayfish bed.
But we not get option now. Not get option.
So which one is more desirable?
No, as crayfish bed, people are still using it for soup. So why is the complaint?
Listen to me. If I know what I know now, Nigerian man will cross my door. If I know what I know now.
My problem with you, Madam
What
Luke,
is your choice?
is that you have a problem only with the Nigerian man.
White man?
Who? You say what?
KJ.
Okay.
I said white man.
I'm putting my hand up, or you're just missing me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Actually, I prefer Hispanics.
Okay.
Madam Luke,
fair enough.
I have a problem. Your premise really is faulty because I can tell you also that
You're wasting your energy, Joe. There's nothing you are going to say
as a premise to judgment. But even when you take a Nigerian man, for instance, I can tell you that the Yoruba man is significantly different as far as a woman is concerned.
I beg your pardon.
Pardon me for what?
You said what?
He said
what I'm saying.
Men have different varieties.
You said the Yoruba man is what?
And so wait, I haven't finished. I haven't said it. So I've not said what he is.
Speak.
No, she's frozen. I don't want to speak.
I'm not frozen. I'm looking at you.
What I'm telling you is that your premise is wrong. You are using, when you say Nigerian man, I don't think that the discussion we're having is about men, not Nigerian man. Okay, I understand your point that that's all you know, but then I'll push back and say, so no. So what I will tell you is that the premise now that using maybe 3 men, 4 men to judge a whole country of men, I think is wrong. Secondly, look, what I was about to say is that I can tell you for fact that the perspective as far as women and how to treat a woman is concerned, the Yoruba man is fundamentally different from the Igbo man. He's fundamentally different from the thief man. He is by no means the same as the Hausa man or the Kanuri man. These are all different set of people. I think you are just using a brush because of 3, 4 men to brush every other person, and that premise is fundamentally wrong.
No, like I said,
yes.
No. Okay, remove me from the question. Go and ask your children. Go and ask your children.
Yeah, I have children.
Madam Luke. Okay,
tell me what I should ask them.
Okay, Madam Luke, listen. Let's make traction. Master, thank you so much.
Okay, they were making traction. This is traction.
Yes, I mean,
if I can come in, because I haven't. Unfortunately, I wasn't here when.
Hold on, Jagun, if you don't mind, because Ovie keep going off and on. So let's have him ask or make a contribution before he goes off again. Yes, go ahead.
I think there are two arguments on the table, right? I see Madame Logue represents, let me say, the future, the way the future is, because she is saying, yeah, because the respect that men desire comes from two angles. One comes from institutional point of view, from the society, the community you belong to. They say this is the position of a man; it has to be respected, the head of the family, or even religion. It shows you that respect originally. But what Madam Luke is saying, that respect has been eroded by economy, not even man now.
No, that's not what she's saying. No.
Hold on now, let me finish. To her, from that angle, men to her, what does man provide? Man is meant to provide, protect. In terms of provision, she started by saying that is a reality. It doesn't need to clinch to get this one. In terms of physical protection, she needs camera in her house.
That's frozen again.
That's why he's frozen. Thank God. He's full of.
But your hand also frozen. Okay. Jagu, go ahead and ask a question before we go to Jefferson.
Well, it's not a question I've got to ask. I missed a few bits and pieces, I'm sure. I don't know why Masca wanted to rebut me in any way, because I think I was very clear. I think I was very clear in this factor that I spoke from a holistic point of view in terms of why there is feminism in today's world. In respect of the pendulum swinging far against any level of masculinity, I think that's a big issue, a big problem, as has been announced on this very channel. There are two ladies who generally I respect what they have to say, even though they cannot represent themselves because of their own political, I don't know what to call it, weakness on bringing themselves to the stage and really counting for themselves. I speak of Sato, who I think is a wonderful person. No, I don't know her, and I've never seen her. The same of Fumi. I welcome them back because we haven't seen them online for a while. But Sato said that I'm dismissive of women. One. Fumi repeated her sentence of, you respect me, and then I respect you, which says that they only are able to listen to those things that trigger them. They're not able to listen to everything I actually said and put things in balance. And this is what I'm talking about. I say to everybody on this stage and channel that men and women hold the greatest responsibility for the direction of this world, one way or the other. The fact is that because women have found certain levels of power, which is all right for me because it doesn't frighten me, as I've said. There's no woman who's going to come to my stage, as it were, and threaten me in any way, verbally, physically, or any way. Because I'm not afraid of all the nonsense that goes on generally around the world. We're not balanced in the way we speak, both men and women, and especially women to do with this regard. Men have become very much weaker. They don't know how to speak in regard to this subject. What they do, they either become feminized themselves in what they say, or they are shy in really saying what they need to say.
And
And
is this all a rebuttal
let me
to my
finish.
comment? All I
Why
said.
you not let me finish? Don't disturb me. I don't like being disturbed. I don't like it. Excuse me. So what I'm giving is a balanced view from my point of view. Men have become very much weak, and it's designed. This is what they don't know. They don't know that this is a design. Why are men fighting women more than other areas of our life?
it's in this era that we find a big angst between men and women. It's because we're all standing in our own point of view, and we don't give space. What I know is that the way I communicate with women that I have known is that because I take my time to communicate with them, and I make sure that this communication doesn't stop until there's a resolve or until we're both able to just keep quiet. And what I find that happens is that most of the women that I know come back and apologize to me. They apologize because they have seen when they are quiet that they are wrong and I am correct. The thing is, I can apologize right there and then if I see that I'm wrong. I apologize. It doesn't frighten me to apologize. It doesn't frighten me to do what is just and right, because that's what I look for. I don't look for because you're a woman. Go away with that rubbish. I don't look because you see, most women in this feminist society, I think they want men to be like their girlfriends, that we need to soften ourselves. We become feminized so that they can communicate and dominate. Go away with that bullshit. It's rubbish. It doesn't allow us to be who we are. Why do you want me to be so feminized? Why? Can't you handle me as a man? Because I can handle you as a woman. Don't get me twisted. Femi also said, for me, she also said that what I said about giving birth was disgusting. It may be disgusting to you, my dear, but is it not factual? If do you think you're the only person in your family that have had people die or have had children die within giving birth? Do you think you're the only person? Should I become so soft because somebody in your family or somebody that you knew died in childbirth? What do I need to do for that? Excuse me, I haven't finished. Excuse me. It's like
Don't discuss those. I don't think
you misspoken that I had aunties die of childbirth. I have had my cousins, 2 of them, die within childbirth. I have watched children being born. I know what it is. I don't have to go through the pain myself when I can see the pain happening. All you're doing is depicting nonsenses just so somebody can become soft. I don't want to become soft. If you want someone to see softness, go and talk to Masca or where's that guy? AY. Those people who were soft for you. Me, I'll remain a man.
It's not by words. Being soft or
it's not by words. What?
It's not by words, Jagu. Okay?
That what?
It's not by masculinity. Sincerely, women.
I'm not speaking from a masculinity point of view. I'm speaking from a Jagu point of view.
Stronger than men. Take it or leave it. Half of the things they go through without complaining, if we go through, every day we'll be whining, just like we come.
Well, that's why they're women and we are men. There are differences. You want to become a woman?
Okay.
Are you wanting to become a woman?
Can I come in a bit?
Rubbish! Don't talk rubbish, man.
Can I come in? Can I come in?
Being strong or weak, it's not about masculinity.
You're
talking nonsense. There's a reason why they are women, and there's a reason why women deserve their respect as women. But there's also a reason why men deserve their respect as men. If you want to give away who you are because of who you are, that's your problem. But I'm not doing that. You can't convince me.
AJ, before you talk, Jagun, I don't need to brag. AY is on this panel. AY has come to my house. Whether I'm respected or not, he can tell you.
What does that mean?
Person within my family.
What does that mean to me?
So don't bring this personal. It's not a personal issue.
It's not a personal issue.
I'm telling you.
I'm asking you what your statement means.
Okay, you're asking me.
Saying it's not an issue. Let's not go there.
I'm telling you that.
Why can't we go there? We're having a discussion now.
It's not
don't say that it's not about the size of your voice, masculinity or whatever it is, strength and respect.
Well, you see, I only raised my voice because you were interrupting me.
Okay. I have to interrupt you because you're doing a pushback of what I said, and you're completely going off tangent. All I said, Jagun, were in respect to simply 2 things. Number 1, don't brush aside the fact that childbirth is a major issue. We need to respect women for that.
How did I brush that aside?
Why don't you
I'm
just
asking a question.
and when I finish, you can come back and budge in.
I see, but you could interrupt me. I see. That's fair.
Okay, let's move to something else. Jago, thank you. Maska, thank you. But I think what Maska is trying to say, this is not a personal argument. It's not about anybody. We are all having it.
Yes.
So, okay. We have Okija is Okija. We have Jefferson also.
I don't think Jago is dismissing the pain of birth, but he's just saying that is nature. There's nothing anybody can do about it. It's natural. It comes to them naturally.
No, what I'm saying,
That's the bottom line. There's nothing more you can say.
So it's not dismissing what
that is the bottom line. Thank you, OVA. You don't understand.
You are not going to change it, but let's understand that is what they do.
Nonsense.
All right, thank you. Jefferson, you came in all right on time, and I appreciate everybody who is here giving contribution, but let's not make this personal. It's not anything personal about anybody.
It's okay. You don't have to be afraid.
If he's still with us, and Madam Luke is still with us, just in case you have a question for the women. And Jefferson, tell us.
Hurry up, because I gotta go to work in the morning. I keep telling you guys, Trump is the president, Tinubu is the president, so I gotta work extra shift.
All right, so let's hear them. We'll start rounding up. Okay, Jefferson, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. So on this, wow. Okay, happy Father's Day to all fathers and prospective fathers. It's not easy to be a father. So on this note, in areas of fairness, we all celebrate Mother's Day, and no Mother's Day is a great day too. So, I mean, today we deserve our day. So happy Father's Day. The issue of masculinity is a big deal because whether I would like it or not, I know many people want to dismiss this, but ever since the fall of creation, it has never been the same because man has lost his place. So let me fast forward to our current dispensation. But I know I'm going to follow the current dispensation. If you look very, very carefully now, everything is gravitating towards femininity and the LGBTQ pride and all of that. And it's not by accident. You know, most times women miss their right or whatever, women's right this. If you talk, so if you watch very carefully, you find out that men are actually boxed to the corner. It takes the grace of God for men to actually air their views. Most times they see that men as the aggressor. And then unfortunately, most women now work on that to become very, very manipulative, which I find problematic. Because for me, I respect women. In terms of childbirth, we don't want to go there. Yes, of course, it could have been a different way too. Because in the time of creation, it could have been a different ballgame if women could give birth in a different way. And mind you, just so you know, women also will give birth with pains. But that's a story for another day. Let me leave you at that. So, but that being aside, of course, women, they are strong and resilient. But for the men, if you watch very, very carefully, the men are going through a lot. But you see, the men are always told to keep quiet, and of the society is also helping to diminish the masculinity of men. And unfortunately, if you watch in the entertainment industry, you find that men are highly feminine, are losing their masculinity. It takes the grace of God for those who are actually strong Christians or have strong conviction in whatever anybody wants to practice, to be a strong man and to hold on to what they are supposed to do and face the world. My own saying is that
Jefferson. Yeah. The thing is, Father's Day special. The role of a father in today's society, in modern families. So have the men actually been able to
men are doing what they need to do. Men are doing what they need to do. I will say this: men are doing what they need to do. Sometimes some women are very, very forward. They try to push men to make decisions. They want to force men to, even when they are ready or not. That has always been the issue. If you watch very carefully, whatever is happening in society today is the pressure. You will see most people that are armed robbers today. You think with clear eye, you will go and do investigation. It's women that make them to be that armed robber, because they have to do what they have to do to fend for the family. But they forget all that. But if I say that now, people are going to hold on to it and say, "Oh, what do I mean by that?" But that's the truth. Most skills in societies has to do with pressure. Most times, women pressurize men to do what they do. Sometimes when the men cannot provide to, then the women now say the men are not doing what they are supposed to do. You understand? So the men are doing what they are supposed to do in the best of my knowledge. However, there are some men who are failing their responsibility, their primary responsibility to provide, to secure, and to do other things. And all these things are relative. The thing is that men should be appreciated for the little they do. And that is my own point of view. Now,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Men should be appreciated. I mean, fathers should be appreciated because fathers play a lot. I'll give you a quick example before I come to Okija and Okija. If an armed robber busts into your house, it's not your wife that takes the position to defend if there need to be defended. If you need to defend your home, if there's a sudden outbreak of fire in your house, you don't expect your wife to be the one rushing to go and save the children. So whether we like it or not, there's a particular role that fathers play in the family. The role of guiding, the role of casting the vision, the role of bringing up the children in the moral stand in which they must attend. Your wife sometimes in the house can talk to your child. They will not listen. But the moment the father says, you alone bring the guy's head or the little girl's head back to where it should be. Such authority have been embedded in the man from creation. You cannot change it.
You cannot.
The women are the ones who are carer. They tender. They love and care, and they play with the children and give them subtle landing. But the man is not built in that way.
You know what
most women don't understand is that a father carries 2 roles or 3 roles. The first, you are the father. The second, you are the husband. The third, you are the vision bearer and the one that whips everybody to the place supposed to be. If you don't see it that way, most of the time, what Madam Luke has problem with is that most women think that a man must be loving and kind. Every time I want to speak, must be that.
When we do all those things, sometimes the men will be over pressured too. Sometimes women are insatiable too. They need to work on their excesses. No, I'm not saying it to counter them, but I know I'm talking about. Most times,
it's not my voice now. I don't know.
Those you just mentioned.
If you want
hold on, let's hear from Okija.
Take care of the women, but sometimes for women they want too much, and they now brings a lot of stress on people.
We have a different view, so let's hear from him.
Happy Father's Day to everyone.
Madam Luke, let him speak. I'm coming to you.
No, I know. Wait a minute, but you put words in my mouth. You misrepresented what I said.
Okay, sorry. When you come to you, correct it. I beg, no verse. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Okija.
Happy Father's Day to all the men. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very clear. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I was comfortable, listening to all of you, in the background and minding my business. But I mean, I saw how the conversation was going. People, lumping, things together. I don't know if any of you listened to Michelle Obama. Was it on Thursday? Was it on Thursday or so? She talked about the husband, and I mean, all over the world, you see people who are having relationship. They come together. They understand that you are not alone now. That compromise. That it's you. You and this person. Against the world. It's not like you against me against you. I mean, that's so. Some people they're just unhappy people. That's what's affecting them. They can't be in a relationship. I see, I saw somebody was lumping, like me, Nigerian men, this Nigerian men, that Nigerian men. But I mean, someone said that Nigerian men. Some people are marrying Nigerian men. Say no, that's in Nigeria. Nobody marries them. But anyway, I mean, I say okay. Let me just say we are generalizing. Let me generalize. Okay. all the time in the news, when you see a woman beating up a maid, but using hot water, it's an Igbo woman. It's an Igbo woman. When you see somebody selling babies, it's an Igbo woman. When you see somebody bringing, or young girls, putting them in a house so that men will, arrow them and then have them, make babies so that they will sell the babies. It's an Igbo woman. So that's why
I'm calling up the engagement.
One of the best women on earth avoided Igbo women and married a woman from Akwa Ibom. So this one is serious. So is that good right now? People, I just don't understand. People they cannot, understand that some people are bad. There are some bad men, there are some bad women, there are some good men, and there are some good women. If you are unlucky, you attracted somebody because probably that's the way you are. You attracted something that is that is you, and then you can use it to generalize, lump every man. I just don't understand, this kind of discussion. This is supposed to be a discussion, about Father's Day. Talk about men.
Say men has come.
Hey, hold on now. Let him talk now, Jefferson.
To be about what we go through. Yeah, and the other side, I don't know if we had a Mother's Day. I don't know if we had a show that day, so I wasn't listening. So on the Mother's Day, we talk about women. Women. People are going through a whole lot of stuff. Somebody was telling me. Somebody was complaining about period. I say yeah. Period. Is something you face every month. You're lucky. There are some things you go through. That it has an end. Okay, so when period comes, maybe 2-3 days. You have whatever, you have cramps or whatever, but you have hope, that it's going. But there are some people facing so many other things, they don't have hope. Even there are men who have bumps, get bumps all the time. I don't know if you have had bumps. We all, every one of us, we have so many different issues we go through. Yeah, some are bad, some are good, some are less. But we can't just just because you are going through cramp, you say that the whole world is against you. I don't know, I don't like this kind of discussion.
10 years,
Okay, I totally see where Okija is going, and that's the truth part that most women don't see. Let me tell you something. Because you are not a man, you can never see like a man. And I want to give a good example before we move on. See, this is how a man thinks. If you and I are going to go, I think all of us know Lagos. I will know where Abuja is. If you and your wife are going to drive from Lagos to Abuja, this is how the man sees it. Once the man cranks the engine, his mind is already in Abuja. He's not looking at whether there is where you stop and buy bread or where you... No, he's not thinking of the little bit of these things. His mind is to deliver you safe, sound in Abuja. So he has made provision for why he will stop to buy fuel. He has made provision to which way he will pass to get to the place and which is better. Now, here is how a woman thinks, which is the major difference we must all understand. The woman will calculate from Lagos to Benin, what shall we drink? We will need water, we will need food. She will make salad. She may make a sandwich and put them together and put them in a small bag and package all those things. But you see, the mindset of a man and the mindset of a woman is totally different, especially in the family context, where the father is like a general overseer. You have to see everything. But the woman will join the ends that the man is not ready to look at. I'm not going to be, if I'm the one going alone, I'm driving from Lagos to Abuja, I will not stop anywhere to eat food. I will not even be looking for water. But the woman will say, let us stop here to eat. For you as a man, it's even a waste of time, but you have to oblige because you're not the only one. So if we fail to see these roles, by the way, fathers are unique people. I'm telling you the truth. Because fathers carry the DNA that runs the family. Whether you like it or not, if you look at the example of Madam Luke, you know that fathers are unique people. And I don't even believe that any father who takes care of children properly cannot be a good husband. What happens, where the problem is, and I'm talking from experience here, What the problem is that sometimes the women think that we should now leave our own role of taking care of the garden and only deal with making sure they are happy. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to do that. But that's my own opinion. I don't know what. Yeah, you're waving your hand. Or so maybe you tell us why you're waving your hand, Mr. Ovier.
See, I think all these things you describe are what they call external powers. Now, waiting give you that authority externally. You are providing money. You can guide the parameter, guide the house, donate, spend. Those things can be augmented. There are other agencies that will do that at cheap or even full rate. You are not required in that role anymore. What is required of you now is to be present emotionally. They don't need your muscle for anything, for protection, for feeding. They don't need your sperm for children anymore. This is not what this is not Madame Luke or Effie theory. This is the evolution of our economy. It is the reality. Gone are the days where we say, Madam, if you are saying this, so he don't need you for any physical protection. He don't even need you for children. He just needs you to be emotionally present. Be there, be more than a protector, be an administrative. That is what we have failed. We don't fail to catch up yet, but it is coming. It is here. Now, before nice institution society to give you that respect, but that respect is gone. Nobody then take them away. Now we now are involved as a human, take it away. So you either learn to be present, be there, emotionally, physically, intellectually, ability to communicate. That's what when Madam Luke, they use Papa as an example. He's not saying he should be like his father. He's just telling him that there's no man that can be present like that of his father again. It's not saying that all men are like that, but it's just an example. That is just like when Jagun, they say pregnancy. Yes, it's painful. You have to recognize that, but it's in nature. There's nothing me and you can do about it. I should not be taking pride or pray or anything on that because it comes naturally. So we need to understand the reality of where we are today. That that's the way they give us boga. Robot feed one, AI feed one. Somebody feed donate from Japan.
No problem.
Has evolved.
What we are concerned about, Ovier, is not what the donation is. It's whether your DNA is continuing to go forward from there. It's not about what you donate. It's about the DNA of your family. One of the reasons why we are hold on, I'm coming, Ovier, you hold on. One of the reasons why we are complaining about the how people are being extinguished in villages is because of the DNA, that those DNAs have been lost. They cannot be traced again. So it's not about we can equally go to China or South Africa and go and bring all those donations and recreate the community. But the community, the DNA from that land, God put them there.
KJ,
and go forever. KJ, so don't say that.
Hold on. The fact that you are doing DNA in your village should tell you everything. That life has changed. That they do DNA for your village.
No, you are making a mistake. You're not understanding me. You're not understanding me.
I'm just giving an example.
When I'm talking about an
example. If today they do DNA for my village, that is called a progress. We have evolved beyond where we did before.
You are
so what that means that very soon we could accept and just like a teenage pregnancy. We've talked about teenage pregnancy. If your children are pregnant, you won't kill them.
Ovier.
But today
Ovier.
Yes.
There is a community in Kaduna State, Kajuro.
Yes.
Now, if Kajuro people finish wiping out Kajuro people, you go bring DNA from China. Would that DNA become Kajuro DNA?
No, but listen first.
So you're missing my point. My point that they are indigenous people. They are indigenous things that hold on. Please listen. You see, as I am sitting here now, there is a DNA I carry. Okay, not only as an Igbo person, but as from my member of my family that cannot run in any other person in this world, no matter who the person is. It cannot be replicated. It cannot be found any other place. So we are simply saying it's not a question of getting people to donate whatever they're not donating.
Okay.
It's whether that DNA that God created is still existing or having wiped.
Hold on. Okay. Your DNA way they talk so. If we trace them back 200 years ago, maybe na Fulani woman meet one Ethiopian man, get that to you.
Na lie.
Hold on, let me finish. Just hold on.
That was no. You're referring to wrong distinct premise. Now, lie.
You don't talk something now, right? But 200 today now. In fact, if you go back to your fifth grandfather, the one of the son will leave for America. He will say now what? That's not going to happen. So if they did DNA for my village today, hold on. I just use teenage pregnancy as an example, right? No, it is now evolution. Now we they evolve. Teenage pregnancy, just like 5-10 years ago, it's a taboo in Nigeria. As a teenager, I carry belly, the society will forsake you. Today they have a show on TV. It's been celebrated. So
no, it's a taboo. It's a taboo. So let's not go there. You're taking us away from where
hold on now. See, it is a taboo. See, you know the one. You just say your children. Let's use your generation, your next generation that is coming. Do you think they will understand what you are saying? Does that mean they are stupid? Does that mean they are not from you? No, this has changed. Just like you are speaking English today, your great grandfather cannot speak English. Does that mean you are stupid or is an illiterate?
It doesn't mean I still have the same DNA. But
hold on. Let me round up. To young men who are listening out there, right? The two way of you heading before now through the institution, the community you belong, and what you bring into the house, just like Jagu is saying, that no person will come disrespect him for his house. But the question now is that first respect that society accord to you just because you are a man, it is gone. Not because somebody taken away from you, but because of our human activism and evolution has eluded that. The only thing that you have to any respect in society among women is when you are present, emotionally, intelligently, which Jagu is saying that nobody will come and defeat him in his own house because he's a stoic. He has it. So there's a way to look at it. It's not just from you alone, not from your present. Look back and forward. You understand what is happening. You say my village no go change, GNO no go change. Give them 200 years from now, Chinese they go to speak for your village. There's nothing you can. Sorry, I landed.
Madam, look, I think you can go ahead. The host has disappeared. He has gone to.
Go ahead. Obi, the time me. Go ahead.
So what were we running up?
Change whether we like it or not. It's not up to us.
My own no go change. Your own go change.
What were we rounding up?
Oh, we are rounding up on the issue that we started, which is that the Father's Day. What will be your advice, since you don't seem to agree with what you have been saying? What will make it?
Yeah.
What to bring about a change in your mentality concerning the Nigerian man and our
well, it will change when they go back to their core values.
Okay, what are those core values? So at least we'll learn from that.
Number one, self-respect.
What's self-respect here? The Nigerian men don't respect themselves?
Oh yeah, they compromise a lot. A lot. And they have learned to take the easy way out.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I see.
They've learned to take the easy way out. Nobody wants to work for nothing. Nobody wants to put in any effort for anything. You don't even want to put in an effort to be a father because most of them are absent. You are telling me that the women want you to neglect your responsibility and make us happy. Heck, we are happy if you are happy. Nobody asks you to devote your time, to spend any extra time coming to make us happy. All we're asking you is to just do your part. Uphold your own end of the bargain. So we are not asking you for this Father's Day thing. It's about being a good father. And how do you become a good father? Be present emotionally, physically, financially, and you have to be 100% present. Now, that's not always possible because we know you have to work and sometimes things take you away. But sometimes out of sight is not out of mind. There's certain things that you do to make your presence known that, yes, but the moment you see that it's getting hot, you are ready to jump to go make another family. Nothing is worth fighting for. I'm not asking you to sit down there and be a punching bag or be disrespected or whatever. But like I always give myself an example. I would have rather my parents separated than live under the same roof. Because what I gained with them being separate was more than I would have gained if they were together. Because what it was is that they were going to be highly dysfunctional. And because they were not together, I was very, very functional. And I could really, really sit down and develop a mind of my own without bias. So what am I saying? Nobody has to be in a place where they're not happy. But if you have children, you cannot abandon your children because you don't like the wife or because you don't like the husband. You have to be there for the children. And that's what Father's Day is all about. And I'm looking at everybody. If you were to compare the celebration with Mother's Day to Father's Day, you will see that Father's Day pales in comparison to what Mother's Day is all about. Why is that the case? It's what the women should start asking themselves. Why are you relatively, I wouldn't say insignificant, well, why is it not 50-50 when it comes to celebrating our parents? Now, I would not say because my mom left that she was absent. No, she wasn't. It was the man she had a problem with, not the children. It was the man she had problem with. And she made it clear, I'm not leaving you because I don't love you. And me and this man, we cannot work together. Number one, he doesn't leave the house after 7 o'clock. So how are we going to survive with that? So she had to go do what she had to do to make sure that area did not slack. So in that way, she fulfilled her own righteousness. And that is why I respect her today, because she knew, like the song says, you have to know when to hold, you have to know when to fold, you have to know when to walk away, and you have to know when to run. That is the gambler. That's all it is. But like I said, what will change my
Rogers.
Thank you. My problem, on the final analysis, we have to go back to the drawing board. Men have to learn that self-respect. You don't just run away from every single. When it starts getting hot, it's an opportunity to run away. And at the end of the day, the children suffer. Like I said, there are more single parent homes where the mother is raising the children than you have the father raising the children. Any father you see is already married another wife and already started other children. And you expect Mother's Day not to be multiplied times 5, and you want Father's Day to be times 1. When you have already made 5 mothers, 5 different. I take an example of Kubana chief priest. There's one in Kenya shouting over there. There is another one here in Nigeria. So one man will have 5 different women, and you think all those 5 mothers will not be celebrated by only one man? So
okay.
You reap what you sow, or you sow what you reap, and that's the way it is. So men should need to respect themselves.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke, and it's good to see you. It's good you come all the time so that we can have the likes of Fofa come at the end of the program. Anyway,
I don't do Fofa program. Thank you.
Why not?
No,
all right, no problem, Madam Luke. Thank you. We will. Forefather, okay, thank you.
All right.
Forefather, will you want to wait so I can speak longer so I can go to Master? Good night, sir. Good night. Thank you so much.
See you, Madam Luke. See you. Be well, Madam Luke.
Master, go ahead.
No, this is not fair now. Okay, most of my talk will be a pushback to Madam Luke, but since she's gone,
she'll be hearing you. She's behind.
No. It's fine if she has gone. But
okay. Remember, most of them will go to work tomorrow, and it's maybe late in where they are. If you are taken off because of that,
can you imagine what you're saying? Anyway, what can I say?
No, it's simply what I'm. Okay, I understand you two have to go to work tomorrow.
Exactly. So I don't understand.
Anyway,
so I'll still go back to the things I've said. I really believe that being a good father is different from being a good husband. That I know, because I think the relationship between the father and the kids is significantly different from the relationship between the husband and the wife. And for me, Father's Day should be more to do with your relationship between you and the kids. But having said that, I would also repeat that most of the challenge that we have, and the challenge I see Madam Luke was facing really significantly, is just the difference. It's not that men are not emotionally present. Is the truth is I can't remember who said it. Okay, I think it's UKJ. Our propensity from a societal perspective is to go to the farm and do what you have to do, to go and look for what you need to look, or to go and hunt. And when you come back to the homestead, you are expected to at least have some slack. It's not that men are irresponsible, sincerely. It's just that the way the society has been configured. And I hear most of the things that Ovi is saying, but I one of the confusion I have, but I would excuse it, is because I think you people are talking from American perspective, even though you're claiming to be talking about Nigerian men. But if you are talking about Nigeria, this thing Ovie is saying is like, I don't know where he's coming from. Every husband in Nigeria here
Where I'm
has
coming from is that your grandfather was a farmer, but you are a banker. No be America bring banking come. We are changing. It's not about American thing. Economy is
okay. So do a percentage of how many Nigerians today.
There are more farmers. There are more farmers 20 years ago than today.
It's not about farming. Even in the olden days, before farming, it was hunting. Don't use farming as a
So
basis.
in other words, they move from agriculture to industrialization. Now we are moving to information age. Nobody needs to go farm again, even if you want to.
What I'm telling you, that in Nigeria today, every husband that you know in the morning will go out and look for food for the family.
It's not going to be like
that thing you're saying is a future that has not come here. Maybe it has come in America. Even in America, I know it has not landed.
You are a banker. You are no longer a farmer like your grandparents.
So are you suggesting that if somebody is a banker in the morning, he's not going to leave the family and go to the bank?
No, what I'm saying that your father has 10 kids. You have 5 kids. Your son is going to have 2 kids.
Okay.
No, it's evolution. It's happening. We can avoid it.
All I'm telling you is that in Nigeria, that evolution has not yet happened.
Who said it? Who said it? I just use
an
example. You are a living example. Your parent, your dad probably had 10 kids. You have 5. Your son is going to have 2. Your grandchildren is going to have 1.
No, slow down. You see, part of the problem you're having is that you are too swift, even for your own liking. I am the one talking, not my son. So leave my son out. Tomorrow.
It's evolution. We're talking about generally.
Just calm down. So evolution, what I'm telling you, that evolution that you're talking about, if you are using me as an example,
yes,
in the morning today as it is, and by God's grace tomorrow as it is, I will have to leave my house to go and look for food. That's what I'm telling you. So this issue of emotionally present in the house, as much as I would want to be emotionally present in the house state, unfortunately for me, and unfortunately to 80% of Nigerian husbands,
no, Masker,
you are not listening. You are just waiting to respond.
Look at it from this angle, Masker. You went out to look for food. How did you do it? Your father or your grandfather went to.
No. It's not how. It's how.
It's how because the woman can do it. No. It's not the how. Can do it.
No.
Today, the woman can go out and make money.
Calm down. Relax. There are 2 issues, and I'll address them. The first thing is not the how. We are talking about time. For you to be emotionally present, you have to be present in the house. If no matter what I will do and how I will do it, what is important is that I will leave in the morning by 7 and come back in the house by 7 in the night.
Okay.
When the kids are asleep. So how am I going to emotionally be present?
Well, let me address that, right? You talking about you went out to make money. It is a choice.
No. To look for food.
Good. Whatever it is, you went to look for food, right? 2 things there. How you look for that food matters.
No, it's the time. It's just the time that matters.
What time?
From how many hours I will need to be away.
Hold on now, that's your choice.
No, it's not up to me. That's the point. In
Master,
Nigeria
can
today,
you listen? Listen to you. I listen to you. Listen to me, land my point.
But he's round up now. Allow him to speak, Ovie.
No, he has
Allow
made
him
the
when he
point
gets your
already.
time. No, leave him to speak. Let him
You
just
wake
have his
up in
time.
the morning. In today Nigeria, you wake up in the morning, you go look for food. That the how one, it does not require muscle that a woman cannot do to actually go and look down for that food. Two, he or she doesn't even need to leave the house to get that food. In today's Nigeria,
That's not true, Ovie. That's not true in today's Nigeria. That's not true. You are talking.
It's not true. It's like,
excuse me. Hold on, Ovie. Let's go to that place you're going. Has the whole Nigeria been urbanized now? The whole place, yeah.
KJ, don't go too far.
KJ,
don't worry about urbanization. Whatever Ovie is talking. See,
KJ,
KJ, I thought we were running up. You know, like let me.
Ovie not just round up now. Ovie, relax.
Let me say my own before I leave Ovie to take over. Ovie is talking about all these things he's talking about in America, where people have job. You still need two people in the house to make enough money to pay rent.
Thank you.
Pay rent.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
Your point is mute, but you don't get it.
So Ovie, allow him to make his own point now. Allow him to make his own point.
It's my time.
No, it's not even. Okay. So anyway, guys, Ovie,
it's not about.
Sorry, Okija.
Even though you have police and all the rest, you still have people, buying people in America. You see people, breaking into homes. They're still there. So if you don't need a man in the house, okay, you need the police in the house to be with you, all the time. People, girls, still want, their father to take them somewhere. Women, they still need their husband to fix it in the house, even though they have plumber. Some people, they have a different feeling when they have somebody they know, somebody they love, do something for them that they won't when they hire someone to do it. But you don't consider all those things. To you, all these things, the money solved all these problems. Government have solved all the problem. It doesn't work that way for a lot of people. Maybe for some people, yeah. But it's not. You can't use it generalize.
That's not what I said.
Even in Nigeria, whereby people have job, how many people how many women have job that will, every month that job is enough for the transport to go to work. Not even to talk about eating, not even to talk about feeding children. So all over the world, in Europe, everywhere in the world, in Japan, everywhere in the world, people still need two people in the house to take care of the family. A mother, yeah, you're a mother, maybe you have a job, whatever. You don't provide all the emotional need of all the children. The girl needs her father, the boy needs her father. You can't do that. You can't provide that. So with all these things you're talking, in most houses in the US, it's the man that takes the child to teach the child to play basketball, to play baseball, to play football. It's not the woman. So all around, all this this grammar you are talking about, that it doesn't make any sense. It makes sense maybe to you in the paper. On paper, it makes a lot of sense to you, but in reality, it doesn't make any sense.
House, though. Who said that? Maybe that's why it doesn't make sense to you. I never say you don't need a man in the house.
Yeah. So we need each other. We need each other in the house. It's not about not everybody wants to eat outside. There was somebody old man told me one day. I was in secondary school. I was in university in Nigeria. So it was my father. I was in university in Nigeria. So I had a room. I didn't have a roommate. So I came back home. My father was like, okay, do you have a roommate? I said no. He said why? He said you need a roommate. I said why? He said, maybe one day, you don't know, this is life. One day, maybe one night, you are sick. Somebody needs to take you to the hospital. That's my man talking, using sense. But, you think that, government or ambulance. Do you know how many people have died waiting for ambulance? Stop all this, theory and, that doesn't work in real life. Thank you, guys. Happy Father's Day.
That's good. That's good point from Okija, actually.
Thank you. Yeah, very good point. Thank you. We really nailed it. Okay, Ovie, you may want to speak now.
Yeah, I think whether we accept it or not, the change is here. might not happen. It might not come to fruition during our own time. All of us there, they speak grammar, they use computer. Go back and tell your grandfather like that. They will say you are a madman. Today we are doing it. What if you still believe that it is the authorities, the society that will be so you what being a man, a respected man is? You have lost. If you think that your provision, the ability to bring money, ability to protect physically, that will define you as a man in today's world, you have lost. It's over, but it's over. The focus on the economy, how we are shifted from muscle to mind. That's why an average woman can speak up today, because if the society doesn't require a muscle to move the economy, it requires mind, intelligence, communication. That's what it requires.
So Ovie, to be clear, what makes you a man today? Tell us.
Let him conclude.
Sorry to cut you. Sorry.
What make me a man? Not because they are there inside house, they take care of woman, and or they make they provide money, or taking care of side physical. That's what make me a man of today. That could be done 20 years ago, but not today. So if that is the angle you are driving into, I'm disappointed you there. Okay, I never said a woman don't need a man in their house. That's not what I said. I'm just trying to tell you that one of the contributing factors why the societies are the way it is today, it is because women, we are struggling to accept one reality. That we know they go farm again. Now in our banks will they go. Even the fact that we cannot even go to bank again is threatening. That's what we are feeling. Instead of us to look it as an upgrade. Okay? People know they go farm again, they see they eat. Does that mean the farmers are absolute? No, they're involved, they tighten up. We today, we were there, maybe all our parents have more than 5 or 7. Today, we both of we will get 2, 3. What do you think our kids are going to have? How many numbers they are going to have? Talking about your DNA will last forever. If your chick, if Papa get 10, you get 5, your child will get 2. Your grandchildren will get 1. That is going.
Okay,
so
thank you.
We have been seeing it in America. For the fact that we are seeing it, we are part and parcel of it. That's what we are exporting.
Okay.
So what we are seeing today happening is our technology. We are born in our villages in the next 40, 50, 60 years. Then we will see that physical muscle where you get. Now they make you proud as a man. We will see where I go see work for you. No, you have to evolve. We are not saying you are useless, you are obsolete. No, we are expecting you to evolve as the world evolves.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much. I also want you to know that for all those years I've been calling, the cows have remained cows, the goats have remained goats, the lions have remained lions. They have not changed their DNA. It is still going, and modernization is coming. That's the same thing I'm telling you. Even that 200 years.
This is our generational experience. The next generation will not experience it. Just like our forefathers did not experience it.
The cows will still be cows. The monkeys will still be monkeys. The baboons still be baboons. Even since the evolution.
100 years ago, 100 years ago, donkey be our transportation. Donkey, now be our transportation.
It does not mean that donkeys have gone out of extinction. They are still donkeys.
No, but they are not okay. So cars don't take over. Doesn't mean transportation.
It does not mean that.
So
let me tell you,
we evolve from
donkeys are still horses are still being rode, riding in the streets of America.
You have.
So and when they show up, hold on, I don't know what happens. When they show up,
why they drive car? Why you don't drive us? Why they drive car?
All right, let's go ahead. Thank you so much. Yes, everything, go ahead. Jefferson, go ahead now. Who can't hear you? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Sorry about that. I think it was my mic. All right, please. I want to address some very critical things that woman, Luke, was talking about. You see, I believe one thing
has gone. Please don't address her. Please, so that we don't have to.
Okay, fine. Let me
make your point. Please don't address her. She has gone.
I'll make my point. I'll make my point if you want to hear. I feel women are kind of selfish, thinking about more of Mother's Day than Father's Day. And they forget to that majority of the mothers that people are celebrating today is being sponsored by the fathers. But anyway, let's just leave that for another side of it. It is kind of saddening that there's this tendency of women to be quick to say, oh, a man is quick to go and marry another woman, but they forget the fire that they started initially. So it's not as if I'm trying to justify the fact that men have to be procreating recklessly and having multiple women. That is, of course, I'm not saying that, but there is no smoke without, definitely there's no smoke without fire. You can't just say, oh, men are doing this, they don't care. It depends. You need to ask which number, how many of them. Because last I checked, there are actually some men that are doing what they're supposed to be doing, but they are not being appreciated. Because they feel that man has to be the same. If this man who is a farmer has to be the same status with the likes of Dangote and Elumelu, that has always been the problem. Insatiable. Majority of women are very, very insatiable. No matter how man provides, no matter how they are emotionally supportive or in all ramifications, the majority of women are insatiable. They have this insatiable tendency to always compare one man to another man, to feel that the man that is in their life is not good enough to do what they are supposed to do. And also, I want to also address on that issue regarding the era is changing. That look, whether I would like it or not, humanity is king. You cannot joke with it. Even with all this technology that is coming up, it should be a scare for us, because at the end of the day, if we say, oh, okay, technology is coming, that there will be no more farm, there will be no more this, it's not entirely the best. Because if we want to live in that kind of era, I think it's going to be very, very dangerous, because at the end of the day, robots are going to take over and we'll just be sitting there and be looking. Who is going to enjoy that era at the time? Yeah? And the man's authority, you can never, the male authority you can never joke with it in all ramifications, be it even as humanity or even in the animal kingdom. The male authority is very, very prominent, very, very prominent, and it's definitely not about money. Money is good. Money is very, very needed, and all that. Of course, the money we're even talking about is it not a crazy invention that we it's me and you that sat down to decide that, oh, this paper will now become money. After all, it was coins, it was different legal tender. So that should tell you that all these things are just systems that are just using twisting our brain. So the nutshell is that I feel that men should be more appreciated. Yes, we definitely appreciate women. We appreciate women. We appreciate what they do, but men should be equally appreciated for the little that they are doing, and women should not always use it as an opportunity. They should not always be looking down on the men, and that is the reason why the society is failing, because the men has been so looked down upon, and unfortunately, it's happening in America and different parts of the world now. They always talk of women's rights and everything, which there's nothing wrong with that. But I think right now is a scale, is being abused, is heavily abused to the point now that men cannot really be able to do what they're supposed to do, and which, because men are not doing what they're supposed to do for the family, is actually affecting the structure of homes as we speak. So that's where I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, Jagun.
Yes, sir. Oh, you excuse me. In conclusion, welcome, forefathers. You missed a good show. You never came on time at all. I would have liked to hear some of your arguments on this level.
He is not a man. That's why he's not. That's why he needs to.
You don't startle this guy. I want to conclude like this, man. We're all we've got, man. We are all we've got, both men and women. We are at the precipice of advocating for cyborgs in our presence, for machines that would operate like human beings, for levels of otherness that would take away our own validity and our own sovereignty. And me personally, I'm not afraid. I don't want to use that word, but I'm conscious. And I'm also conscious of the levels of the unconscious. And that causes fear in my spirit. Because we have children. We have the next generation that we're going to have to fight for their consciousness. Because as soon as they go to school, if not before, because of TV and general media, their minds are being snatched from us who are human and human beings and who want to continue being human beings. So the fight between man and woman, I don't like it. I really don't like it. I don't approve of it. Where men are belligerent against women, I don't like it. And I've seen it. Where women are tricky towards men, I don't like it. And I want to warn against it. You know, I don't know about you guys, and I may come across a bit, I don't know, practical, I suppose. But the greatest thing that me as an individual have ever experienced upon this earth is a woman. I've never experienced anything greater than that in my life. And I've done quite a lot of things. I've scored a goal for my football club, fantastic goal. And the exhilaration it gave me, wondrous as a boy. I've qualified educationally. You know, to be honest, that gave me more relief than any level of exhilaration. It didn't give me anything that I was so, it didn't give me that. But in business, I have won and lost in business. And both have their own lessons to teach. But in the positivity of winning, it has given me a lot of exhilaration. I've not felt anything like a woman in my life. You know, there was one time I told a young lady, forgive me again, that I want to make her my address. Because I wanted to just live there. I beg you, I beg everybody's pardon. But I want people to understand that women are the best thing that ever happened to any man, as far as I'm concerned. The best thing. So let me also just let women know that there is no feminism without a man. It doesn't exist without men to uphold it. And I really need for both of us to understand these things, men and women, because, we can't continue scratching our eyes out. We can't offer that as a legacy to our children. Me, I don't get my senses or sensibilities from the British culture that I'm living in. I don't get it from TV. I don't get it from the internet. I get it from my family. I may pronounce it differently, but I get it from my family, my mother and my father, my siblings, my uncles and aunties, my cousins. So whilst we're loving the attention of warring, the battle of the sexes, they call it, whilst we perceive these things as so important to us, understand the feelings, the emotions, and have the intellect where we can to describe them. I began the show with Dr. Damages, and I told him about my father, being that this is Father's Day. And I woke up this morning, and it wasn't a poem, it was just a paragraph or two that underlined who my father was, and I sent that to my mother. And during the course of the day, I read it a few times. And to me, it was very accurate. Because here was a man who was stern, strict, strong, intelligent, active, well-meaning. All these things that I'm still waiting to become. And his intellect in describing his own emotions, I don't hear many people doing it in today's day. But I feel strongly that that area of man is in me, and that area of man was more communal in his day. And I want us all to kind of remember that we are just human beings with spirits. I know forefathers doesn't agree with the fact that he has a spirit. He's just a walking material base. But me, I get spiritual and I'm spirited, and I've poured my spirit into a woman, and we have seen issue from that. And the miracle of such is with us as human beings, as very special, that we can bring life into the world from our consciousness, from our love, from our togetherness. Let's not throw it all away. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Jagun. Thank you so much. All right. Mr. Forefathers, what says thou? Welcome to the program. Somebody say you are in Nigeria. Are you in Nigeria?
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, it's been quite good. And let me thank you for hosting the show. I think it was Dr. Damage earlier on. And greetings also the panelists, greeting to the chat and the viewers.
Sorry, before you start, how come they released Desiane and you did Nigeria?
I don't know the coincidence, how it relates to each other, but I'm
you
quite
understand the connection, Abi? Desiane and they are from the same angle, the same area. They just free her. She go Nigeria, Nigeria.
Oh, she's in Nigeria. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess part of the reason why I didn't join, I'm under the weather anyway. So, but some of the comments about women being important and this thing at the same time, men also being important, and according to OVA, our relevance is becoming less and less, which is true. In terms of, I think men have done their job so well, they are beginning to retire themselves, and maybe we are also doing. We have done our job so well too that we are even retiring most of humanity in terms of our need for our need to work and enrich the elite. So who knows what the future is going to look like. But one thing I can say for sure is that there is this idea of, for me anyway, men should understand, especially if they are being raised henceforth, that their job is to protect and provide, and never to turn that protective instinct against their family. Because that is one of the areas, if Nigerian women are complaining, they complain about a lot. As a matter of fact, most women around the world complain about that a lot. And maybe we are going to benefit from teaching the young people that. And when I say we, this includes women, because it's funny because the earlier panelist was saying something about women being very important. And it is true. You can insult a man's dad, father and all. Well, if you insult their mother, you're not going to come out of the argument well. And you're going to see an unreasonable reaction. And because women are very, very important to us all. And maybe they even shape societies more than they would like to admit. And this is another area of discussion that probably needs to be had. Because we had a lady say today that women are important. And based on metrics, if you look at everything that's going on in society, the way men behave and everything, you can argue that women actually shape society. So when we say they should raise children to respect women. Maybe some women don't care about that as much as they like to admit, because they are not prioritizing that aspect. They are prioritizing the need for that man to come back home with wealth. You see that in the Nigeria today, where men are willing to do anything to just come back home with money, and the source of the money doesn't matter, and whether the consequence of that source to the society, it doesn't matter. You know, I was informed by AY the other day about how our men go to other people's country and poison their children with drugs. And those men will come back home to Nigeria and their women will welcome them with embraces and praises after they destroy the lives of other societies. Just like we destroy our own societies. If you look at the food in Nigeria today, if you look at the drugs in Nigeria, if you look at so many things in Nigeria today, we have done a lot of damage. And the more you analyze this thing, the more you realize that this is not a man and woman thing. It's a us thing now, because you can see that the whole thing is a secular wagon, and there's no escaping it. This idea of maybe it's just they should have parents day, not women, mothers or fathers day. Really, I don't know where they decided to start separating it, because the entire thing seems to be, swinging along itself. That said, the future for me, I think the argument I was hearing earlier on about emotional availability of the men versus the need to go and provide for the family. I think emotionally men should be more available, that they will be more available in the future because of AI doing most of the work. They will be jobless and all the rest of it. Who knows, maybe they will have job, but they have the choice to be emotionally available. And the same can be said this thing for the women. Society is changing so much that it's hard to even pin anything down right now. It's really hard to be anybody that says they know. I'm not sure you truly know, because even the job of parenting, soon maybe AI can even do it better, and that is scary scenario. Because if AI can be able to learn the nature of their parents and coordinate their actions way better than parents, be 100% availability, and just name it, everything. And when years ago I was saying that some people, we should develop some kind of parenting app. A lady was saying, "Oh, never do that. It's horrible. How can you dare to do something like that?" I said, "No, you like it or not, it's going to happen." Because now you can see that it's already happening at some in different levels. So society is going to keep changing, and the direction is going to go. God help us. The only inkling of where it's likely to go, if you look at the life of aristocrats today, or maybe yesterday, how they used to live yesterday, because they have no need for resources. They don't need to work. So, but some of them work. Maybe that is how the future for us is going to look like. Because if we don't need to work, we'll choose other interests, other things that interest us. And but in terms of father, being a father, all I can say is that for Africans, men should not turn their physical strength against their wives, their sisters, their daughters, and the same is true for according to jargon, women should not talk down on their men, and because in the end they are all one, and if one has a problem, it always goes to the other side. And I think this idea of separating them is almost like politics, where they do left and right, while in reality they are all the same thing. And all that matters is outcomes. If you see that the outcome is bad, you have to change your behavior. So I really hope that I don't even know what I'm talking about half of this time, because so many things are changing. Really, if you think you know what you're talking about these subjects, you're going to get a shock in the coming future, because the only glimpse you can get is that maybe, just maybe, that these things that some people argue that is going to remain relevant will still remain relevant. Maybe fatherhood will remain relevant, and more traditional motherhood will remain relevant. And because I will end with this one. There was this IFA divination methodology that is used. It is said to be some kind of AI algorithm, and it sounds crazy, but the principles underlying that process or that way of doing things may be very, very important for the future, may even be decisive. In other words, after all applying the algorithm, which is like AI, I assume that is AI. After applying AI, human beings have to intervene to interpret and decide what direction the system or the divination goes. And that method may be very, very important in the way we apply AI technology. Might make a difference between AI completely taking control of doing everything, or human beings remaining in control. I fear is the other one, the former, because human beings right now, they are not in any mood to control AI. They've already given up. What they want to do now is hope that when they create AI helps them get all kinds of wealth and all the rest, and then all bets are off. Some of
they have not given up. The negotiation is what is responsible
Okay.
is today. That's a negotiation.
So sorry, yeah, I think based on what I've gathered from some of the billionaires around the world, many of them are building bunkers already and hiding away, finding things to hopefully survive what is coming. So the point is that
okay. So the point
they are not
is
working as hard.
up now, bro.
Yes, they are not working as hard to take control of it. They are working as hard to capitalize on it and maybe have themselves live eternally somehow. There is a revelation last week about a cult that is controlled by Till. I think this billionaire that a lot of top people that today belong to, because they believe in longevity. They believe that they could live forever. And if they achieve that, they don't care what AI does with the world. They really don't. And that's the problem. People that are in the industry that are experts in AI security, they've been warning about this, and they know full well that human beings have given up control. And I really think that we as Africans, if we want to practice AI, we have to look at that IFA divination this algorithm or process or architecture, if you want to call it that, whereby we have to keep a human at the end of the chain, even if it requires us kind of integrating to an extent with AI. It's funny, we're talking about parenting. We're talking about parenting.
Okay,
but
you're
AI is also getting involved
far away from where we are.
No, I'm returning to parenting now.
Father's Day, not AI now. Father's Day.
Yeah, that. Yes, I'm talking about this thing, because all this is affecting parenting, and that is why women are divorcing men at this in alarming rates. That is why families are breaking up, because these things that we've created are resulting in consequences for fatherhood and motherhood. And that is why I have to delve into those areas. Pretending otherwise is like pretending as if we are still living in the 1930s or 50s or 80s. Because things are happening right now that are going to be relevant. So my own way of looking at the world is to talk about things that are going to affect the topic we are discussing, fatherhood.
Okay.
And these things are going to affect it.
Okay, thank you so much. Father, I really appreciate that. But you see, I just want us to be careful, because innovations will come, innovations will go, innovations will change. But the human spirit, as created by the Almighty God, is much stronger and much willing to stand all this pressure that they will throw into the wheels until the will of God is done. And so I don't believe that it's going to. You see, many years ago, when I was still actively in the production ministry, media production, we were told that before the year 2020, 2000, that cameras were going to be out of use, editors were not going to be operating and all that videographers will no longer be needed, scriptwriters will no longer be needed, and TV stations will become just one house, one man doing everything. We're not there yet too, and that drivers will lose their job. We're not there yet too. In fact,
but everything you are saying is coming already, though.
No, it doesn't.
How can you be saying that?
It doesn't mean it's going to take over. It doesn't mean that.
Actually, drivers is going to take over.
It will exist. It will come. It will evolve. Oh, so are you saying now what? Because by the theory I'm putting, that means that you are agreeing that a time will come where we all live in hostels and we own nothing and we'll be happy. Well,
now,
let's not go there. That is different.
That is the question you have.
It's happening in New York already. It's happening in New York.
Because right now, the way they are
they
behaving,
stay one room and they have a dog. That's all they got in New York.
No, it's not happening.
Why do you think this term Catwoman now? Where do you think all these cat ladies come from now? Because there's a culture, new culture developing now. Because what you are talking about, that's how the billionaires are behaving. But I believe that maybe there is another way where human beings, like you are saying, should remain relevant. But right now, that's not the direction they are going. They are going in the direction.
Let me tell you, and listen to me and hear me well. And that's not where we are going. But since you brought it there, I'd like to close on that. There was a time a man called Nimrod came, and he galvanized the whole world, and said, "Let us build a tower of Babel and get to heaven and see who is there." Yeah, man will always try, but at the end of the day, it is the will of God that will be done. So I'm not concerned about what man is doing. I'm looking at the Almighty, what He wants to do. The world is His kingdom. It's not any of us that built it, and even after we go, it will still be His own. If you doubt me, go and ask the man called his ego. I think all his vehicles and money and everything is in there.
What are the characteristics of God?
Well, you forget that it's still the creator that is doing all these things. That everything man does is.
No, he's not the creator.
No, the creator did not design humanity for us to do things that will kill ourselves. What we are doing now,
of course, designed human beings.
All our invention still lies within 10% of our brain. Let that sink. 10%.
See, hold on, let's not go there. But you see, and that day we'll discuss this. Please don't not go there. Let's just end the program. I want to thank all of you because you all have contributed. We have done this is the longest I've ever sat on a chair in a single day. 8 cool hours. Rudolph did 4 hours, and I came and did another.
Of election season. Now, so we do at 2023.
So we're not going to do that again because it's very. You know,
election don't come.
Election never reach. We don't begin this one just to discuss Father's Day. All of you refuse to go. Okay, so thank you so much, Father, for joining us from Nigeria. It must be around 2:30 or thereabout or 3 o'clock, and you're here, or even much later. Thank you for joining us, and we wish you that you get to recover. Go and take Agbo. Don't do Oyibo thing. Ask them to give you Agbo.
Who did you kiss to Nigeria?
Agbo will clear your system. All right. Thank you so much, AY, also for coming in. You didn't mean to come in, but you came in at the same time. Thank you, and thank you, Ovie, for what you have been doing and doing for us. You're always here. Don't force us to always accept your idea. Give it as one of the ideas, so that people can be happy with you. Don't force them to solve your idea. All right, thank you, Jefferson. We appreciate you. Thank you for all your contributions and your time. Jagun, that today you are more than excellent today in your discussion. And I thank God you didn't say rubbish to Madam Luke because but you allowed her to have her view, and I really like that. Let all of us learn to let people have their views. Our view is not the universal acceptable views. People have the right to refuse what we are saying and all that. So we really appreciate Madam Luke for coming in. She has not come in here for a long time. I was really excited to see her. And so also with my sister Ify, excited. The only person I didn't see was Dr. Dama. So if you can hear me, please. Next Saturday, Sunday, we would like to see you.
Celebrating our husband.
Discussing a lot of stuff. And we would like you to be there. Thank you so much. Fumi, thank you. I don't know, Fumi, I guess you're a woman, right? Because sometimes people try to make you look as if, it's a man bearing a woman's name, but
no, the name Fumi, actually, the name Fumi. Wait. The name Fumi is unisex.
my father was Fumi. So
Okay.
yeah. But all you have to do is look at the beauty behind the picture. That's sufficient.
Okay.
It's
Thank you.
unfortunate that she won't come and share her beauty here with us.
For your contributions, we really
I would
appreciate.
love to see.
Theo, is it Theo? THATO. Thank you. I was calling you to come into the Discord, but you didn't come. All the same, we appreciate all your contribution. AFAM 2074. Thank you so much. Your contribution. I'm still waiting for the Dikaiko and the Pawine.
AFAM no go make heaven.
That you are going to send to me, Thank you so much. Thank you, even Oga at Oga1142. Thank you for your contributions, and all my friends who I can't call their names now. Some of them must have gone to sleep. Thank you, all of you. You all made the program, hit, and people who helped also to donate to us today to help us pay the bills. Thank you, Oriaku Tokpe. God bless you. We really appreciate you. Thank you for being here with us on Father's Day. Yes, Igbo Basics. Thank you so much. God bless you. Igbo Basics again. Thank you. We appreciate you. Igbo Basics again. God bless you. It took 40 years to write the book of Zebrudaya, and we are happy that that book has been written eventually, and it will be launched. And by the grace of God, we will all be able to do our little, here and there. Oh, Oscar Blackbone, thank you so much for being there all the time. We really appreciate you. Okay. I can see Donati. Okay. Thank you so much. Donald, right? Thank you, Don Anthony. Sorry, Don Anthony. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support for this channel. Thank you also at Guy
Owamene. Oh my days. You guys, are you Nigerians at all?
Now flagship be that.
Thank you. We really appreciate you.
Is that flagship? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
That's flagship. The guy was
yes, we thank you. You did so well. You did so well. We thank you. God bless all of you for what you have been able to do for us.
Thank you. The thanks must be also offered to our host, who I think did a fair job. And,
thank you.
What I ask is that if I switch my camera off, don't dispose. I'm here. Eh?
but Jagun, you keep.
I only do that when I'm doing something unlawful. I don't think you want to see what I'm doing.
That is the rule of the. That is the rule.
No.
This is not a this thing. It's the rule of the channel. You're not the only one. Everybody who's, even my sister, if she was many times she switch, I take her out. We don't want to have empty spaces. There are no faces.
People are dictators.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's called rule. It's called rule. It's called rule. Madam
Luke, don't learn from your subordinate.
Madam Luke has scattered the board. She's a table shaker. Don't shake everywhere. Oh, Igbo man like money. Oh, look. Hey, Madam Luke, don't shake everywhere. God bless you. Thank you so much, Madam Luke. You have made our day today. God bless you and keep you. All right. In fact, I really appreciate all of you. I don't know how I managed because I came right from church to be here, but it's been a worthwhile discourse. And all the people who made comments, whether we acknowledge you or not, but you have been on this panel even till now, we thank you. It's not easy. I mean, me who is hosting saying, I couldn't say, what more of you who is just listening? And some of you have been here right from the beginning with Dr. Damages, even till this moment. So really appreciate you. God bless you. God bless you. We can't say God bless you enough. And on that faithful note, I'm going to say thank you. There are many issues running in Nigeria.
To bless us.
We will not be able to discuss them. But maybe since Forefather is in Nigeria, he will get more stories. And within the week, if he has the time, he can come in maybe Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday or Thursday and have a broadcast and give you, on the spot assessment of what it sees and what it.
Actually, now that you mentioned that, I may even have access to NAS because I encountered somebody recently that has invited me there. So we'll see. Who knows?
Yeah. So if you go there with your phone, you can just do it in your broadcast right off your phone. You can go to the Wuse market, depending on where you are, the market you are, go there, price things, talk to the people, find out how much prices of things are. Meet people, it's called man on the street, ask them how they're feeling, let them give you their point of view.
To Nigeria, they go join City Boys. You are here.
Even if it's going to City Boys, ask the City Boys, assess the City Boys.
I'm not doing that too.
Assess them.
Except they want to recruit. Except they want to recruit 1 million, then I'll join them. I can tell you right now, I'll dump all of you immediately.
You have to go in and say your idea to them.
All right. Having said that, I really appreciate all of you, and every good thing that has a beginning must surely have an end, and this is the end of today's broadcast.
Will not end.
Well, I have not said Nigeria is ending here. I said the program is coming to an end. And so, on behalf of 90 Minutes Africa, thank you so much, all of you, and hope to see you guys next week, God willing. Anyway, thank you. I hope I gave you a compliment for being here. I did. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
I like the